To enter classroom 21, you need to tell that witch, and she will open the door for you. Albert reminded. So, you must have done it on purpose, right? You're really a guy with a twisted sense of humor. Katrina gave Albert a deep look and bent down to crawl into the hole. It's almost time. Albert took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and looked up at Katrina, saying, I'll head out first. I still have to attend the defense against the dark arts class. Remember to tell Professor McGonagall for me during the evening gathering. If I remember correctly. Katerina watched Albert's departing figure and muttered. Albert arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom before the bell rang, and most of the students were already there. Professor Ravenna appeared in the classroom just as the bell rang. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to the podium, took out the attendance sheet, and said, I received a letter from Professor Broad. He told me about your progress. Now, what you need to learn is to understand, recognize, and know how to deal with dark magical creatures, such as boggarts, redcaps, shizpurfles, grindylows. Professor Rowan glanced at the roster, scanned the classroom again, and after confirming that no one was missing, continued, Today, you only need to bring your wands and understand how to deal with a boggart. Follow me, it's not easy to practice, but I managed to ask someone from outside to bring you a boggart. Professor Rowan led everyone out of the defense against the dark arts classroom and to a long-abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. Inside, beside the dust-covered desks piled on top of each other, there was a box. As Professor Rowan approached the box, it suddenly shook, startling everyone. Without a doubt, this boggart is just itching to come out and scare people. Professor Rovena sat down on the box, calmly looked around at everyone, raised his index finger, and asked, Now, who can tell me, what exactly is a boggart? Everyone exchanged glances, and eventually, they all focused their attention on Albert, the meaning clear without words. Alright, since that's the case, Albert, Professor Rowena noticed everyone's actions and also looked at Albert, asking, I suppose this question shouldn't be difficult for you. A boggart is a shapeshifting non-being that appears out of nowhere, has never been alive, and can transform itself into whatever the person nearby fears. Especially fond of inhabiting dark, narrow spaces, such as wardrobes, gaps under beds, sinks, storage cabinets under desks, and boxes, they like to prove their existence by making some noise. No one knows what the boggart looks like when it's alone, because it immediately becomes the thing that person fears the most. After Albert finished speaking, he paused for a moment and then continued, Perhaps we can try some special methods to capture what boggart looks like when it's alone. Brilliant idea. However, this requires equipment support to attempt. Professor Rowan was very pleased with Albert's idea and awarded Gryffindor 10 points. So, who can tell me the best way to deal with boggart? Travel together. Lee Jordan said. Yes, so now we have the advantage against boggart, because this way, we can confuse it. Boggart becomes something nonsensical when there are many people around. Professor Rowena didn't mind the box shaking beneath her, and continued, The spell to repel a boggart is very simple. You just need to concentrate and force it to take on a form that you find ridiculous. But there's one thing you need to know, what truly scares off a boggart is your laughter. Otherwise, casting a spell on a boggart will only change its form, not completely defeat it. Now, without using a wand, repeat the spell after me, wacky wacky. Funny, funny. The whole class said in unison. Very well. Let's put this spell to the test in practice. Who wants to go first? Professor Rowan clapped his hands and looked at the entire class, asking, No takers. I'll go first. Albert stepped forward. Very well, Albert. Professor Rowena asked, What are you most afraid of? Actually, I'm also quite curious about what I'm afraid of. Albert shrugged and replied, To be honest, Albert really didn't know what he was afraid of. Your own secret has been discovered. Alright, soon boggart will turn into something you fear. You need to imagine how to force it to become something ridiculous. First imagine it in your brain, then recite the spell. Professor Rowan's words were actually directed at the other students. Now, everyone step back. We need to give boggart a clear space to avoid any interference from others. Professor Rowena gestured for everyone to step back against the wall, allowing Albert to face the boggart in the box alone. Are you ready? All right. Albert raised his wand, staring at the shaking box. 1, 2, 3, start. Professor Rowan used a spell to open the box. Boggart burst out of the box, and the moment it encountered Albert, it suddenly spun around and then turned into a thick book. Not only Albert, but everyone else in the classroom was stunned and began to whisper softly, and many people even craned their necks to look forward, as if trying to figure out what kind of book Albert's boggart had turned into. I can only say, truly worthy of being Albert, even the things he fears are different from others. Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment, Is this because the book is too thin, and he finishes it as soon as he starts? Professor Rovana, what is going on? George asked in astonishment. Perhaps, this can only mean that Albert himself has nothing to fear, so Bogut. Professor Rowena's words were not yet finished when Albert had already stepped forward, raising both hands to slap the book, attempting to open it. Was he trying to see the contents of the book? That's right, Albert is trying to open the book that Bogut turned into. Actually, when Albert saw the boggart turn into a book, he guessed what the book was: the complete Harry Potter series. So, what you're actually afraid of is the possibility of the Harry Potter storyline being changed. Maybe, yes, maybe not. Albert himself couldn't be sure. However, Albert now wants to give it a try, see if the book can be opened, and prepare to flip through its contents. However, the items that Bogut conjured up don't seem to have such a function. Can't even open it. What good are you? Albert threw the book on the ground and stomped on it hard several times, seeing the other people in the classroom all dumbfounded. This is just too badass, isn't it? At this moment, they suddenly felt a bit sympathetic toward that Bogut, letting you out to scare people. Now you've run into a tough opponent. Wait, Albert, please don't treat this Bogart so roughly. Give everyone a chance to practice. Professor Rowan's lips twitched, and he quickly stepped forward to stop Albert's actions. After Professor Rovana appeared, Bogut finally escaped the misfortune of being trampled underfoot and became a corpse. Albert couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow, glanced at Professor Rowena beside him, and stepped aside. All right. If it really has to be this way. Professor Rowena sighed, raised her wand, and cast the spell, Hocus Pocus. With a bang, the body disappeared and was placed into a coffin. Albert, please. Professor Rowena stepped aside, allowing Albert to face Bogart again. The coffin turned back into a book, and that book was finally wrapped in iron sheets, becoming a block of iron. However, no one cared about Bogut. Everyone noticed that Professor Rovana was a bit down. He was a good friend of mine, who died in a magical experiment. Professor Rowan said with a touch of sadness. All right, everyone, start lining up and try casting the spell on the boggart. No one would mock Professor Rowena. There is no doubt that the death of his close friend hit him hard. Fred and George's boggart turned into a giant 8-eyed spider, and they almost got eaten by it a few months ago, leaving them with some psychological scars. However, they put roller skates on all 8 legs of the 8-eyed giant spider, causing it to lose its balance and only able to dance in place, unable to stand up anymore. This comical scene made everyone burst into laughter. Lee Jordan's bogey was even funnier. It turned into a plate of spilled Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. It's just that it was filled with disgusting flavors like earwax and snot, which led Fred and George to tease him for a long time. Chapter 179, The Terrible Truth. The history of magic is really boring. During class, all the students in the classroom were drowsy, and it wasn't until the bell rang for the end of class that everyone regained their energy. Before dinner, Albert was preparing to write replies to others. Keeping in touch with those famous wizards through letters has one advantage: when discussing and researching a particular field, the experience grows particularly fast. However, the price to pay is spending a lot of time and energy writing replies. After all, we are all professionals. Besides simple greetings, most of the content in the letters consists of academic questions or opinions on a particular field. To be honest, a letter like this is way more prestigious than writing an article for an academic journal, even though the content is a bit unconventional. But no one really cares about this issue. For them, being able to explain it clearly is enough. Albert often raises some of his own doubts and novel viewpoints in his letters, and if the other party is able, they will be happy to help answer and discuss. Albert was dining alone in the hall, while Fred and George went to try out for the Quidditch team, and Lee Jordan went to cheer them on and watch the selection process. After finishing dinner, Albert first returned to the Gryffindor common room, put his backpack back in the dormitory, and then appeared before the stone monster at the entrance of the headmaster's office before 7 o'clock in the evening. Honey Mead. Albert gave the command to the stone monster. The stone monster suddenly came to life, jumped to the side, revealing the gap hidden behind it. Albert passed through the gap in the wall and stepped onto the spiral stone staircase. The monster sealed the gap again, and the stone staircase began to slowly rise, taking him to a wooden door with a brass ring. Is this a magical version of an elevator? Albert couldn't help but mutter to himself, took out his pocket watch, checked the time, and knocked on Dumbledore's office door right on time. The next moment, the office door opened. Good evening, Headmaster. Albert gave a slight nod to Dumbledore. Come in, Mr. Anderson. Dumbledore smiled. This was still Albert's first time in the headmaster's office. Inside was a circular room, with portraits of all the past headmasters of Hogwarts hanging on the walls, the paintings all pretending to be asleep. Albert was not the only visitor in this office, which was actually not surprising to him. Hertog Dagworth arrived early. Herbach told me that there are some minor misunderstandings between you. Dumbledore said to Albert, he hopes to sit down and have a calm conversation with you. You wouldn't mind, would you? Yes, just a small misunderstanding. Albert nodded and said, I also hope this matter can be resolved smoothly. No need. After all, he is a potions master. Albert's tone was very calm, but Dumbledore couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly picking up on the implied meaning behind Albert's words. Heddock Dagworth is a master potion maker. Who knows if he will put something in the drink, for example, truth serum. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Dumbledore glanced at the silent Heddock, not feeling very optimistic about the outcome of this meeting. The relationship between the two parties is no longer as unfriendly as Heddock said. I went to the Ministry of Magic 2 days ago. Heddock finally spoke up. I went to the Ministry of Magic 2 days ago to discuss this matter, but that short, fat, ugly woman just wouldn't admit it, nor would she apologize. I just suddenly couldn't hear it. Dumbledore pretended he hadn't heard Hedtoke's words. That's really a pity. Albert shrugged his shoulders, but his expressionless face showed no trace of regret in his words. 100, no, 500 galleons. Heddock set his own price. There's really nothing I can do about the Ministry of Magic. Why don't you go bribe the other party? Albert asked curiously. I'd rather give you this money than that annoying ugly woman. Hertog's face showed a look of disgust, clearly not having a good opinion of the woman he was referring to. 1,000 gallons, return my gold membership card. I see. Albert nodded and said, 10,000 galleons, I'll return the card to you. 10,000 gallons, are you crazy? This is blatant extortion. Hertog's face instantly turned beet red, almost bursting with anger and laughter at Albert's words. He felt he had already shown enough sincerity. Yes, I am indeed blackmailing you right now. Albert admitted it directly. This statement made Heddock feel frustrated, and even Dumbledore couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Neither of them had ever considered that Albert would admit it so readily. Mr. Anderson, how would you be willing to return the gold membership card to Heddock? Dumbledore interjected, asking. It's simple, Dagworth needs to resolve the trouble he caused himself, and the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures should personally write to me to apologize. Albert stated his conditions and helplessly spread his hands toward Dumbledore, saying, I don't think my demands are unreasonable at all. Just like that. Dumbledore frowned and said. He had already noticed that Albert directly referred to Heddock by his surname, clearly showing no fondness for him. It's always been this way. I just need Dagworth to sort out the trouble he got himself into, and I'll return the gold card to him. No galleons, no thanks. Albert retorted, that's fair, isn't it, Professor Dumbledore? Indeed, that's the case. Dumbledore acknowledged that Albert's actions were perfectly fine. He couldn't find any fault with them because the other party's requests were entirely reasonable. This, in turn, made it seem like Heddock was deliberately causing trouble. Sometimes, having a point doesn't solve the problem. Hertog said irritably. I know, so I'm not reasoning with you, I'm threatening you. When Albert made the threat, it was as if he were discussing what to eat today. Mr. Anderson. Dumbledore knew that this was the only way it could be, unless Heddock fulfilled that not-so-excessive request. Otherwise, he could forget about getting that golden membership card back. I understand your point, Professor Dumbledore. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a shred of sincerity from Dagworth. Albert's voice was very calm, and it was precisely because of this calmness that Heddock felt a deep sense of unease. In my opinion, face is something that is mutually given. If Dagworth doesn't give me face, why should I give him face? Dumbledore was very surprised. To be honest, he had a good impression of Albert, but he never thought that this young boy in front of him would have such a tough side. I told you, I've already gone to see the director of the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Prohibited Magical Artifacts, but she didn't agree. I have no way out of this. Hertog gradually calmed down. Then let's use a special method. Albert said. Special way. Hertog repeated. If the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures still refuses to apologize for the mistake, then let the new head apologize. Albert said calmly, you go to the Daily Prophet and publish an apology article, putting all the blame on the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Anyway, this whole matter is the fault of the Ministry of Magic itself, and also the fault of the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. If you don't know how to make good use of this matter, I can recommend a journalist to you. She is very good at this kind of thing, as long as you are willing to pay a little bit of galleons as a fee. Not only was Heddock wide-eyed, but even Dumbledore looked at Albert in surprise. Don't look at me like that, I'm just stating the facts. Albert shrugged and said, of course, I don't want the Ministry of Magic staff showing up near my house afterward. To be honest, I have never doubted the way those people at the Ministry of Magic operate. Hertog suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The boy in front of him was merely stating the facts. yet the way he spoke them in such a calm tone made Hedek feel very bad. He even thought that if he used tough methods, perhaps the other party would have already figured out how to deal with him, just like he said. This is the fact. A terrifying fact. I know what to do. Hedek remained silent for a long time, then nodded and said, although I can't understand why you want that damn apology letter. I think you'll soon receive a handwritten apology from the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. Do you want to know why I want it? Albert squinted at Hedek, then turned his head to look at Dumbledore. The latter seems to be very interested. Hertog also nodded. This isn't my fault. Why should I have to endure such consequences? Why should I have to pay for the Ministry of Magic's mistakes? Albert retorted. Hertog opened his mouth but didn't say anything. If you did something wrong, just apologize obediently. This is already the cheapest and most peaceful way to resolve the issue. Albert contemptuously curled his lips. My family has always told me that when others are unwilling to resolve issues peacefully, there's no need to be polite. Just go up and give them a punch, beat them up until they willingly agree to resolve the issue peacefully. Whether it was Dumbledore or Hedek, the expressions on their faces froze. Of course, they also don't think there is anything wrong with Albert's upbringing. After all, he is still willing to resolve the issue peacefully first. It's just that such a thing happening to Hedek really gives him a terrible headache. He realized he was the unfortunate guy who got punched in the face. Why don't you want the gallon? 1,000 galleons is a lot of money for anyone, isn't it? After Hedtok relaxed, he didn't rush to leave and sat down to have a friendly conversation with Albert. Just like Albert said, if you give me face, I will give you face too. Knowledge is humanity's greatest wealth. Albert said without hesitation. Hertog was taken aback for a moment, but then he heard the other person continue. This means that knowledge is equivalent to wealth. As long as you have enough knowledge and find the right way, you can quickly convert it into wealth. Hertog was at a loss for words. Although he felt this reasoning was quite far-fetched, he knew he had been convinced by the other party. Albert is an expert in magical scripts, which means that what he said is actually a reflection of his own confidence. I now understand why Brode has such high hopes for you. His judgment of people is truly beyond my reach. Hertog sighed and reached out to Albert, saying, I'll resolve this matter soon. If you're interested in potions or have any questions, feel free to write to me. If there is, I will write to you, Mr. Dagworth. Albert nodded. If you can't stand the Ministry of Magic, you can handle it yourself. I believe that with your talent, you can become the Minister of Magic within 30 years at the latest. Before leaving, Hedek suddenly turned back and said, Bloat's circle is broader than you can imagine. I'm not interested in those things. That's really a pity. Hertog disappeared into the fireplace. It seems that this matter has been perfectly resolved. Dumbledore looked at Albert with a smile. I think Phileas will be very disappointed that you didn't go to Ravenclaw. Except for Slytherin House, the remaining houses are all suitable for me. After Albert finished speaking, he turned and left. To Chapter 180. The Alchemist ate trigrams. As soon as Albert left the headmaster's office, the portraits that had been pretending to be asleep began to stir, discussing the events that had just taken place. That boy looks very intelligent. The bald wizard in the portrait at the top right of the desk suddenly spoke up. His words and demeanor don't seem like those of a 12-year-old boy. Even adult wizards aren't as composed when faced with such matters. Mr. Anderson is very smart, and also very special. Dumbledore's glasses glinted with an unusual light as he spoke softly, of course, also very confident. Yes, Albert is very confident. I also think he anticipated this outcome long ago. The curly-haired witch next to the portrait of the bald old wizard spoke up. He clearly knows the value of the gold membership card and understands that Hedtok won't easily give it up. Obvious. Dumbledore said Albert naturally understood the value of that gold membership card and knew that Hedok would never give it up. That thing was simply too important to the pharmacist. An old wizard with a goatee, dressed in a silver-green striped nightgown, said without hesitation, I don't really like him. Really surprising, Phineas, what is it that you dislike about that boy? A shrewd-looking witch raised a rough wand made of birch and asked, is it his identity as a muggle wizard, or his last words? What did I just say? Phineas covered a yawn, pretending he had just woken up, forgetting what he had just said. This topic continuing is very unfavorable for him. That boy has a strong magical talent, full of brilliance, but he doesn't quite seem like a muggle wizard. An old, frail wizard spoke up. He is a muggle wizard, Armando. Dumbledore said calmly, however, if you trace back a few generations, he should be a distant relative of the Smiths. Is it that very famous Smith family? The former principal was a bit surprised. He knew a little about the mysterious Smith family. Well, I suppose so. Dumbledore said, last semester, I specifically looked into his background. Anderson's grandfather was a squib, his father was a muggle, but Anderson himself is indeed a rare magical genius. I rarely hear you describe someone as a genius. The curly-haired old witch said. Dumbledore wants to say that the boy will become the next him. Phineas's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, a creature full of wisdom and courage, the Gryffindor. Mr. Anderson is more outstanding than I am. Dumbledore did not hold back his praise. This is definitely the funniest joke I've heard this century. Phineas clutched his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. However, in the principal's office, he was the only one laughing, which made the former principal feel very bored, and the laughter gradually subsided. Mr. Anderson has already surpassed too many people in the study of ancient runes. Dumbledore recalled his casual chat with Broad, where the latter had given his opinion on Albert. He's a genius, especially in the study of ancient runes. He possesses an almost innate instinct, effortlessly mastering knowledge that many would spend a lifetime trying to comprehend. Later, Albert was looking for books in the library and even helped McDougal revise his new book. Naturally, Dumbledore was aware of all this. To be honest, Mike Doherty himself didn't fully understand that book, since a few months ago, when Albert ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest and rescued Fred and George, Dumbledore's opinion of Albert has risen even higher, and he also greatly admires Broad's insight. Without extraordinary courage, wisdom, and strength, it is highly likely that once you venture deep into the Forbidden Forest, you won't come back. The outskirts of the Forbidden Forest are not dangerous, but the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. The Smith family always seems to produce some geniuses, nothing strange about that. Phineas shrugged and said, although Black is unwilling to admit it, the Smith family's history is indeed older than the Blacks. They are a very mysterious family. As for why the Smith family is considered mysterious, even the Smith family doesn't know the mystery of the Smith family. Very few people outside are aware of these matters. Only those wizards who have lived long enough and are wise enough might discover some clues over the long years. Rumor has it that someone from the Smith family will inherit the so-called secret. As for who this person is, no one ever knew anyway. There was once such a saying. However, it is precisely through this peculiar method of inheritance that the Smith family's secrets have been preserved. It's just that no one ever knew what secrets the Smith family was hiding. If you ask Smith's direct heir, he could only helplessly say, I don't know either. That family has indeed produced quite a few excellent wizards. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Phineas's view, noting that Rowena was a direct descendant of Smith. I remember. Broad had a good relationship with Rowena. Kurtok would say that Broad's circle is very wide, and actually, that's not wrong. The more famous wizards in the magical world of the UK and even Europe all know them and maintain friendly relations. It's just that this is a relatively loose group, and most people usually remain neutral. The rule for entering this circle is to demonstrate remarkable talent in certain areas, be recognized by them, and maintain contact through correspondence. As for why Dumbledore would know, of course, it's because he is also a part of this circle. Before graduating from Hogwarts, Dumbledore met many very famous wizards, received help from them, and maintained friendly correspondence with them. It wasn't until Dumbledore entered Wizengamot that he vaguely saw the terrifying influence of this loose and vast circle. If they are willing, these people together can directly decide a ruling of the Wizengamot Supreme Court or make a poorly performing minister of magic step down. Although they have never done it this way, perhaps precisely because they have never done it this way, no one has ever noticed this problem. But Dumbledore found out, because he maintains good relationships with most of the members of Wesangamo. The topics discussed in the portraits of the principals have been brought back up again. That boy seems to really dislike the Ministry of Magic. This matter is indeed the Ministry's problem, Umbridge. If it were me, I would be angry too. I thought you had the best temper among us, Doris. Having a good temper doesn't mean being weak. Delis said, I fully support his actions. I suspect that the director himself has issues. But he seems prepared to have the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures step down directly. This is what Evra dislikes. No, he just made Heddick state the facts. Dumbledore smiled and said, she will agree to apologize. Just as Anderson said, it's the cheapest solution. Chapter 181, the newcomers. Things went even more smoothly than Albert had anticipated. However, this time there was surprisingly no panel mission, which really surprised Albert. In the past, whenever such a situation occurred, a panel mission would usually appear first. Why does it feel a bit off? Albert stopped in front of the portrait of the fat lady, checked the mission panel, and sure enough, it was still just that damned Finders Keeper's mission. Are you going in or not? The impatiently waiting plump lady couldn't help but ask. Oh, sorry. The password is Singer. After Albert said the password, the portrait of the fat lady swung open, revealing the hidden passage behind it. Albert had just walked into the public lounge when he heard someone calling him. It's George. He was watching Fred and Lee Jordan play wizard cards at the table. How is it? Albert asked. George and I became batsmen, Angelina also successfully became a fielder, Wood is the wicket-keeper, and Charlie is the fielder. George said, the other two fielders are Danny and Paris. Expected. Albert nodded. Elia Spinnett was selected as a chaser reserve, along with first-year Katie Bell, while Mike McLagan was considered a goalkeeper reserve. Of course, there's also you, the unreliable seeker candidate. George couldn't help but ask, how's it going on your end? What did Dumbledore want from you? That last incident. However, Mr. Hertog agreed to help me solve the problem. Albert casually explained, turning to the girl next to him, congratulations on getting what you wanted, Angelina. Thank you. Angelina said with a smile, but I didn't expect you not to go. I have other things to attend to. Albert said. Elia flies quite well. Angelina tugged at her friend's sleeve and said, it's a pity. If she had practiced with us last semester, she would definitely have become a regular player this year. Practice more this year, and you can take the field next year. Albertson paused, then added, I remember Katie Bell was a girl, right? It looks like the Gryffindor Seeker is going to be a girl for a long time to come. I dare say, this is definitely an extremely rare situation. Indeed. George nodded in agreement, don't let it be that everyone else is on stage while you're still a substitute. Isn't this great? You can slack off. Albert joked, but I know someone who will probably be a substitute for a long time. Who? George pressed for an answer. Consider Mike McLagan. Albert noticed that when he mentioned this name, eyes turned toward him. He turned to see it was Mike McLagan. Why? George asked in confusion. Idiot. Albert reminded him rather speechlessly, Wood will be the next Quidditch captain, and his position as goalkeeper will probably last until graduation, so there's really no need to choose a substitute. However, Charlie probably wants to keep a backup just in case, to prevent a repeat of last year's mess. That makes sense. Fred suddenly said, how about a game? All right. Albert said, but my cards are in the dorm. I wasn't talking to you, go stand over there. Fred, with a face full of disdain, waved his hand at Albert and said, now, no one wants to play cards with you anymore. Go over there and develop more cards yourself. There are still too few cards right now. Next time, I'll make my own set. Angelina took the card that Lee Jordan handed over. This game is much more interesting than Gobstones, but the cards are a bit rough. Well, after all, it's still in its early stages. Albert asked, would you like to join the Wizard Card Club? What is that? Angelina was a bit surprised. Just like the name suggests, a loose club. Albert raised his hand and pointed to the few people around, saying, for now, it's just the four of us. What is this club used for? Angelina asked curiously, playing wizard cards together. How should I put it? Albert thought for a moment before answering her question. You could say it's a club for wizard card enthusiasts. We meet once at the end of each month, update our card library, and announce more refined wizard card game rules. That's about it. Did you just decide? Jordan asked. No, it was decided on the train. Albert shook his head. How could I not know? George didn't believe it. At that time, I didn't say that I had to promote this game, it was an inevitable process. Albert is rambling again. Don't listen to his nonsense, Albert is definitely trying to fool you again. Fred played his card and said to Angelina, it's your turn. As expected, it's just like this again. Lee Keaton had an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Go ahead, I have other things to attend to. If you have any suggestions regarding the game, just write them down. Albert looked at Elia, who was watching the two play cards, and asked, do you want to join? What do you want? Elia didn't understand Albert's words. Your own cards. Albert explained. Elia said in surprise, is that okay? Of course, just a moment. Albert returned to the dormitory and casually filled out a card for Elia. Effect is a placeholder. Each time a Quidditch player card is sent to the graveyard, gain +1 health. Why not attack? Fred couldn't help but complain. The game needs to stay balanced. Alright, you guys play by yourselves. I still have to go to the Transformation Club. Albert hadn't forgotten about the Transformation Club. Although he was already late, he still had to go. See you later. When you come back, swing by the kitchen and grab a late-night snack. Fred suddenly shouted at Albert. Not on the way. Albert rolled his eyes and headed toward the entrance of the public lounge. By the time he reached the 6th floor of the castle and arrived at the door of classroom 21 through the witch's portrait, the Transfiguration Club had already started for over half an hour. Albert hesitated for a moment, raised his hand to knock on the wooden door, then pushed it open and walked in. The number of chairs in the Transformation Club has decreased by 1, and some of the members have also changed, beside Katerina. Diego also joined the Transformation Club. Please sit down, Mr. Anderson, we were just getting started. Professor McGonagall turned her head to look at Albert, indicating for him to take a seat. Albert walked toward Field, sat in the vacated armchair, and directed his gaze toward Katerina and Diego. The former was using a simple wooden chair, while the latter was using a three-legged stool. Compared to others, it's really too shabby. However, given their level of transformation, it's already quite impressive. Professor Mag is explaining transformation techniques. She turns a chair into a dachshund and makes it run in circles. This is a very advanced transformation magic. For the newcomers, it's a bit too difficult. Both Katerina and Diggory are a bit confused by what they heard. Pinnacle Chapter 182, Apology Letter. Oh, my goodness, Mafalda, what on earth happened? Who made her angry? Rufus placed his half-finished drink on his desk, looked up at the office from which the voice came, and asked the director's assistant. Someone sent a letter. Mafalda glanced at the office door and whispered, and then, it became like this. Unlike Rufus, Mafalda is somewhat afraid of her boss. Whenever she talks about her, she is particularly cautious to avoid losing her current job. A letter. Rufus didn't understand much, but he didn't press further. He knew his boss's character. Yes, a letter that has already been torn to shreds. The director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had never been so furious. She felt threatened, and the one threatening her was Heddick Dagworth. She is not at all unfamiliar with this name. A few days ago, Heddick Dagworth had come once, but she had very decisively turned him down. This time, Hetty didn't come, but she sent her a letter. The gist of the letter was something like, if you don't apologize to him, then I'll have to apologize on your behalf. Through the Daily Prophet, Hertog even had someone write the apology letter for him and sent it along in the envelope. Even without looking at the script, she knew what kind of consequences would arise from making a potions master like Heddick Dagworth apologize in the Daily Prophet for the trouble he had caused. No one would think that Heddick Dagworth is making a fuss. They would wonder why the Ministry of Magic's mistake requires this potions master to apologize. Then, it was her turn to be unlucky. The worst-case scenario is that she loses her current position. Many people are eyeing her job, and those colleagues she usually has conflicts with will definitely kick her while she's down. Apologizing is the only thing I can do right now. Let Heddick Dagworth smoothly retrieve his gold membership card, otherwise, who knows what else he might do. Why did things turn out this way? It's really hard to understand. The problem still needs to be solved. Who is the guy that Heddick wants him to apologize to? Matilda. The head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had long forgotten who had caused her these troubles, but she knew her assistant knew, and Mafalda was one of the few who were in the know. In the end, after Mafalda searched for the file, she personally wrote an apology letter. Actually, having her assistant write it would have been fine, but, in the end, she still didn't do that to avoid causing any more trouble. How could someone who is capable of becoming the head of the Office for the Prevention of the Abuse of Magic be an empty-headed person? This little thing, just endure it and it'll pass. Endure it. The quill in my hand bent. On a weekend afternoon, Albert left Rowena's office. Professor Smith was skilled in many things, and there were plenty of common topics for the two to discuss. The academic exchange and communication between the two parties have greatly enhanced Albert's skills and experience. Just returned to the common room, a senior boy called out to Albert and handed him a letter. The envelope only had the recipient's name on it, but no sender's name, which was very strange. However, when Albert saw the W on the wax seal, he knew the letter was from the Ministry of Magic. Albert had already guessed the contents of the letter, so he opened it on the spot. Mr. Anderson, we received a letter from Mr. Hertog. Albert quickly glanced over it. It was all just insincere excuses, and the so-called apology was completely lacking in sincerity. However, Albert didn't expect the other party to genuinely apologize either. What Albert was more concerned about was the sender's name, Dolores Umbridge, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. Dolores Umbridge. Albert looked at the sender's name and repeated it softly. Then, Albert couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows, muttering, Umbridge. It seems I have a bit of an impression. The Ministry of Magic? Umbridge. Hogwarts professor. Defense against the dark arts, pink, toad. Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Oh, so it's that guy. Albert suddenly realized and finally remembered who this guy was, that Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who appeared in the 5th book. I didn't expect that guy to actually be the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. At this moment, Albert understood why Hedtog hated this woman so much. The term ugly woman is not an exaggeration at all. In Albert's fragmented memories, Umlik is a self-righteous, unreasonable woman with an insatiable need for control. Expecting her to apologize, it's really quite difficult, and it's truly putting Hedtog in a tough spot. It's not easy for him to get that gold membership card back. Albert checked the envelope. comparing it with the notes of the warning letter in his memory. It shouldn't have been written by that guy named Matilda Hopcroft. Actually, there's still one more clue. The writing on the parchment is very deep, as if the person writing the letter wanted to poke a hole through it. This is enough to explain that the letter writer was very emotional at the time. If Albert knew that Umbridge had sacrificed 5 quills just to write this letter, he wouldn't have merely described it as excitement. In Albert's view, if the other party can take all these details into account, he can only say that this is how it is. However, the likelihood of this happening is very low. However, knowing that Dolores Umbridge is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, it is not difficult for Albert to understand why she would send Dementors to attack Harry. After all, as the head of the Department for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic, she is naturally very familiar with the relevant laws. What's wrong? Whose letter is it? Lee Jordan asked curiously. The Ministry of Magic, the last matter, has been resolved. Albert folded the letter and stuffed it back into his robe pocket. Where are you planning to go? Library, together. Okay, wait for me a moment. I was just about to go to the library to check some things. Albert returned to the dorm to get something. Looking for something. Lee Jordan, upon hearing this, said in realization, a riddle. What riddle? You actually don't know. Lee Jordan looked at Shauna in surprise. What do you know? Shauna asked with a puzzled expression. The bet between Albert and Katerina. Lee Jordan explained with a smile. I heard they made a bet on answering riddles. I even heard Albert and Katerina talking this morning about it, estimating the time to be around mid-month, to see who can answer 100 riddles correctly. 100 riddles. Sana couldn't help but widen her eyes. Riddles weren't too difficult for her, but answering 100 riddles was no easy task. Without a doubt, this is a contest between two geniuses. Who do you think will win? Lee Jordan asked Shauna. Need I say more? Of course it's Albert. Shauna said matter-of-factly, that guy is a real genius, how could he possibly lose to anyone else? Chapter 183 The Alchemist, leveling Upus as student. Doing homework every day is quite normal. However, Hogwarts students are undoubtedly lucky. The academic workload here is light, and homework is usually due every other week. This means students have plenty of time to complete it. They can leave all their homework for Saturday and Sunday, and even wait until the day before it's due to borrow and hastily copy someone else's work. In fact, this situation is not uncommon. Hogwarts is reputed to be the best wizarding school, and since there is only one such school in the whole of England, it is naturally the best. Of course, these matters have nothing to do with Albert. Alright, Albert has always been a rather selfish person. For him, as long as he can learn the necessary knowledge at school, that is enough. Having such extraordinary power as magic is undoubtedly an exciting thing. If you were to ask Albert what he finds most exciting, that will never be power, nor will it be rolling in bed with women, and definitely not injecting some strange substance into oneself, but rather becoming stronger, gaining power, or watching myself gradually become stronger and gradually gain power. That feeling is truly invigorating and even addictive. Anyone who says that pursuing power will lead to corruption is mostly a loser. For others, pursuing power might be a difficult task, but for Albert, becoming stronger is actually quite simple. All he needs to do is learn more panel skills and upgrade the skill levels. One of Albert's secrets to getting stronger: doing homework. For others, doing homework might just be for the sake of doing homework, but for Albert, doing homework is also a way to gain experience. Only with experience can one upgrade their skills and become proficient. However, knowing how to extract more experience from homework is also an art. Albert will ask himself, what is this assignment about? Why write this part? What is its use? A series of 3 questions helps keep the brain active and enhances memory. Well, actually, this is all nonsense. The main point is that Albert discovered that thinking while doing homework helps improve the experience gained. Generally, it will fluctuate between 1 to 3 times. Of course, although it might take a bit more time, it's totally worth it. What's wrong? Lee Jordan asked. Fred and George entered the hall with gloomy faces and plopped down on the chair to Albert's right. It's Filch, just causing us trouble because we left muddy footprints on the floor when we came back. George gritted his teeth. On a rainy day like this, just coming back from training outside, how could we possibly not leave water stains? Filch actually made us mop up the dirt and water stains on the floor. Use a spell, Albert said. Your brain circuits. Fred couldn't help but complain, Filch is getting back at us. I know, Albert said without hesitation. If Filchy insists on making you use mops, you should blow up his office another day. Albert naturally knew what was going on. Last semester, the twins filled Filchy's office with the smell of garlic, and now he's preparing to give them a hard time. It seems we need to order some more big poop bombs, the twins said in unison. I still have some over here, I can support you guys as a friend. Lee Jordan grinned. By the way, what are you doing? Fred stared at Albert's wand, frowning as he asked. Practice how to make the light ball detach from the wand. Albert flipped through his notes and continued, this morning, when I went to have tea with Professor Smith, I specifically asked Professor Smith about this matter. Every time Albert communicates with others, he always takes a moment to ask them his questions, and they usually help him answer them. Can you do it? George was even more curious. No way. At least not for now, Albert whispered an incantation, causing the tip of his wand to glow once more. Then, he gently shook his wand. Yes, that's right, just shook it, as if trying to shake the light off the tip of the wand. Albert's Lumos spell had already reached level 2, and he himself didn't even know when it had leveled up, but there was no doubt that he was using the Lumos spell more skillfully than before. Currently, there is even a trend toward silent spell casting. As for why such a change would occur, it really is thanks to Albert that he has elevated his wizard bloodline to level 4. After graduating last semester, the Gryffindor honor mission was successfully completed. This mission gave Albert 1 skill point, and with the 2 points from the rescue mission, Albert upgraded his wizard bloodline to level 3. After reaching level 3, Albert felt a noticeable change in himself. His magical power had significantly increased. Then, he directly took on the Wizard's Path mission and upgraded his wizard bloodline to level 4. Actually, it's Albert who was worried that the skill can only be upgraded to level 5. According to the requirement of 10,000 experience points for level 3, the skill level won't be too high. Otherwise, even if you have it, the experience gain won't keep up. If after reaching level 2, the experience required to upgrade skills increases 5-fold, level 5 would require 250,000 experience, which is almost an insurmountable gap. So, Albert's judgment is that the skill level is capped at 5. He wouldn't risk waiting until level 4 to try again. If he could only level up to 4, Albert would end up fainting in the bathroom. Of course, choosing to rise at this time actually has another reason. He wants to stir things up. Causing trouble requires strength, and strength is the source of confidence. Increasing magical power is undoubtedly the fastest way to enhance one's own strength. So, Albert was very confident when facing Hertog Dagworth and even wanted to squeeze out some tasks from him, but in the end, he was a bit disappointed. With the increase in magical power, Albert's magical prowess will also become stronger, and learning magic will be faster than before. Moreover, he might even have the opportunity to try searching for the so-called Gryffindor treasure in the Forbidden Forest. As for how much benefit he can gain from this mission, Albert is quite looking forward to it. Stop shaking, you're about to poke someone's eye out. Sana couldn't help but complain. As soon as the words were spoken, a faint orb of light separated from the wand, slowly rising like a firefly, and finally disappearing without a trace. Did I just see that? Shauna rubbed her eyes and murmured. No, it's not my eyes playing tricks on me, I just saw it too. Lee Jordan's mouth dropped in surprise as he looked at Albert. How did you do that? Albert recalled the feeling from just now. It was like, then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, another glowing orb separated from the wand, but like the first, it couldn't be maintained for long and vanished into thin air. I hope it separates from the wand. Albert said softly. However, the orb doesn't seem to be under my control. According to Smith, once the light sphere is released from the wand, it can be easily controlled. According to his will, Albert did not completely succeed, but this is undoubtedly a good start. Now, practice more according to Smith's teachings. I never knew the Lumos spell could be used like this. Sana drew her wand and tried it, but unfortunately, she couldn't succeed. So, she couldn't help but ask, is there any trick to it? At this moment, everyone perked up their ears, afraid of missing the so-called secret. Chapter 184, Terrifying, you mean, the trick? Albert deliberately elongated his voice, pretending to be struggling to think of how to answer the question. After a moment, he finally spoke. The trick is, to put in the same effort as you would for your final exams and practice the spells diligently. Originally, Albert wanted to say cheating, but after thinking it over, he gave up, estimating that no one would understand what cheating meant. At this moment, the expressions on several people's faces froze, thinking they would hear some useful tips, but it turned out to be another prank by Albert. Before they could voice their thoughts, Albert continued, all right. Actually, this is another type of magic, a variant of the wand illumination spell, somewhat like, the leg-locking charm and the full-body bind curse. Of course, this kind of magic is harder to master than the Lumos spell. So, you weren't just shaking your wand earlier. Sana finally understood what was going on. It's just that casting a spell with the tip of the wand glowing gives the illusion that the glowing orb is shaking off from the wand. Of course not. Albert looked speechless, never expecting these people to think like this. Well, I can't deny it, it did look like I was waving my wand around randomly just now. The curiosity of the crowd didn't last long. They might have been interested in the spells Albert was practicing, but not many wanted to learn them. For most students, they not only have to do their homework but also practice the spells taught in class. These two tasks take up a significant amount of their free time, leaving them with no extra time or energy to practice new and more complex spells, especially those spells that one completely doesn't understand and requires a lot of time to learn. Sana was undoubtedly the most efficient student in her year, except for Albert. At least, that's how it is when doing homework, which is related to her having received a Muggle education when she was young. After finishing her homework, Shauna started practicing the duplication spell using notes. That was a spell she learned from Albert. It wasn't very difficult to learn, but to initially master the spell still required a considerable amount of practice. Unlike Shauna's situation, Albert's learning progress is very fast. The light balls he produces are getting bigger and bigger, and they don't extinguish immediately. They can even fly forward for a distance. This kind of visibly rapid progress is truly astonishing, and they all realize that it won't be long before Albert masters this magic. Shauna looked up, staring blankly at the glowing orb floating above her head, her face full of disbelief. Did it really work? Since Albert started practicing until now, it's barely been less than half an hour. No need to be surprised, this is a normal occurrence. Fred casually reassured. Albert must have been practicing secretly, you just didn't know. Albert glanced at the skill panel. The skill had only 65 experience points and hadn't leveled up yet, but the experience gained was already quite impressive. It seems you forgot the meeting time. Someone spoke up, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Katerina had somehow walked up behind Albert, also looking up at the disappearing orb above them, her face bearing a thoughtful expression. By the way, you actually came to remind me. Albert put down his wand, took out a pocket watch from his pocket, opened the cover to check the time, and said, 20 more minutes. Last time, you took me to classroom 21, this time, I'll take you to classroom 17. Katrina turned around, facing away from Albert, and said, consider it even. Of course, they were talking about the Spellbound Club. They both received invitations. In fact, the day after Katrina mentioned that Albert hadn't been invited, he received an invitation from Professor Flitwick. Similar to last year's invitation from Professor McGonagall to the Transfiguration Club, the task panel directly completed a task related to the Charms Club and also rewarded 2,000 experience points. After completing the task, Albert directly upgraded Spell Theory to level 2, so at least when attending the club, he doesn't have to worry about not understanding what Professor Flitwick is saying. Moreover, the 2,000 experience points from the task reward haven't been fully used, there's still a third left. George looked up at the two departing figures and muttered softly, when did their relationship get this good? Geniuses usually have genius friends. Sana scoffed. So what do you think we are? Fred disagreed with her view. Their relationship was quite good, especially a few months ago when Albert ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest to find them. If Albert didn't consider himself a friend, how could he possibly take such a big risk? Roommate. Shauna replied without hesitation. No. George didn't pay much attention to such remarks, waved his index finger, and said jokingly, actually, we're geniuses too. What genius? Lee Keaton couldn't help but joke, a quirky genius. I think it's a troublemaker, to be honest. Sana looked speechlessly at the few people messing around over there, then continued to focus on practicing her duplication spell. She planned to take advantage of this free time at the beginning of the school year to quickly master the spell. I actually think Katrina has it pretty tough. Hard work. She seems to enjoy competing with Albert. That's not a good choice. Fred pulled out a card from his pocket and waved it in front of Shauna. How about a game? Sana didn't even look up and retorted, aren't you supposed to be doing your homework? Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing Fred get scolded, George and Lee Jordan couldn't help but laugh. Actually, they also envy Albert's talent, but as friends and roommates, the three of them are quite aware of Albert's situation. Perhaps he is indeed a genius, but in the unseen places, he also puts in efforts that ordinary people find hard to imagine. In order to master those spells, Albert also needs to spend a lot of time studying and practicing, especially when writing letters to those so-called pen pals. Sending one results in a thick stack, and it even tends to get thicker over time. It's simply a serious anti-wizard act. The three of them had seen the contents inside. The feeling of understanding each word but not the whole when combined was truly terrible. Those things are countless times harder than the homework they do. Albert could actually write several letters a week, and he even received the same number of replies. To them, it was truly terrifying. However, even though it was like this, that guy still looked more relaxed than them. Katrina is a genius, but to the three of them, she's just okay. So, Fred said that it's tough for Katerina to compete with Albert. Sometimes, geniuses are not scary. What's scary is when someone is not only more talented than you but also works harder than you. Because they had long been left in the dust, the three of them felt no jealousy whatsoever. They all realized that they were no longer on the same level as Albert in certain aspects. Pinnacle Chapter 185, Spell Club. On the other side, Albert and Katerina were on their way to the 7th floor, similar to their previous visit to the Transfiguration Club. However, this time, the positions of both sides have switched. No need, just tell me directly where classroom 17 is. Albert saw Katerina about to speak and straightforwardly refused, stuffing back the words she originally intended to say. Are you sure? All right, follow me. Katrina looked at Albert with a hint of resentment, seemingly a bit displeased, but still led him down the corridor. The two stopped in front of a statue of a middle-aged witch. This was the entrance to classroom 17. Alberta Tussle. Katrina introduced Albert. 15th century, champion of the All-England Wizard Duel Tournament. Ancient times. At that time, how many people were there in the whole of England, and how many wizards were there? What do you want to express? Katrina said. People need to think long-term. Albert said, don't be like Tom. Tom. Albert curled his lip and said, my cat. Can you say something that people can understand? Katrina felt that this guy was speaking in riddles, but she couldn't understand what he was trying to convey either. Actually, Albert knows this person, Alberta Tussle, who used the exploding charm to win the competition. As for how to know this name, of course, while searching for information related to the exploding charm, I happened to come across an introduction to Alberta Tussle. Since I have a strong memory, I remembered this name. How do we get in? Albert asked Katrina. Need the password. Password. You don't mean to say, the password is the exploding spell, do you? Albert looked at Katerina with suspicion. You actually know. Katrina was utterly astonished, never expecting Albert to have guessed it. That's really an explosion spell. Albert saw that after he cast the explosion spell, the witch's statue moved aside, revealing the hidden entrance behind it. When he walked in, he discovered that it was actually a spacious classroom inside. The environment here is very similar to the Transformation Club, with the chairs arranged in a semicircle. Albert also met an acquaintance. You can sit wherever you like. Katrina said this and walked toward Isabel, leaving Albert standing at the door. Although it is said so, in reality, there are only 16 chairs. A few people were sizing up Albert, but he paid no attention to their gazes and directly walked to a less crowded spot to sit and wait for the meeting to start. As 3 o'clock approached, the members of the Spell Club gradually gathered. The number of members in the Spell Club was slightly more than that in the Shapeshifting Club, totaling 16 people. Albert also discovered a few acquaintances, including Terence Higgs from Slytherin, the Slytherin reserve seeker who had confronted Albert last semester. He played by the rules, and Albert had a pretty good impression of him. Another one is Gabriel Truman from Hufflepuff. You really were invited too. As soon as Truman entered the classroom, he saw Albert and walked over to greet him with a smile. Professor Flivy isn't going to explain the innovation of spells to us, is he? Albert glanced at the academic journal in Truman's hand and tentatively asked. How did you know? Truman was very surprised. Albert was instantly speechless, feeling that the Spell Club and the Transformation Club were indeed very similar. Don't worry, if you can't find this magazine, you can borrow it from Professor Flitwick. Truman reached out and gently patted Albert's shoulder, comforting him. Besides, most of the time, we're practicing spells. Before 3 o'clock, Professor Fulavy arrived early at classroom 17. He stepped on a chair, stood on a very high chair, and spoke face-to-face with everyone. First of all, we have welcomed a new member. His name is Albert Anderson. When Professor Flivy read out Albert's name, he suddenly let out a scream, and his body exploded, releasing countless fireworks and confetti, startling everyone. The next moment, Professor Flitwick reappeared, and applause immediately filled the entire classroom. Are welcome ceremonies always like this? Albert asked quietly. No, you're special this time. Truman, with a beaming smile, even clapped along with everyone. Professor Flivy lightly clapped his hands twice, drawing everyone's attention, and said, today's topic is the silencing charm. I know you are still quite unfamiliar with the use of the silencing charm. Professor Flitwick continued, this course is basically something you would learn in your 6th year advanced charms class, after everyone had quieted down. Of course, the silence spell isn't actually as difficult as you imagine. What are the benefits of mastering a silence spell? When casting spells, not saying the incantation out loud can achieve a surprising effect. Professor Flitwick asked and answered himself. Some wizards believe that using a silent spell weakens the power of the spell and are unwilling to use it. Professor Flitwick grinned. As everyone knows, that's just those wizards making excuses for themselves. Many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Many wizards find the silent spell really difficult, and that's because when they use the silent spell, their focus and willpower are not concentrated enough. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Professor Flitwick said mysteriously, skilled wizards are usually very good at silent spells, it's one of the essential skills they must have. Now, everyone, try using the magic you are best at, Professor Flitwick said to everyone, don't speak out loud, just silently recite the incantation in your mind. And cheating is pointless, so let's begin. While everyone was practicing, Professor Flighty began to walk around, observing the students who were practicing quietly, occasionally offering a few words of guidance. Albert saw Truman next to him with his mouth tightly closed and felt a bit like laughing. It seemed that Truman was resisting some temptation. Not allowing himself to whisper the spell, Albert concentrated as much as possible, eliminating all external distractions, while silently reciting Lumos in his mind and waving his wand. All right, he succeeded. The situation didn't seem as difficult as he imagined, and Albert wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he did manage to light up his wand without saying a word. Did you succeed? The expression on Truman's face was replaced by astonishment as he stared blankly at Albert, never having imagined that Albert could so easily succeed in using the silent luminosity spell. Although the Lumos spell isn't considered too difficult, there's no doubt it isn't easy to master, especially for younger students. Well, it's not as difficult as I imagined, it just requires practice and more practice. Albert found that he still couldn't use the Lumos spell without speaking. Apex Chapter 186, The Silencing Charm. The next half hour, the members of the Charms Club were all diligently practicing the silent spell, with a few already succeeding in using the spell without uttering a word. Of course, there are also a small number of people who choose to cheat, quietly reciting spells to make others think they have succeeded as well. However, doing this doesn't teach you anything useful. Albert has succeeded several times, but he himself has already realized that it is difficult for him to successfully cast the Lumos spell with just a thought and a flick of his wand. The magical power enhanced by the wizard's bloodline cannot increase the success probability in this aspect, and the silent spell cannot even be found on the skill panel. Silent spells are a type of casting technique, not a charm. To learn and master their use, one needs to practice diligently on their own. This is quite a challenging process. One's own willpower is the key to determining whether a silent spell can succeed. This process requires the user to be highly focused. Some people say that magic is idealism. It's not entirely wrong. Magic is the miracle created by willpower distorting reality. Albert still remembers that in his previous life, he had seen such a statement online, and he personally also tends to agree with this view. From today's perspective, this statement still makes some sense. Albert wasn't sure if his willpower was strong enough, but he felt that if he just put in a bit more effort, he shouldn't be any worse than anyone else. After all, he had successfully used the Lumos spell silently several times. At least, one thing is certain, my situation is much better than that of the friend next to me. Truman's face was already flushed, his mouth tightly closed, looking as if he were constipated. If he bent over slightly, it would look even more so. Why not start by trying simple spells? Albert really couldn't understand the other person's thinking. Everything needs to be done step by step. Trying to become a big fat person in one bite is obviously unrealistic. Doesn't this person next to him understand? Sigh. Truman sighed helplessly, deflating like a punctured balloon. The silencing charm is just too difficult for us right now. After all, it's an advanced 6th grade class, so it's not surprising that it's difficult. Albert nodded in agreement, though he secretly disagreed. After all, he has a cheat code, so naturally, he has confidence. Even without the cheat code, he still has confidence in mastering the silent spell. It just takes a bit more time. Albert is able to understand Truman's thoughts. Once the number of failures becomes too high, it is easy to lose confidence. Without confidence, it becomes even harder to succeed when trying the silent spell. Albert's advantage lies in the fact that he believes he can succeed. Seeing that everyone had practiced enough, Professor Flive spoke up to get everyone's attention. I never expected you to master the silent spell during this meeting. Professor Flitwick said to everyone, today is just a simple attempt. You all must have realized that the silent spell is actually a rather advanced spell casting technique. It can give us an advantage in duels, which is very important. Wizards who master the silent spell can seize the initiative, preventing the opponent from countering your spells. I've already mentioned this once, why do I need to repeat it again? Because this point will definitely be tested. Of course, I think the question you're all more concerned about right now is how to master the silent spell. Professor Flitwick smiled and said, I've noticed that some of you are able to cast spells silently, but you should also have realized that you can't use it proficiently. In silence, you can't use some spells that you aren't quite skilled at. Hit the nail on the head. Everyone listened quietly to Professor Flive, hoping to learn something useful from him. Not all wizards can perform silent spells, I won't deny that, but most wizards can master silent spells after a certain level of training. The difference lies in how well they can apply it. Professor Flitwick looked around at everyone and suddenly asked, "Mr. Anderson, could you share with us the key to your success in using the nonverbal Lumos spell?" Albert was taken aback by the sudden request from Professor Flitwick to speak, as he had never anticipated it. After a moment of silence, he began to summarize. First, you need to concentrate intensely when casting a spell. Second, try with the spells you are most proficient in. Third, believe that you will succeed. That's about it. Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. You need to succeed first to build your confidence. The more difficult the spell, the harder it is to succeed with a silent spell. This is not strange at all, just like wandless magic. When the charms professor talked about wandless magic, he raised his hand and made a few gestures, causing a piece of paper to be levitated and float into the air in front of everyone. Even Professor Dumbledore cannot perform high-level spells without using a wand. Professor Flitwick ignored the floating papers and continued, the silencing charm is simpler than wandless magic, but to apply it to complex spells, it requires not only strong willpower but also a lot of practice. After the Christmas holidays, we will further study the silencing charm, and by then, I hope everyone will have a basic grasp of it. Professor, is it too early for us to be learning the silencing charm? A Hufflepuff student asked. Too early. Professor Flitwick had a strange expression and repeated, as far as I know, African magic students used to perform wandless magic, so, do you think learning the silence spell is too early for you? Everyone exchanged glances and quietly discussed the matter. Students at the African School of Magic can cast spells without wands. Someone incredulously asked, how do those students manage to do that? Because they don't have wands. Naturally, they will use wandless magic. Professor Flitwick said matter-of-factly, of course, learning magic without a wand is more difficult than for us. Now, they all know why Professor Flitwick said that most wizards, after a certain level of training, can master the silencing charm. Africans can master more difficult wandless magic, so why can't they master silent spells? As long as you are willing to take the time to practice, you should be able to initially master the silencing charm. Professor Flitwick continued, I hope you can surprise me by then. After saying this, Professor Flive asked everyone to take out the Innovative Spells magazine, preparing to start the discussion topic for this meeting. Albert's first innovation was temporarily lent to him by Professor Fribble. In the remaining time, everyone continues from the last session to discuss an innovative spell and spell innovation. The transfer student Albert said he was a bit confused by what he was hearing at chapter 187, a delayed mission. The day after receiving the Ministry of Magic's apology letter, Albert quietly went to the room of requirement to retrieve the gold card and send it back to Hedek. After Hertog clarified things for him, keeping the gold card would actually be a hassle. The moment he picked up the gold card, Albert inadvertently glanced in a certain direction, casually tucked the gold card into the pocket of his robe, and slowly walked to the right. His gaze fell on an old cabinet with a bubbling surface. He slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the cabinet, squinting his eyes. There was a half-length statue of a male wizard covered in spots, wearing a dusty old wig on his head, and an ancient, faded crown-like object. Dazed, he stood in front of the old cabinet, and he once again vaguely heard whispers coming from the crown. His raised hand froze in place, then slowly retracted, and he quickly turned and left. After Albert left the wishful thinking house, he stared at the gold card in his hand and murmured softly, this memory should be enough, right? He then placed the gold card in a pre-prepared envelope and sent it to its original owner, Hedek, via the school's owl. As for why it's not your own owl, there's no way around it. Shella is still on her way delivering the letter. Looking at the owl carrying the gold card flying away, Albert took a deep breath. This matter could be considered settled. The originally deceptive Finders Keepers mission was finally completed. While Albert was preparing to accept a mission, he suddenly discovered that an additional mission had appeared on his panel, the struggle of underage wizards. In the past years, the Ministry of Magic's tracking spells have occasionally made mistakes. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures never admits to the Ministry of Magic's mistakes. In your own way, make them realize they were wrong and either apologize or pay the price, showing them that even underage wizards with no power and little say can still express their dissatisfaction in other ways. Reward, 3,000 experience, Dolores Umbridge's favorability. 10. Albert stood outside the owl shed, muttering to himself, how strange, why would this mission trigger at this time? And as soon as it was triggered, the mission was already completed. Could it be because I returned the gold card myself? Albert speculated about the reason in his mind as he walked down the stairs. Just as he returned to the castle and arrived at the hall, he found that new tasks had appeared on his task panel again. The gratitude of the Potion Master with the golden membership card is very important to Potion Master Hedek. He is very pleased that you returned the golden membership card as agreed. and your integrity has been acknowledged by him. Reward, 100 experience, 1 skill point, Hetok's favor +5, randomly obtain a skill from the quest target. Reward item, a bottle of fortune elixir. Just as Albert stepped into the hall, he was taken aback, not expecting that there would be a follow-up to this matter, and that the rewards would be so generous. Originally thought to be a scam, the honesty in returning the money turned out to be just the beginning. However, Albert was still a bit curious about what would have happened if he had returned the gold membership card to Hedek right from the start. Do you get a gallon? Albert had a feeling that usually the more difficult tasks had better rewards. However, this time, I really did come out ahead. I spent so much time and effort on this matter. However, how could Hetty receive her owl's letter so quickly, from the owl shed to here? Even if I daydreamed for a while along the way, it would take at most 10 minutes. Is he nearby? Hedek is waiting for his owl in Hogsmeade. Albert felt that this was the only possibility. It seems that the gold card is even more important than Albert expected. He just casually sighed in his heart and then refocused on the task. Albert didn't plan to claim the reward for the underage wizard's protest right now. Causing Dolores Umbridge to lose favor with him wasn't exactly a good thing. However, he directly accepted the gratitude of the honest finder and the potion master. Then, I found a place to sit in the auditorium, took out the small notebook from my pocket and pretended to look at something, and then started flipping through the skill panel to check the skill rewards I had received from Hertog. This reward is a bit of a scam. The skills you get are purely based on luck. Last time, Truman's mission also had a similar reward. I don't know what it was, but anyway, Albert couldn't find it. When he went through the skill panel, Albert discovered that he had quite a few skills under his belt, most of which were level 1 and 0. Scrolling down the long list of skills, it wasn't easy to find what he was looking for. After carefully flipping through it 3 times in a row, Albert finally discovered an unfamiliar skill called Potion Mastery. Yeah, that's right, the skill is called Potion Mastery. Actually, the reason Albert noticed this skill is that it surprisingly cannot be upgraded with experience. In his impression, the skills that require skill points to upgrade are all quite good. This is indeed an exciting piece of good news. In the auditorium, several Gryffindor students were gathered around Albert, whispering, "What happened to Albert?" Angelina looked at the motionless Albert in confusion and asked the Weasley brothers beside her, could he have been hit by the full body bind curse? While she was speaking, Fred actually snatched the notes from Albert's hand and waved them in front of him, but Albert remained oblivious, like a real-life statue, quietly sitting there, lost in thought. No, he's just zoning out intermittently. George took the small notebook from Fred's hands and turned it upside down in Albert's hands. It looks pretty creepy like this, Angelina mumbled. So, Albert used this notebook to disguise himself. George explained with a smile, he was probably thinking about something important. However, you're right. If you didn't know, seeing this scene would indeed be quite frightening. Even if you do this, he won't react at all. Fred reached out to pull Albert's cheek, but the latter suddenly stood up, his head hitting Fred's chin directly. The pain made Fred cover his chin and squat on the ground, groaning. This time he really hit hard. Fred's face twisted in pain. Angelina's face twitched. To be honest, she was also startled by Albert's sudden movement when he stood up. Lee Keaton shook his head repeatedly and said, "If you don't court death, you won't die." "How do you not know this?" "Fred, still alive?" George asked with schadenfreude. "It hurts so much. Isn't this not dead? We're twins, right?" "Yes." "Then I'll share some of the pain with you." Fred reached out to cover his chin and suddenly swung his fist at his twin brother. "Bastard, you actually ambushed me." The two of them immediately started fighting. Chapter 188, Lucky Potion. In the Great Hall, the twins who were wrestling and playing together elicited a lot of joyful laughter from the crowd. Albert just glanced at them, quietly moved to an empty seat nearby, pretended not to know the two clowns in front of him, flipped over his notebook, and quietly enjoyed the benefits brought by the points he had allocated to Potion Mastery. Lee Jordan glanced at the still frolicking twins, sat down next to Albert, and asked, "What were you just thinking about?" "I returned the gold card. I wonder what Hetop will give me as a reward." Albert flipped through his notebook and casually said, "I'm a bit looking forward to it." "I thought you didn't care about the other person's gratitude." Lee Jordan was very surprised to hear Albert bring this up. In his impression, would Albert really care about other people's gratitude? Obviously not. So, Lee Jordan suddenly came to his senses. This guy was changing the subject. At that moment, a long-eared owl flew over and dropped a small package into Albert's arms. Albert said with a smile, "Look, here it comes." Lee Jordan, just now, Albert was still talking about the thank you gift, and before we knew it, an owl delivered the thank you gift. "What has come?" Angelina also sat down, just in time to hear Albert say something was coming, and casually asked a question. "Thank you gift." Albert shook the package in his hand. He naturally knew what was inside, but he still opened the package on the spot. Inside, there was a folded piece of parchment and a glass vial containing a golden liquid. What is this thing? Seeing the golden liquid in the glass vial, Jordan couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had never seen a potion of this color before. It should be a luck potion. Albert replied without hesitation, it's what you call a luck potion. There are probably about 2 scoops of it inside, and its effects should last the whole day. Fooling agent. The twins, who were originally wrestling with each other, also stopped their playful antics and gathered around, eager to see the legendary luck potion with their own eyes. What is a blessing elixir? Angelina looked at the glass vial containing the golden liquid with confusion and asked, what is this elixir? Is this the legendary luck potion? Fred took the potion from Lee Jordan's hand, examined it closely, and made a drinking gesture. I really want to take a sip and try it. Who gave it to you? George couldn't help but ask. Hertoke. I returned the item to him, this is his reward. Albert simply explained. Really enviable, your luck is already good enough, and with this bottle of luck potion, your luck is going to explode. George took the bottle from Fred, looked at it, then handed it back to Albert, who immediately stuffed the bottle of luck potion into his pocket. Fortune elixirs cannot bring true luck. It can significantly enhance the drinker's various abilities, making their mind active and things go smoothly. Albert read the letter while explaining, to some extent, its effect can also be considered as bringing good luck. Unfortunately, this stuff is toxic if you drink too much of it. Drunk. You still want to drink more. A few people couldn't help but stare at Albert, feeling that this guy was really too bold to even want to drink more. Your luck is already quite good. Being able to receive this bottle of blessing potion as a token of gratitude is itself a very fortunate thing. As a result, this guy actually wants to drink the tonic regularly. This is just a small bottle, right? Angelina reminded. There's no need to drink it all at once, a small sip can last about 2 or 3 hours. And I will make it myself in the future. Albert said, once I finish brewing it, you'll have a chance to try it. Won't I be poisoned to death right away? Lee Jordan clutched his throat, mimicking the look of someone dying from poison. Didn't you say that Felix Felicis is hard to brew? If you mess it up, it could turn into a deadly poison. You have to trust me. Albert said with a smile, if we could have a little every 6 months, life would be better. That's not bad. George muttered, well, I thought you were going to say to sell it for money. Enough, stop always thinking about Gallon. Albert stood up, preparing to put the Felicity potion back in the dormitory. Carrying that thing around, if he accidentally broke it or lost it, he would probably faint crying in the bathroom. By the way, you guys said, can we use the Felix Felicis to find the secret treasure hidden in the Forbidden Forest? Fred whispered about the incident from a few months ago in the empty corridor. Why haven't you given up on this yet? Albert frowned upon hearing this, turned his head to glare at Fred, and warned, have you forgotten that you almost ended up in the belly of an 8-eyed giant spider? Last time, we weren't very lucky. However, this time, you have a luck potion, provided you're well prepared. George also had a thought, and as long as we can learn the spell to deal with spiders, the 3 of us, you 3 bastards, you actually plan to leave me out. Lee Jordan waved his fists in dissatisfaction, so angry he felt like hitting someone. And didn't you say that the treasure map was thrown into the Forbidden Forest by Albert? Without the treasure map's guidance, what will you use to find the secret treasure? You believe Albert's words too? Even if he really did throw the treasure map into the Forbidden Forest, there must be a way to get it back. Fred looked at Lee Jordan with a look of a fool. What kind of look is that? Lee Jordan said discontentedly. The look of a fool. Fred honestly said. Sigh, you've been roommates with Albert for a whole semester, and you still don't understand his personality. George chimed in, what Albert said might be true, but how much of it is actually true remains unknown because he is best at creating so-called facts. I still want to live a few more years, and I don't want to venture into the forest again. What if the 8-eyed giant spider drags me away and eats me? Albert shook his head in refusal. It's already good that you didn't catch them to sell for money. Fred had a look on his face that said, are you kidding me right now? Is the treasure map really still in your hands? Lee Jordan suddenly asked. I already said to throw it in the forest. Albert said. You must have gotten it back. Fred shrugged, just use the levitation charm. I can't. Albert shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he couldn't. In fact, he really can't fly. You can't. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and no one believed his nonsense. When a few people passed the corner, they stopped continuing the topic. Someone was walking toward them from the corner. It was Professor Smith. After Smith saw Albert, he opened his mouth and said, Anderson, I just happen to have something to discuss with you. Is there something going on, Professor Smith? Albert asked. Regarding the research on Bogut, there have already been results. Smith's tone carried a hint of excitement. Come with me, I'll show you the photos. This is a major discovery. How come no one thought of using this method to explore the morphology of Bogut before? See you later. Albert said to his roommate. The three of them exchanged glances, watching Albert and Professor Smith leave, and the conversation turned to the Boggart research that Professor Smith had just mentioned, speculating on what this defense against the dark arts professor had discovered. Albert followed Professor Smith closely, curiously asking, "Did you capture Bogut's entity?" "Yes, I got it." Smith reached out and opened the wooden door, inviting Albert into his office. "I captured Bogart's true form through the camera. It was a constantly swirling mist." Indeed, Bogart itself has no real physical entity. Professor Smith took out several photos from the drawer, and in the photos, there was a constantly swirling mass that looked somewhat like mist. He announced, "I am prepared to publish this significant discovery in the magazine Incredible. Congratulations, Professor Smith," Albert said with a smile. No, also congratulations to you, Anderson, you have a share in this too." Professor Smith said with a smile, "This was your idea. Without you, I would never have discovered this secret. So, I plan to write your name on it as well." "No need, Professor, this is your achievement." Albert shook his head and refused. "If you think you've taken advantage of me, you could teach me some useful spells or alchemy." This. Smith's expression was a bit strange, but he nodded and said, "Your alchemy skills can only be considered average. However, I can offer you some help in this area." "That's really great," Albert said. "It's really a pity that Hogwarts doesn't teach alchemy. This subject requires a higher starting point." Smith explained, "In the UK, not many people value alchemy, and the books about alchemy in the Hogwarts library are not very useful. Generally, you need to wait until you graduate to study it on your own." He suddenly said, "I still plan to put your name on it. Taking credit for someone else's work is not a good idea." Albert was quite surprised, but he no longer rejected Professor Smith's decision. "By the way, I just heard that you guys want to enter the Forbidden Zone. And what about some secret treasure?" Professor Smith suddenly frowned and warned, "This is not a good idea. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, and don't be fooled by some treasure map." I know." Albert nodded. "What did Mr. Wesley say?" Professor Smith asked suspiciously. "Last semester, Fred and George were tricked into the woods by a treasure map. I'll make sure they give up on that idea and won't be fooled again," Albert briefly explained. "That's good." Smith nodded and said, "Although the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest are not dangerous, the deeper parts are very dangerous. Don't foolishly go on an adventure. No matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough to lose." "Got it, then I'll take my leave." Albert greeted Professor Smith and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and asked, "Can I have this photo?" "Of course." Professor Smith didn't refuse. There were several such photos on the table. Albert tucked the photo into the pocket of his robe and turned to leave the office. A secret treasure. Smith watched Albert's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Albert left the office, took a few steps, and saw a guy walking toward him. The other person also glanced in his direction and then, walking to the front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, he raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. "That person seems to be Smith." Albert withdrew his gaze and muttered, "So you do know him. However, it's not surprising to know each other. With the UK being this big, wizards named Smith are probably all relatives." After Albert returned to the common room, he did not find Fred and the other two. He placed the Felix Felicis in a wooden box, then put the box in his own drawer, using the counter curse on it to ensure no one could open the drawer. At least, most students are unable to do it. In the drawer, there are some personal notes, his camera, a previously made protective bracelet, and a treasure map to a secret treasure. Entering the Forbidden Forest, Albert indeed had such thoughts, and now with the blessing agent, the chances of success have increased a bit more. It's just that he doesn't plan to go now. That would be too risky. He must wait until he becomes strong enough that there's no life-threatening danger, before going into exciting adventures. Are certainly interesting, but your life is undoubtedly more important. Just as Albert was about to put the map back in the drawer, the door suddenly opened, and three people walked in laughing, just in time to see Albert holding the map. "See, I told you, that map must still be in Albert's hands." Fred had a look that said, "I told you so." Albert calmly put the map back in the drawer, still casting spells on it. He shrugged and said to a few people, "Don't venture deep into the Forbidden Forest until you're fully prepared. Wait until I'm ready, and then we'll go together." The three of them couldn't help but exchange glances and then burst into laughter. "See, I told you Albert likes adventure too." George patted Albert on the shoulder and said, "When are you going to teach us the spell to deal with spiders? If you want to safely enter and exit the forbidden forest to find treasure, the repelling spider charm won't work." Albert shook his head and said, "Even if you learn that spell, sooner or later you'll be eaten by the spiders." "Why?" Lee Jordan looked puzzled. "Because the best thing about the eight-eyed giant spider is its ambush," Fred explained. "In the forest, once you're successfully ambushed by a giant eight-eyed spider, it's really over." "Then why are you still alive?" Lee Jordan said irritably. "Last time, those big spiders didn't plan to kill us all at once," George explained, "but this time, it's not so certain." Saying this, he pointed at Albert and said, "Last time, when Albert saved us, he took down a huge swarm of eight-eyed giant spiders. I think those big spiders will definitely hold a grudge." "Hold a grudge?" "I've looked up information on the eight-eyed giant spider. They can talk and possess intelligence," Fred explained. "Next time we encounter them, they will probably kill us directly." "It seems you didn't just act on a whim and decide to go into the forbidden forest to die." Albert was somewhat satisfied. If Fred and George were just mindlessly wanting to venture into the forbidden forest, then he would have to think it over carefully. Chapter 189. A potion class full of flavor. On the ceiling of the Great Hall, large clouds were swirling, and a light drizzle was falling from the sky. At the long table of Gryffindor below, Albert, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were huddled together, whispering, with the latest issue of Incredible magazine in front of them. Professor Smith's bog turtle research is featured in this issue of Incredible magazine, and Albert also managed to get a spot at the end of the article. However, that's just how it is. No one would specifically pay attention to this matter. It's like a grain of sand thrown into a lake. It can't even create a ripple. Of this result, though somewhat unexpected, was actually within the realm of possibility. The British magical community is so small, what else could we have expected? What is the significance of such a discovery? George stared at the picture in Incredible magazine, looking at Albert with confusion. Is it to solve a millennium-old mystery? Should I guess? Albert didn't know what to say either. "What are you talking about? A 1,000-year-old unsolved mystery?" Shauna sat down across from a few people and casually asked. "This." Fred handed the magazine Incredible to Shauna, who, after reading it, looked up and stared at Albert in surprise. "You're on the cover of a magazine again." Albert's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject, asking, "Do you have class this afternoon?" "There are 2 potions classes in the afternoon." Shauna asked in confusion. "By the way, why aren't you happy at all?" "If it were me, I would definitely find a way to collect the books and magazines that mentioned me." "I don't have that habit," Albert said. "By the way, I asked a Hufflepuff student at noon, and they said that herbology would teach about herbicides, and they also mentioned there would be unexpected surprises." "Herbicide? It's truly unbelievable. What's wrong?" Several people looked at Albert in confusion, not understanding why he was so surprised. "The smell of the herbicide is nauseating." Albert frowned and said, "Can you imagine what it would be like to mix foul-smelling herbicides in an underground classroom? Shouldn't it be okay?" Everyone started to automatically fill in the blanks upon hearing this. "Probably quite pungent." Albert thought this was likely Snape's twisted sense of humor. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the potion's smell issue. George and the others began discussing whether they could skip the class by taking a leave of absence, while Shauna flipped through magical potions and elixirs, starting to preview the textbook. "You aren't worried at all." Fred admired Shauna's composure. "What's the use of worrying?" Shauna turned her head and retorted. The 3 of them were at a loss for words. "Yeah, since we can't avoid it, what's the point of worrying?" After chatting with Albert for a while and marking a few key points, Shauna suddenly said, "Can you lend me the paper for a bit?" "That's not a problem." Albert took out the parchment from his backpack and handed it to Shauna, who began to read it carefully, comparing it with her own copy, looking for any shortcomings. Since discovering that diligently completing homework can significantly increase experience, Albert's attitude toward homework has become much more serious than before. At least, for the sake of skill experience, I will seriously complete the assignments to speed up the skill upgrade process. "What assignment?" Fred turned his head and asked. "A thesis report on the slime of the Frobber caterpillar," Albert said. Merlin's beard. "I actually forgot about this." Fred's expression froze for a moment, then he stood up in panic. He could easily imagine the scene of himself being locked up by Snape for failing to submit a satisfactory paper. George winked at Fred and said calmly, "I've already finished." "When did you finish it?" Fred's eyes widened. "Last night, I even asked you to stay up with me to finish it." George reminded, "Back then, you said you still had time until noon tomorrow. Now hurry up and copy one." Albert asked Shauna to give her paper to Fred, so he could copy some parts from his own paper, and then piece together some parts from Shauna's paper. A patchwork paper was quickly put together. Fred picked up the quill and began to struggle with the parchment. Before the potions class, Angelina brought some bad news. There's Quidditch practice in the evening, George repeated, but isn't today Hufflepuff's practice time? The teams of the 4 houses at Hogwarts take turns booking the Quidditch pitch, and Gryffindor's practice times have always been on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Charlie said the Hufflepuff team had something come up, so he swapped places with us, Angelina said, looking at Fred, and asked in confusion, what is he doing? Do your homework. Is there enough time? Angelina couldn't help but shake her head. I remember we have potions class soon. There's definitely not enough time. Lee Jordan had a look of schadenfreude on his face. Shut up, I'll definitely make it. Fred, while copying his homework, complained grumpily, can you all be quiet? I can't concentrate. However, Quidditch practice is really tough. We have to go out and train in this terrible weather. Sana looked up at the dark clouds and rain above her, then turned to Albert and suddenly asked, you don't want to join the Quidditch team because of this, do you? Albert noticed many eyes staring at him and helplessly shrugged, saying, I'm very busy, I don't have time to train. It's really strange to hear this coming from you. Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment. I have to read books every day, do homework, practice magic, attend clubs, write letters to others, and occasionally go to other professors' offices to have tea and chat. Albert raised his palm and counted one by one. If I had to attend Quidditch practice as well, even splitting me into 2 wouldn't be enough. Moreover, a person's energy is ultimately limited. No matter how you look at it, you seem to be living more comfortably than we are. Sana looked at Albert suspiciously. I've never seen you busy before. I'm busy every day. This sentence was directly ignored by everyone. By the way, did you succeed with that glowing spell you practiced last time? Shauna asked again. Just barely mastered it. Albert thought about the spell he practiced a while ago. It was already level 1, but just barely level 1. All right. Fred suddenly interrupted their conversation, excitedly waving the parchment in his hand. Can this really work? Sana took the parchment and glanced at it, clearly not believing that this method could fool Snape. Definitely not, but Snape won't say anything either. There are a ton of papers worse than this one by Fred. Albert took the parchment from Shauna's hand, glanced over the essay, and casually picked up a quill to make a few corrections. Before the class bell rang, a few people hurried to Snape's underground classroom. It was even colder here than in the castle above, with a vague chill permeating the air. Of course, that eerie chill might also stem from Snape's gaze from the podium, especially after he had just glanced at the collected homework and his eyes landed directly on Albert. Today, we are going to brew a very common potion, the herbicide. Snape withdrew his gaze and introduced the herbicide to everyone. This potion is used to kill or remove plants and is not for drinking. Of course, I've never seen any fool drink herbicide. As for why, you'll find out soon enough. At that moment, Albert felt a malicious smile creeping at the corner of Snape's mouth. Attention, if you are careless when adding ingredients, during the brewing process it will. So you need to pay attention to your steps, ingredients, and brewing time. Snape explained while using his wand to write on the blackboard the points to note when preparing potions. He turned to everyone and said, you have 1 hour, start. Herbicides initially do not emit a foul smell, but if the ingredients are added to the crucible in a strict order and proportion, during the cooking process, the crucible will start to emit a smell, causing many people to cover their mouths and noses. As Albert said, Snape had them brew a potion that was anything but benign, and soon the potions classroom was filled with a nauseating smell. This is simply killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of our own. Albert took out a handkerchief, wet it with water, covered his mouth and nose, and muttered softly. I really don't understand how Snape can tolerate the smell of the herbicide. Why didn't I learn the bubblehead charm myself? Ah, really disgusting, I feel like throwing up. Fred dry heaved toward his own crucible. Lee Jordan muttered, I guess no one would want to use this thing. Hasn't anyone tried to get rid of this smell? George also imitated Albert, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, while stirring the potion in the crucible clockwise with a ladle. Eliminate the smell. Albert recalled the gains from upgrading the potion and said, adding some crushed daisy roots and nettles might just eliminate this smell. Are you sure? Fred wouldn't dare change the recipe casually. Who knows what might happen if he did? Just try it and you'll know. Albert took out the herbs from his medicine chest and began grinding the 2 ingredients in a specific ratio. Actually, Albert wasn't sure how this would turn out, but his intuition told him that it should work. As for the ratio of the mixture, you'll have to try it yourself. At this moment, the students in the potions classroom were all holding their breath, their faces turning red. They couldn't wait to rush out of the potions classroom and find a place to take deep breaths of fresh air, lest they suffocate to death in there before they could put it into practice. They saw Snape wave his wand and whisk away the terrible smell in the classroom. Although the smell in the classroom is still strong, at least it won't suffocate them. Soon after, Snape silently appeared beside Albert, staring at the potion in the cauldron, and asked, "Anderson, tell me, what is in your cauldron?" "Herbicide, sir," Albert replied. "Then why does your herbicide have such a faint smell?" Snape had already noticed that Albert's herbicide had a very faint smell, as if it had been diluted with water. "Well, before I added 2 drops of flobberworm slime to the cauldron, I also added some other things," Albert explained, "to make the herbicide smell less unpleasant." "Are you trying to say you improved the herbicide?" Snape's tone was light, but it was enough for the students in the classroom to hear clearly. "I think so," Albert said. At this moment, everyone was looking at Albert, starting to whisper among themselves, some unable to stop sneering, ready to watch Albert's joke. "All right, since Anderson thinks he has successfully improved the herbicide, then." Snape waved his wand, and out of nowhere, a flower pot appeared, with some weeds on top. Snape scooped up a ladle of herbicide, diluted it with water, and directly poured the herbicide onto the weeds. A few seconds later, the weeds in the flower pot turned yellow almost visibly, as if they had been exposed to the scorching sun for too long, quickly withering away. Without a doubt, Albert successfully improved the herbicide. Originally, the Slytherin students who wanted to see him make a fool of himself were all wearing incredulous expressions, and some even pinched their friends hard to make sure they weren't dreaming. "Very well." Snape glared fiercely at Albert. "I don't even know who started the applause, but the Gryffindor students also began to clap, and the classroom was filled with applause." "Silence!" Snape shouted loudly. The applause gradually came to a stop. "Gryffindor loses 10 points. Snape said coldly, "Mr. Anderson, it seems you have forgotten that I warned you last semester not to conduct your damned experiments in my potions class." At this moment, the Gryffindor students were all faces of shock, but it was soon replaced by anger. If it were any other professor, adding 20 points wouldn't be excessive, and it's one thing for Snape not to add points, but he actually found an excuse to deduct 10 points from Gryffindor. "I think the main reason people don't like using herbicides is because of the smell." Albert didn't care at all about being deducted points and continued, "An improved herbicide will definitely be well received by everyone. Maybe someone would be willing to pay for this formula." "No one will pay for your formula," Snape sneered repeatedly. "Usually, no one would even use herbicides." "Then, why do we need to learn how to brew this kind of potion?" Shauna raised her hand to ask a question. "Quiet." Snape was very annoyed by the girl's unauthorized question, but he still answered her question. "Sometimes, we use herbicides to deal with some dangerous plants or to clear an area. No one would spray it in the flower bed, that would kill the flowers in the flower bed as well." After Snape announced the end of class, everyone quickly packed their things and hurriedly left the potions classroom, not wanting to linger in the room filled with smells. "Are you really planning to sell the herbicide formula?" Fred felt like he was dreaming right now. "Sell? Why not sell? You should have seen old Bat's face just now." George winked at Albert and said excitedly, he was totally stunned. Climax Chapter 190, The Book of Abraham the Jew. At the end of September, the rainy season continued, the weather grew colder, and the nights became longer. In such weather, Albert enjoys staying by the warm and bright fireplace, sipping a hot drink while flipping through his favorite books. Albert is undoubtedly lucky. The Gryffindor common room is just right for him. At this moment, Albert was sitting in a soft armchair, flipping through the book that Smith had lent him, titled The Book of the Jewish Abraham. This book is very famous. Legend has it that Nicholas Flamel followed its instructions step by step to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone. At first, when Professor Smith lent this book to him, Albert was truly very surprised. He had never imagined that such a book could be so widely circulated. It was really hard to believe. However, what surprised Albert even more was that he actually found the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone in the Book of Abraham the Jew. But aside from Nicholas Flamel, no one else had successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, if it were truly possible to create a Philosopher's Stone, how could it possibly have leaked out? Alchemy recipes are usually closely guarded secrets. People no longer believe in the so-called magical stone remedies in the Book of Abraham of the Jews. As Smith recommending this book to Albert is actually just like when he joined the Quidditch team, just like Charlie recommending him to check out Quidditch through the ages. It's probably the same idea, although it might not yield any results. It's actually quite good for passing the time, and it also allows you to learn about alchemy in the process. The original version of the Book of Abraham the Jew is only 21 pages long, featuring various images, which could be capital letters, coins, Jews, princes, priests, astrologers, philosophers, or some strange illustrations that are hard to decipher. However, this book is not just these, it also contains relevant translations and annotations, but it still requires specialized alchemical terminology to understand. If, for example, this is the page that Albert is looking at right now, one must apply a philosopher's diligent heart, devoting all attention to the sun, moon, and Mercury. Within metals lies a sulfuric soul, known as the fiery sulfur light. If you don't know that in alchemy, the sun represents gold, the moon represents silver, and Mercury represents mercury, it would be quite difficult to understand what this sentence means. There is also a description about alchemy. The sulfur possesses a magical power, it can transform the damp and cold moon into the pure golden color of the sun. But this process requires a spiritual medium. Albert gently closed the book, placed it on his lap, and did not flip through it again. Actually, he has already read it several times and even made a simple translation of the legendary method of creating the Philosopher's Stone using his own understanding and interpretation. Unfortunately, the panel never displayed any skills or quests related to the magic stone. This was within expectations. He still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking he might be able to find a treasure trove through the panel. However, it was clearly a pipe dream. Are you planning to use this thing to fool others again? Lee Jordan shook the parchment between his fingers. He still remembers a few days ago, Albert was translating this old book in the library, which was said to be the alchemical recipe for making the Philosopher's Stone. Then, they believed it, especially after learning what the Philosopher's Stone was. Everyone had a good laugh for a while. There's no way around it. Albert held an old book and focused on studying it for a long time, even telling them about the Book of Abraham and Nicola May, which really did keep them temporarily distracted. It's just that, after they calmed down, they realized that they had been fooled by Albert again. Although Albert innocently claimed that the Book of Abraham the Jew was real and that the formula for the Philosopher's Stone was indeed translated from the book, but, is the alchemical recipe for the Philosopher's Stone in the book also real? Obviously not. Although Albert's book is quite old, it is clearly printed, meaning someone must have printed it. Could the alchemical secrets of the Philosopher's Stone in the Book of Abraham the Jew be real? If it's true, how could there possibly be only one Nicola May over several centuries? That is indeed the alchemical formula for the Philosopher's Stone from the Book of Abraham of the Jews. Albert had an expression that said, "I'm not lying." Yeah, we know this is the precious Philosopher's Stone alchemy recipe. Lee Jordan said impatiently. How about we consider him as treasure? A joyful smile appeared on George's face. Since the last secret treasure, several people have been dedicated to leaving various secret treasures at Hogwarts. This idea is not bad. Fred pulled aside the curtain and looked up at the rain outside. Write another one in French, and then include an English translation. When do we start? Lee Jordan asked. Now. Let's do it another day. George walked over, looked out at the rain, and muttered, why won't the rain stop? How could it be that fast? Albert finished his milk tea and said to Lee Jordan, I have something to do later too. I hate rainy days. They are about to go down for practice. Training in the cold wind and heavy rain is a common occurrence for Quidditch players, but no one likes to practice in such stormy weather. They get soaked all over, are prone to catching colds, and end up covered in mud on the way to the Quidditch pitch. Are you not going together? George turned his head and asked. Unfortunately, I have an appointment with Mr. Smith later. Albert politely declined. He didn't like going out to train in such bad weather. Let's go. The two brothers sighed and walked together toward the exit of the public lounge. Train hard, and next time there's a match, we'll come to cheer for you, Albert said to the two with a smile. Actually, he also knows that there are more new players joining this year, and Charlie's training is very strict, putting a lot of pressure on Fred and George. The training for Quidditch players is really tough. A few minutes later, Albert knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, and there was already a guest inside. It was young Smith. After seeing Albert, the other party slightly frowned, clearly not expecting any guests, and then stood up to take their leave. My nephew and niece are quite talented, but they are a bit arrogant. After the child left, Professor Smith, who was preparing milk tea for Albert, suddenly said, unlike Dumbledore, Rowena Ravenclaw liked to brew her own tea. Regarding other people's matters, Albert also didn't know what to say. The best choice was to remain silent. Thank you, I have already finished reading this book. It's a very fascinating book. After a moment of silence, Albert returned the Book of Abraham to Smith. Indeed, it's quite amazing. Professor Smith took the book, casually placed it on the table, and then handed the brewed milk tea to Albert. Thank you. After chatting for a bit, Smith picked up another book and began explaining the basics of alchemy to Albert. That's right, the basics. However, Albert doesn't lack the basics. What he actually lacks are the alchemical formulas, which are usually closely guarded secrets. Smith quickly discovered the problem as well. Albert already had his own understanding of alchemy, but his current issue was that he didn't know how to use it. Just like a cup of water, sitting there is just a cup of water. You need to add tea leaves or cocoa powder to the water to turn it into a cup of tea, hot cocoa, or even other beverages. This is a bit awkward. Professor Smith has also studied alchemy, but he himself is not considered a master in this field. Although he could teach Albert some things he knows, their relationship isn't really good enough for that yet. I have a rough idea of your situation. Professor Smith directly ended the lecture, re-examining Albert and said, "You are limiting yourself." Limited by oneself. Albert was a bit confused and didn't understand what this sentence meant at first. It should be the amount of knowledge. Professor Smith took a sip of his milk tea and explained, "Alchemy encompasses a wide range of fields, but the knowledge you have learned so far is still insufficient. This directly limits the scope of your thinking, and naturally, you will feel a bit confused and unable to concoct any items." "Can't you teach me?" Albert asked. "Studying the basics is no longer meaningful." Professor Smith shook his head and said, "I remember you know Mr. Broad, right?" "Oh, you mean Professor Broad? We know each other and have been corresponding recently." Albert nodded and said, "Alchemy includes many things." Professor Smith said, "I think what you lack the most right now is knowledge, and that's the biggest problem at the moment. I believe that in another 2 or 3 years, this problem will no longer exist." Wait another 2 or 3 years. Albert was a bit confused. In 2 or 3 years, the flowers would have wilted. "I can write to Mr. Broad to see if we can recommend you to one of my elders together," Professor Smith said. "Senior." Albert suddenly remembered someone. Gerber Smith, the old man we met last time at the cabin by the lake. "By the way, there's also Mr. Sarah Harikais." Professor Smith clapped his hands and continued, "He is also very skilled in alchemy." This. Albert looked completely bewildered. "I'll help you write a recommendation letter," Professor Smith said with a smile. "You first prepare a letter detailing the problems you've encountered in alchemy." Albert nodded. He understood what Professor Smith meant. "I think there will be news soon," Smith said. "Thank you, Professor Smith," Albert said gratefully. "You're welcome," Smith said. He watched Albert's departing figure, the smile on his face fading, replaced by confusion and incomprehension. Introducing Albert to Sarah Harris's and Gerber Smith was not Professor Rowena Smith's intention, but rather an invitation made by Gerber Smith, inviting the young wizard to join them. A genius, and also very talented in alchemy. As long as there are these 2 points, it's actually enough. Although Rowena Smith was somewhat puzzled, she had actually had similar experiences before. However, he always felt something was off. Is it really just because of talent that he's valued? Could it be, like McDougal? But, as far as he knew, Albert was a Muggle wizard. Pinnacle Chapter 191, Hagrid's new pet. At the end of the month, the rain that had been falling for several days finally stopped, and the sky began to clear up. The bright sunshine lifted everyone's gloomy spirits from the past few days. The students who had been cooped up in the castle recently all came out to stretch their legs, and the energetic Weasley brothers were already frolicking with Lee Jordan. Next to the hunting lodge, Hagrid was drying out moldy animal skins. Hearing footsteps approaching, he turned around and greeted the newcomer. "Why do you look so worn out?" "Probably because I've been cooped up in the castle for too long, and beside, the recent academic pressure has been a bit much." Albert bent down, rubbed Yaya's head, took out the dog food he had prepared in advance, and fed it to Yaya. "Look, what did I just hear? You actually saying you have academic pressure?" Hagrid paused his movements, his eyes wide open regarding Albert. Hagrid still knew a bit about him. The famous genius of Hogwarts actually saying he had academic pressure was truly unbelievable. Albert didn't say much either, just waved the boomerang he had made in front of Yaya, then threw it hard. He came over this time just to play with Yaya. Playing with pets can effectively relax one's mood. "This isn't like you. By the way, I just baked some cookies. Want some?" Hagrid took out the other stored items to dry them as well. "Never mind, my teeth aren't as good as yours," Albert flatly declined. "That's really a pity, isn't it?" Hagrid sat on the wooden chair, placed the plate of cookies aside, reached out to grab one, took a bite, and the crisp sound of the cookie could be heard even from a distance. "You have set your standards too high for yourself." "Maybe." Albert took a chocolate toffee from the pocket of his robe, popped it into his mouth, and began to chew slowly. Not long ago, Professor Broad's advice in his letter was to focus. He believes Albert should first focus on one thing, such as the magic text or improving the protective bracelet. Albert understood Professor Broad's meaning. This former defense against the dark arts professor actually hoped he would slow down his pace. Sometimes, by going a bit slower, some obstacles would naturally be overcome. Actually, Albert himself knows why. His ambition was too great. And he encountered a situation similar to Hermione's. However, unlike Hermione, Albert has an external protective mechanism, so his upper limit is actually quite high. But as he learns more and more, plus the matter of alchemy, his energy becomes insufficient, which is why he says he has academic pressure. Actually, it's all trouble that Albert has brought upon himself. This is the consequence of being too greedy. By the way, did you cast a spell on that thing? Watching the boomerang fly back automatically, Hagrid was quite surprised. Well, it's a type of tracking spell. Albert did not deny it. There are indeed many types of tracking spells, each with various uses, and the boomerang effect he created is to bring it back to its owner. Of course, the spell's effect isn't actually strong, the boomerang would automatically return anyway. Its effect is just to give it a little nudge so that the boomerang comes straight back to Albert's hand. What a brilliant spell! Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim, as he himself had no talent for magic. Albert's expression was a bit strange. The last time Fred and George went missing in the Forbidden Forest, he specifically learned this spell. Unfortunately, the drawback of the spell is its short range. It becomes ineffective if the distance is too great. While the two were talking, Yaya chased after the returning boomerang. It didn't understand how this thing could come back on its own. Albert reached out and patted Yaya, then fed it some more food. After that, he threw the boomerang, and Yaya darted out again, chasing after it and running far away. "Hey, Hagrid, do you have a fishing rod?" Albert suddenly asked. "What do you need a fishing rod for?" Hagrid looked at Albert in confusion, getting ready to fish. Relax," Albert said. "Relax? Why don't you ride your broomstick and take a flight around the sky?" Hagrid asked in confusion. "By the way, I heard from Charlie that you didn't join the Quidditch team." "I have a lot on my plate, and if I can't train with the team, then I shouldn't have joined," Albert said frankly. "Also, I fish mainly because I want to eat grilled fish." "So, are you planning to catch one yourself and roast it?" Hagrid couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to comprehend Albert's thinking. "My cooking skills are actually quite good. I have fresh beef here, do you want some?" Hagrid asked. "Your lunch." Albert looked at Hagrid with a bit of surprise but still refused. "If I eat it, what will you eat? You're so small, how much can you eat? Beside, I have plenty over there," Hagrid said dismissively. Saying this, he took Albert to see the beef. There was quite a bit of it, but the appearance was really not great. It hadn't been properly handled. "Can you eat all this by yourself?" Albert stared at the beef in the iron bucket, raising an eyebrow. "I can't, I'll eat some, and then take the rest to the Forbidden Forest to feed." Hagrid suddenly stopped. "Hello, what?" Albert asked curiously. "Dog." Hagrid seemed to be speaking very firmly, as if to strengthen his persuasion. "Dog, don't you already have one?" As soon as Albert finished speaking, there was a loud bang from the wooden door, as if something had crashed into it. When Albert opened the door, he found Yaya lying on the ground, chewing on a boomerang. It had finally caught this cunning little thing. Because the wooden door was temporarily closed, the boomerang that Albert had forgotten about hit the wooden door directly. And that's how Yaya caught it. Truly worthy of being Yaya. Albert gave the dog food to Yaya, tilted his head and asked Hagrid, "Isn't there already one? Although a bit timid, Yaya is still pretty good, right? And what about the dog you mentioned?" "It's been raised in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said awkwardly. "Why keep them in the Forbidden Forest?" Albert reflexively asked, but soon realized there was something wrong with this. He suddenly repeated, "Dogs raised in the Forbidden Forest are very dangerous." "No, Luwei is not dangerous at all," Hagrid hurriedly retorted. "Luwei." Albert repeated it, not knowing why the name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. "Hagrid, I've already warned you more than once, what you call not dangerous is only not dangerous for you," Albert reminded Hagrid once again. "Don't worry, I'll keep it in the Forbidden Forest and won't let it appear in front of the Hogwarts students." Hagrid comforted, knowing that Albert meant well and had followed his advice, so after careful consideration, he kept the Ruwei in the Forbidden Forest. "All right." Albert raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't mind taking me to see your new dog, do you?" "This." Hagrid hesitated. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else," Albert reassured. "You know, I never speak out of turn." "All right." Hagrid finally nodded in agreement. "By the way, do you still want to grill the beef?" "Why not? Just right to marinate it during this time." Albert took out his wand from his pocket, reached in to stir the beef in the iron bucket, and selected the pieces more suitable for roasting. Saying this, he turned his head and looked at him. "By the way, Hagrid, do you want some?" "Yes. Yes." Hagrid watched as Albert used the slicing spell to cut off 2 pieces of beef from the top, then cut them in half again, placed them in a large bowl, and skillfully poured in some beer and seasonings. After a simple massage, he covered the bowl and started marinating. Is this it? The Muggle way of eating? Albert replied without hesitation, I've always thought that Muggles are better at cooking food than wizards. Don't rush to deny it, Muggles know how to enjoy life more than wizards do, even if the British have always been, well, average at cooking. Albert went outside to fetch water to wash his hands, while Hagrid divided the beef into 4 portions, one for his meal today and the other 3 clearly prepared for his dogs. 3 portions. Albert slightly raised his eyebrows, finally remembering what Hagrid's new pet was. A few minutes later, Albert followed Hagrid, who was carrying the iron bucket, as they headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Originally still eating beef, Fawn quickly swallowed the last small piece and hurried to follow the Pinnacle. Chapter 192, The Three-Headed Dog. Fluffy. A few days ago, it had been raining continuously, and the paths in the Forbidden Forest were extremely muddy. Albert, who was following Hagrid, almost fell several times. Hagrid, wait a moment. After almost tripping again, Albert finally spoke up to stop Hagrid. Under Hagrid's puzzled gaze, he walked to the side and picked up a branch for himself. What are you doing with this thing? Hagrid asked. Then, he understood what Albert wanted to do. Under the influence of the transformation spell, the branch was turned into a walking stick for exploring. Now, I kind of understand why adventurers always carry a cane, Albert said to Hagrid with a smile. You look like a little old man like this. Hagrid couldn't help but tease. No, this is what makes it feel like an adventure. Albert didn't care at all about Hagrid's teasing and continued to follow him. While Yaya ran around the two of them, the 2 people and the dog walked a bit further. They were already far from the school, but Albert felt that they hadn't ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. Instead, they were walking around its outskirts. Finally, the 2 stopped in front of a large oak tree. Albert saw a doghouse used for sheltering from the rain in a higher area, if it really was a doghouse. Lu Wei. Hagrid put down the iron bucket, clasped his hands together by his mouth, and shouted toward the front. When Hagrid called out Lu Wei, Albert felt like something was targeting him, and a low, immature growl suddenly came from the right. Step aside, Lu Wei is a bit shy. Hagrid gestured for Albert to step back first, then reached out to grab the shadow that was lunging forward. That was a dog, to be precise, a dog with 3 heads, the three-headed dog Fluffy. Isn't this the three-headed dog that Dumbledore used to guard the Philosopher's Stone? However, Lu Wei is still very small, about the size of a bulldog, and is being held in Hagrid's arms like a baby, struggling desperately to break free from Hagrid's embrace. Lu Wei seems to be very wary of this stranger, Albert. 3 heads, 6 eyes, all staring intently at him. If it weren't still small, Albert felt he might not be able to stand here so calmly. Don't worry, he's Albert, my friend. Hagrid spoke in a tone meant to soothe the child. Albert stared at the Lu Wei in Hagrid's hand, his lips twitching as he asked, Hagrid, is this the dog you raised? Fluffy is quite wary of unfamiliar scents. Hagrid held the 3-headed dog tightly in his arms with his fan-like hands, hugging it so tightly that it couldn't escape. I know. Albert took a few steps back, reached out to pat Yaya's head, and muttered, Yaya is still cuter. No, this little darling is also very cute. Hagrid held Lu Wei closer to Albert, allowing it to smell the scent on Albert. Little baby. Albert felt his face twitching. How old is it? About 5 months or so. Hagrid said uncertainly, I bought it from a Greek bloke at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade about a month and a half ago. I remember Cerberus being a very rare magical creature, right? Albert raised an eyebrow and retorted. That was a smuggler. Hagrid still seemed a bit indignant when he talked about it. Lu Wei looked really bad back then, he could have died at any moment, so that Greek guy didn't want to take the risk and sold him to me at a cheaper price. The Ministry of Magic is still as unreliable as ever. The Ministry of Magic is full of useless people. Hagrid said discontentedly, even if they catch the smugglers, they just get rid of them all. Albert suddenly asked, does Dumbledore know? At that moment, Albert noticed that Hagrid suddenly became flustered to sigh, forget it, let's talk about this later. Albert sighed, he could already see the answer from Hagrid's expression. Can I feed Lewis? He changed the subject. Oh, of course. Hagrid put down Lu Wei and softly reassured, don't be nervous, Lu Wei is just sniffing your scent. Although you say that. Albert reached for his wand, still worried that the Rottweiler might suddenly bite him, even though it was still small. Getting bitten by such a big dog wouldn't feel good. Lu Wei was being led by Hagrid, circling around Albert and sniffing the air. Sometimes, one of its heads would even bare its teeth, but after Hagrid gave it a slap on the head, it settled down again. All right, sit down, sit properly. Hagrid said to Lu Wei. Yaya isn't afraid of the Cerberus? Albert asked curiously, as he fed the 3-headed dog. The creature seemed relatively calm while eating, with each head devouring a portion of beef. He just wondered what it felt like to have a body with 3 heads. They get along well. Hagrid explained. Before the school year started, I kept the Rui in my hut until it fully recovered, and only then did I let it roam here. Although Hagrid used a very long vine to tie up Louis. Hagrid, can I touch it? Albert turned his head and asked. This, should be fine, right? Hagrid said uncertainly. Your behavior really doesn't put me at ease. Albert suppressed his urge to complain and ultimately gave up the idea of petting the 3-headed dog. He just teased the little guy with his cane, took a look at the bite marks on it, and completely gave up on the idea of rubbing the 3-headed dog's head. Isn't it adorable? Hagrid chuckled. Most animals are cuter when they are young. Albert does not deny that if they didn't bite, young 3-headed dogs would actually be quite nice, but, Hagrid, have you ever thought about what we should do when Fluffy grows up? Albert took out all the remaining dog food from his pocket and fed it to the 3-headed dog. The little guy seemed to really like these treats. After Albert fed him, his eyes became much friendlier, at least not as full of vigilance and hostility. This, as far as I know, a 3-headed dog can grow to at least the height of an average adult. Once it is fully grown, it could easily knock me to the ground with one paw and snap my neck. Albert kindly reminded. At most, it will only take a year for its size to no longer be restrained by the vines. Don't worry, I won't let it appear at Hogwarts, and beside, I have a way to easily soothe it. Hagrid confidently patted his chest, casually pulled out a rough-looking flute from his pocket, put it to his lips, and started playing a tune. To everyone's surprise, the creature that had been eating started to get drowsy and soon fell asleep. How did you do it? Although he knew that music could be used to help Roe fall asleep, witnessing this scene firsthand still felt incredible to Albert. This is my secret. Hagrid chuckled proudly. It took me half a month to find this good method. All right. Albert raised an eyebrow and continued. However, as far as I know, in Muggle Greek mythology, there is a 3-headed hellhound named Cerberus. If you want to get past it, you need to lull it to sleep with music. Hagrid was taken aback by Albert's words. He never expected Albert to say such a thing. In fact, the method to control the 3-headed dog was indeed learned from the Greeks. Is there really such a record in the Muggle stories? Yes. Albert affirmed. However, that's not important. You still need to be careful, and beside, I don't think Dumbledore would allow you to keep such a thing. My advice to you is, once you raise Louis, send it back to Greece, or keep it deep in the Forbidden Forest. This. Hagrid's face was full of conflict. Hagrid, I want to pet it. Albert interrupted Hagrid. Can you play the flute to make it sleep? All right. Hagrid nodded in agreement and continued playing the flute, causing the once-awake Lewis to fall back into a deep sleep. Albert immediately stepped forward, raised his hand, and rubbed the heads of the 3 dogs. Unfortunately, he didn't bring a camera, otherwise, taking a photo would have been nice. The brown fur of the 3-headed dog feels quite nice to the touch. Albert raised his hand and alternately rubbed the 3 dog heads, still mumbling softly. Albert also really likes Louis. Hagrid saw this scene and thought to himself. When Albert was satisfied with the tune, Hagrid finally stopped playing the flute. They left secretly while Louis was still eating. Yaya glanced at Louis, then at Hagrid's departing figure, and quickly turned around to catch up. Chapter 193. The alchemist can do anything. Sizzle. On the scorching hot grill, white smoke rises, and the air is filled with the aroma of barbecued meat. A barbecue is taking place outside Hagrid's hut. Albert used tongs to turn the beef on the grill, the slightly marinated steak developing a faint golden crust on the surface. Onions, lemons, and eggs. Hagrid placed the ingredients on the table, picked up a freshly baked slice of bread from the plate and took a bite, his eyes fixed on the steak. Albert was flipping, feeling even hungrier. In the past, Hagrid thought his cooking skills were quite good, but now, it feels like he's just making the food edible. Albert picked up his wand, gave the onion a gentle wave, used the slicing spell to cut it into thin slices, brushed it with sauce, and then placed it down to bake together. The eggs are cracked into a frying pan and cooked until done, then placed on the plate with the grilled steak, accompanied by grilled onion slices, fried eggs, and a big scoop of canned peanuts. A homemade grilled steak is complete. It smells pretty good. It seems like marinating the steak is still necessary. Hagrid couldn't wait to cut himself a big piece of beef, took a bite, and sighed. The main joy actually lies in tasting the food you cook yourself. There is an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Actually, Albert has culinary skills, he just never made a special effort to improve them. After all, at home, he rarely needs to cook for himself except for a few occasions. Albert cut a piece of beef and was about to put it in his mouth when he suddenly heard a familiar scream coming from afar. Wait a minute. Albert had already put the fork in his mouth and turned his head toward the direction of the voice. It was Fred and a few others, jogging over here. You guys are actually grilling steak here. Fred's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hagrid and Albert, who were enjoying their grilled steaks. Of course, Hogwarts also serves steak. It's just that when a few people saw Albert actually grilling steak here, they suddenly felt a bit off balance. The taste is okay. Albert squeezed lemon juice on the steak, took another bite, then looked up and asked, "Weren't you too busy to come over? We came to deliver a letter to you, but we didn't expect to find you hiding here barbecuing." George had a heartbroken expression on his face. "I'm just having a meal here at Hagrid's." Albert took a bite of the roasted onion, speared an egg with his fork and brought it to his mouth, chewing and swallowing before finally asking, "Where's my letter?" "Here you go." George handed the letter to Albert. "Strange, why didn't the owl deliver the letter directly to me?" Albert was somewhat puzzled and reached out to take the letter that George handed over. "Professor Smith asked me to hand this to you," George explained while staring at the cheese-baked potatoes on the grill. "If you want to eat, get it yourself, just don't burn yourself." Hagrid found it a bit amusing and invited the three to sit down and eat. "Albert made it. I didn't even know he was such a good cook." "Professor Smith." Albert nodded in understanding, glanced at the sender, and could roughly guess what was inside. "Are you not going to open it and take a look?" Fred's mouth was stuffed with cheesy baked potatoes. "Oh." Albert thought for a moment and then opened the envelope. It was a letter from Sarah Harris, expressing her willingness to correspond with Albert through letters. In the letter, she also casually introduced 2 books related to alchemy. "What does it say inside?" Lee Jordan asked curiously. "Someone is willing to establish a friendly correspondence with me." Albert stuffed the letter back into his pocket and explained with a smile. "Is it good?" George was more concerned about the taste of the grilled steak. "Not bad," Albert replied, then continued to focus on finishing the food on his plate. After swallowing the baked potato, Fred couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you actually knew how to cook." "Why not?" Albert said, "Do it yourself, and you'll be well fed and clothed. After all, Herbert and Daisy are lawyers, and there are times when they are so busy that they can't take care of them." "The steak is great," Hagrid exclaimed. He had already finished his portion, which was simply too little to satisfy Hagrid's appetite. There were still some slices of toasted bread on the table, paired with bacon and cheese, and a small pot of oatmeal. "If we had known, we should have finished lunch before coming to find you." Fred watched Albert shove the last piece of beef into his mouth and couldn't help but complain. "Exactly, it's time to head back, lunch is almost ready." After George greeted Hagrid, he signaled Fred and Lee Jordan to get up and leave. "Goodbye, Hagrid." Albert greeted Hagrid and then left with the 3 of them. On the way back to the castle, George suddenly asked, "By the way, we just saw you coming out of the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. What are you doing in the Forbidden Forest?" Lee Jordan then asked. "This. I promised Hagrid I wouldn't tell anyone else. If you want to know, go ask Hagrid yourself." Albert knew the 3 wouldn't ask, otherwise, they would have asked him just now, not waited until now to question him. "You actually kept it from us," Fred muttered discontentedly. "I can't help it, who told me to agree to Hagrid first?" Albert shrugged helplessly and said, "All right." The 3 of them had no choice but to stop asking when they realized Albert didn't want to talk. "By the way, isn't the Wizard Card Club meeting happening this afternoon?" Lee Jordan is more concerned about this matter. He is now a staunch supporter of the wizarding card. "Well, let's meet in the auditorium, there aren't many people anyway," Albert said. "I've already created the original cards." Saying this, Albert took out a few cards and handed them to the 3 people. Those were the cards for each of the 4 of them. Fred and George were both dressed in Quidditch team uniforms, holding flying brooms, while Lee Jordan was wearing a wizard's robe, a wizard's hat, and holding a wand. Albert himself was dressed in wizard's robes, holding a book and a wand. "When were these photos taken?" George held his card, examined it closely, and couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" Albert smiled without saying a word. "Are all the cards going to be like this from now on? Finally, it feels a bit more official." Fred took the card, looked at it, and was very pleased with his card. "What about the other cards?" Lee Jordan asked. "I haven't made the other cards yet. Do you really think I have that much time to spend on this?" Albert shrugged. "Besides, I don't have anyone else's photos either. As for what right of portrait, the magical world doesn't have such things. This card, I'll take it." George was about to put his card into his pocket when Albert stopped him. "This won't do, the original cards must stay with me. These will be used as original cards in the future. I will use a transformation spell on them. Once the original cards are modified, The other cards will also change accordingly, Albert explained. Albert explained. Can it really be like this? Fred was very surprised. Well, the Daily Prophet used this spell, didn't you all notice? Albert retorted. Several people shook their heads in unison, although they knew that the content of the Daily Prophet sometimes changed, they had no idea why. Then, how much longer will it take? Who knows? At least wait until I learn the transformation spell first. Albert thought carefully and then said, it is said that it is the level of. I estimate it will take another 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years. Lee Keaton Weekly said, in 2 or 3 years, you will be able to reach level. Although this might sound a bit arrogant, graduating from Hogwarts with excellent grades isn't really that difficult for me. Albert said nonchalantly. You not going to Ravenclaw is truly their great loss. George sighed again. After all, you have a brain like this, don't you? If you can solve more riddles than Katarina, that would be even better. You think too much. Albert glanced at Lee Jordan and said, quite speechlessly, that's impossible. Competing in riddles with someone who solves riddles every day, do you think you can win? Then why did you bet her on guessing riddles? Fred was even more puzzled. I wonder how many riddles there are for the entrance to Ravenclaw, and what the answers to those riddles are. Albert replied without hesitation, in the future, I might be able to sneak into Ravenclaw's common room. I think you'll be kicked out. Fred said. I think so too. George and Lee Jordan agreed. While the four were talking, they had already arrived at the castle. Just as they were about to pass through the foyer, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Ufirki quickly walked over to them. Dirty things. There's dirt every place, I've had enough. Furch pointed at the muddy footprints on the ground and shouted angrily. His eyes bulged, the flesh on his face trembled, looking quite terrifying. I've had enough, setting an example. You four, come with me. Ahem, calm down, Mr. Filch. Albert took out his wand and gently waved it over his muddy footprints and boots. The muddy footprints on the ground disappeared, and the mud on his boots followed suit. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan exchanged glances and each used the Scour Jiffy spell on their own boots. Unfortunately, they found that they couldn't completely clean off the stains on it. How did you do it? George couldn't help but ask. Disappearing spell. Albert waved his wand to finish the cleaning for them, then said to Filch, who was still standing there in a daze, can we go now? Without waiting for Filch to respond, the four of them passed through the foyer and walked into the auditorium, leaving a dazed Filch and the other people ready to watch the show behind. By the time he came to his senses, Albert and the others had already walked far away. Filch was trembling all over, and there were a few students nearby watching the show. Unfortunately, they didn't know the term collateral damage, so 2 unfortunate Hufflepuff students became Filch's scapegoats. They would like to do it like Albert, but unfortunately, neither of them knows how to use the disappearing spell. Climax Chapter 194, The Wizard Card Club. While a few roommates were busy finishing their lunch, Albert was writing a letter to Sarah Harris. The content of the letter is a greeting and an expression of the willingness to correspond with each other. At the end of the letter, Albert briefly introduces his ideas about the magic lamp to Harris. Actually, Albert had tried more than once to store the light orbs in a box, but the result was that the light orbs, having lost their magical power, would automatically dissipate after a short period of time. Regarding the concept of the magic lamp, it was initially based on the dimmer switch. If we could possess the technology to store the light source, we could naturally create a magic lamp. Of course, if you want to create a magic lamp, there are naturally simpler and more straightforward methods. For example, the eternal fire, the ancient elven fire, using goblin fire as a light source, then placing a specially made glass cover over it, allows the goblin fire to provide stable, continuous, and bright white light. As for the switch issue, as long as you make something like a cover, it will be fine to block the light when not in use. Albert just happened to know a way to completely block out the light. In the movie, the Weasley brothers once created a smoke bomb that couldn't let light through. By using its opaque properties, they were able to create an opaque lampshade. However, the vast majority of ideas still remain just notes. Turning hypotheses into reality is truly not an easy task. After Shella took the letter and flew away, Albert returned to the hall. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan had finished lunch and were huddled together studying Albert's magic, the gathering notes, helping to transcribe the names and effects of the cards from them. Across from the three of them, Angelina and Elia were flipping through new cards, discussing whether to ask Albert to help them create original cards. After all, the original cards of the 4 Albert members do look quite good, much better than the cards currently in use. However, isn't it a bit inappropriate to use a photo directly on the wizard card? Angelina also discovered quite a few problems. Although wizard cards are similar to chocolate frog cards, they still feel a bit strange. We can't afford to hire a skilled painter. Albert sat down next to Elia, shaking his head. If we really want to use drawings instead of photos, that would be a long time from now. Of course, Albert had already thought of a backup plan. If the photos were not used later, he would use the paintings instead. Can you draw portraits? George couldn't help but ask. He knew that Albert was knowledgeable about many things, so it didn't seem strange that he claimed he could draw portraits. No, Albert flatly denied it. If there's really such a need, we can pay a Muggle artist to help finish it, and then use magic to do a second touch-up on the painting. Albert's words surprised a few people. They had never thought of using Muggle power to accomplish something. Let's talk about these things later. Albert raised his hand to stop the few who were about to speak but hesitated, signaling them not to worry about it, as it was a matter for a long time in the future. However, the way of thinking of the wizards living in the magical world still leaves him speechless. A few people took turns helping to fill out the cards, making it more efficient, and before long, quite a few new cards were added. Albert has clearly divided the factions again. Currently, only the 4 heads of Hogwarts have different effects, and all players' health points are fixed at 20. Maybe, subconsciously, everyone is currently only using the Gryffindor camp. Do you think if a mysterious person appeared on the wizard card in the future, it would scare everyone? Albert mentioned this in a joking tone. However, he soon noticed that the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. What's wrong? Albert looked around at everyone in confusion. Will the wizard cards feature the cards of the mysterious person? Angelina's tone was slightly uneasy, clearly not thinking this was a good idea. Of course, they will appear, and there will be dark wizard factions in the future. I think the mysterious man is quite suitable. Albert's voice gradually faded, and he finally realized what was going on. Wizards born in the magical world have an instinctive awe and fear of the Dark Lord. They don't see themselves as having an advantage, nor do they see themselves as coming from the Muggle world, and even less do they see themselves as knowing the Dark Lord's weaknesses, knowing that the Dark Lord has no nose after his rebirth. The other people living in the magical world are different from me. They grew up listening to terrifying stories about the Dark Lord and still harbor fear toward him, even though they never personally experienced that period. Wow! Fred suddenly said, aren't you scared at all? I come from the Muggle world. Albert shrugged and explained, this name is no different from an ordinary name to me. You're actually planning to put the mysterious person into the card? By the way, what are you going to do without a photo? Lee Keaton asked curiously. This is very simple. First, create a patch of darkness in the photo, then leave a pair of red eyes, and that's it. Albert blinked and said with a smile, the Dark Mark, the infamous Dark Lord. You just need to make it mysterious and terrifying. Anyway, not many people have actually seen the Dark Lord. It seems to make some sense. George nodded. I said, can you not discuss this matter? Elia couldn't help but complain. For most wizards in the magical world, Voldemort is a taboo. Only these few bastards would bring it up as a joke. Alright, anyway, this matter is still a long way off. Albert reorganized his cards, and with the original number of cards, the types of cards had already exceeded 100. Sana walked over here, looked at the few people huddled together fiddling with the cards on the table, and expressed her doubt. Is this game really that interesting? Well, it's more interesting when a lot of people get together to play. Albert replied, it tests your understanding, combination, and use of the cards. You need to think about how to use strategy to defeat your enemies, rather than just stacking high-star cards like George. Hey, don't use me as a counterexample. George protested unhappily. I think you are the best counterexample. Lee Jordan nodded in agreement. George is now fully committed to his path, and he is trying to devise a strategy that suits him, especially after further refining the cards. This idea might actually become a reality. Hearing Lee Jordan's words, several people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why is your card like this, while the other cards look so rough? Sana pointed at Fred's card and asked in confusion. Well, this card was specially made by Albert a while ago. Don't I look cool on it? Fred said with satisfaction, in the future, other cards will gradually become like this. However, Albert working on the cards alone will be slower. Once we reach his level, we will also help with making the original cards. It feels a bit like a chocolate frog card. Sana took out a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore and compared it with the card. Indeed, we initially drew inspiration from the chocolate frog cards. Albert nodded in acknowledgement. By then, we will also turn all the chocolate frog cards into trading cards. However, for now, we can't do it. Shauna sat nearby, watching Fred and Elia play cards. Fred's skills outmatched the others, and in the end, he emerged victorious. Just like that, we lost. Well, everyone has 20 health points. Albert explained, generally, the side whose health points reach 0 first loses. The usual tactic is to exchange pieces with each other and inflict as much damage as possible. Of course, there are many ways to play wizard cards, but it mainly depends on how the individual plays. Why are all the cards Gryffindors? Davis, who had been watching from the side for a while, couldn't help but ask. Because this card game was just invented not long ago, I've only made the Gryffindor cards for now. Albert explained to Katrina, picked up a card, glanced at its contents, and raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "Are you saying this is a game you invented?" It's a game I invented. Albert explained, "If you're interested, you can have someone else teach you how to play." "Is this the wizard card you mentioned in your last letter?" Truman asked curiously, remembering that Albert had also given him one of his own cards, which had the effect of rush, it could attack immediately upon entering the field. "Yes, if you're interested, you can play around with them." Albert pointed at Fred and the others. "What if I want the card of my own house?" Truman continued to ask, and since he wasn't a Gryffindor student, he naturally hoped to use his own house's cards. "Well, the other cards need time to design." Albert explained, "Of course, you don't need to worry about me being biased. For the sake of fairness and justice in the card game, I won't favor either side when creating the cards, otherwise, it would lose its meaning. I'll go. Who wants to play a game with me?" Katrina reached out to Albert. "Lend me your deck." "I'll play with you." Sana raised an eyebrow and said, "Fred, can I borrow your deck for a moment?" Two newbies start pecking at each other. Although it was their first time encountering the wizard cards, after listening to a brief explanation, the two of them probably already knew how to play. A few minutes later, Katerina lost because she misused the spell cards in the Albert deck, and she lost quite badly. "Is there something wrong with your deck?" Katrina glared at Albert with dissatisfaction. "It's you who can't use my deck." Albert shrugged and said, "There are many ways to play wizard cards, and my deck might be a bit challenging for you." Katerina pouted. She actually knew what was going on. Fred's deck is all about Quidditch, while Albert's deck has a lot of spell cards. It seems like the deck is quite flexible. Truman also noticed the styles of both decks. "Of course," Albert said, "everyone can play in their own style. If you are interested in wizard cards, I also welcome you to join me in perfecting this game." Albert said to the onlookers, "Of course, there aren't actually many people who are genuinely interested. After all, the appearance of the Witcher card is really not that great, it looks far less interesting than other games." Since the last promotion of the Wizarding Card Club, more Hogwarts students have learned about the game. Some students even expressed a desire to have cards exclusive to their own houses and were willing to join the Wizarding Cards Club to help Albert design brand new cards. This is beneficial for the promotion of wizard cards. As long as wizard cards enter other academies, the number of players will surely increase gradually. Albert believes that it won't be long before more and more students come to enjoy this easy-to-learn card game with diverse gameplay and the freedom to design various strategies. The biggest problem with Gwent right now is the number of players. As long as everyone is playing Gwent, others will definitely be curious and join in. Albert believes that the charm of Gwent itself can win everyone over. However, the design and production of the cards are still a hassle. Although Fred, George, and Lee Jordan are doing their best to help him, most of the time Albert still has to do it himself. Speaking of which, there really are quite a few things I need to worry about myself for the design and manufacturing of wizard cards, magical training and homework for various courses, frequent correspondence with other wizards, the weekly routine of borrowing books from the library, ongoing research to improve protective bracelets, no progress in the study of casting spells, using ancient runes, writing articles for today's Transfiguration, academic research in the spell club, occasionally practicing the Patronus charm, and searching for books related to the Brainlock spell in the restricted section. Filch was still brooding over last semester's events, and as soon as the new term began, he intensified the night patrols around the castle. Snape would occasionally help with the patrols, which made Albert completely abandon the idea of wandering around the restricted section in the dead of night. He certainly didn't want to be the next unfortunate soul caught out after curfew. By the way, Gryffindor had already dropped to the bottom after losing 50 points. If I had to say there was any good news lately, it would probably be Albert's small breakthrough in ancient runes. Professor Basita Babbling is indeed an expert in this field. With a high level of proficiency in ancient runes, every Tuesday afternoon, Albert would crash Professor Babbling's advanced ancient runes class and stay after class to discuss ancient runes with Professor Babbling. Not long ago, they had studied, analyzed, and discussed McDougall's Fundamentals of Magic Runes and Advanced Magic Runes, and as a result, Albert's experience with magic runes had grown by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, Albert's magic rune experience has already surpassed level 2. Although Professor Babbling is the ancient runes professor at Hogwarts, she actually does not live in the castle and only has 5 classes a week. The ancient runes advanced class had only 4 students, 2 from Ravenclaw, 1 from Slytherin, 1 from Hufflepuff, plus Albert, who was just dropping by. Originally, Ancient Magic was an elective course for third-year students, and even fewer students could pass the OWLS with good grades. Some students, even if they met the requirements, were not necessarily willing to take the advanced class, directly resulting in only a handful of students in the advanced class. Of course, Ancient Runes isn't the worst. Muggle Studies doesn't even offer advanced classes. As long as you can obtain a good O.W.L.S Muggle Studies certificate, you can work as a Muggle liaison at the Ministry of Magic. As for the advanced classes in divination, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures, the number of students is equally pitiful, and even fewer actually learn anything useful from these advanced classes that they can apply after graduation, after graduating from school. It is common for one's job to not match their field of study. After the class bell rang, a few people greeted each other and then left. Albert didn't leave. He would stay to continue the previous conversation with Professor Babbling. "How do you feel?" Professor Babbling gently asked. "How do you feel?" That's the benefit of being an excellent student. Their relationship was actually quite good. "Not bad, the material covered in class isn't too difficult, I've already grasped most of it." Albert flipped through his notes and said, "You should already have the level of an NEWT." Professor Babbling sighed softly. Although some people have a natural talent for learning ancient magic scripts, talents like Albert's initially left Professor Babbling astounded. "The difficulty is lower than I imagined," Albert said. "NEWT is indeed not that difficult." Professor Babbling explained, "The difficult part is how to advance further in this field after graduating from Hogwarts. We only learn the tip of the iceberg, and those who delve deeply into it like Mr. McDougal are ultimately just a minority." Albert nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that if he couldn't fully understand most of the content from advanced rune studies, it was impossible to draw any conclusions from it. Footsteps echoed outside the corridor of the ancient classroom on the 6th floor, and the door was soon knocked on by someone. Isabel pushed the door open and walked in. She was also skilled in ancient runes, and with her connection to McDougal, Professor Babbling allowed her to participate in this extracurricular exchange. Professor Babbling waved her wand, and a few of everyone's favorite snacks and cookies appeared on the table. This wasn't a serious class, it was a pleasant exchange in a friendly atmosphere. Sitting on the comfortable sofa enjoying afternoon tea, after 2 consecutive classes, Professor Babbling was also a bit tired. The topic of conversation began after the 3 of them finished their first cup of afternoon tea. "The topic we are studying today is rune stones, magic stones, divination. I remember, there seems to be a divination class in the 3rd grade, and it seems like they teach how to use the runestone for divination." Albert looked up at Isabel and asked, "Did you choose the divination class?" However, after Albert saw the change in the other person's expression, he already guessed the answer. Clearly, this Ravenclaw genius was very much like Professor McGonagall, thinking that choosing divination was purely a waste of time. "I don't have that kind of talent." Isabel picked up her teacup, took a sip, glanced at Albert, and said, "Maybe you will. Sybil is skilled in this area, and I even specially invited her to come." Professor Babbling noticed that the two seemed not very interested in runestone divination, so she spoke up. "Runestone divination is an ancient British form of divination. It is said to be quite accurate, but there are very few wizards who truly understand how to interpret it. Fortunately, Sybil has some research in this area." Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he said, "I've heard that divination requires talent, and only a very small number of people possess such talent." According to him, most students choose the divination class purely to pass the time. They don't care whether they can get good grades in OWLS after graduation. Almost no wizards will engage in divination. After all, a fortune teller who can't predict is no different from a fraud, and no one would welcome such a fraud as Sybil Trelawney does indeed have the ability to predict the future, but her ability is uncontrollable and cannot be used like other diviners who can see certain prophetic snippets directly through a crystal ball. Sybil should have such abilities. Professor Babbling wasn't too sure either. She knew that Friend had prophetic abilities. After all, she was the great-granddaughter of the famous diviner Cassandra Trelawney, and prophetic abilities often run in the bloodline. While the 3 were chatting about ancient magic texts, such as the Ni Stone and magic runes, the door to the ancient magic classroom was knocked on again, and the person they had just been discussing appeared outside the door. This was still Albert's first close encounter with Sybil Trelawney. That was a very thin woman, wearing a pair of large glasses, and surprisingly, she had a bunch of chains and beads hanging around her neck. She looked a bit eccentric. Maybe she just didn't want anyone to figure her out. "Oh, Besida, I hope I'm not late." Terry Loney poked his head into the classroom, his gaze landing on Albert and Isabel. "I've mentioned it to you before." Professor Babbling smiled and invited Professor Trelawney into the classroom. Their relationship was indeed quite good. We are studying the divination with the rune stones. I think you could definitely be of great help in this area. After all, you are an expert in this field. Oh, scrying with a crystal ball, this is an ancient art. Nowadays, there are very few wizards who are truly skilled in this form of divination. Trelawney walked in, sat next to Professor Babbling, and casually pulled out a delicate pouch from her pocket. Now, I only briefly mention it in divination class. Predicting the future from tea leaves and crystal balls is simpler for most students, at least they can refer to books to find the answers. Of course, students without the Tayamya talent can only do this in this subject. Professor Trelawney's words aren't entirely wrong. Divination requires talent. Without talent, one cannot make predictions and will only be regarded as a fraud. Receiving no respect, Trelawney opened the delicate bag and poured out the runestones inside. She gently stroked the symbols on them, thanked Professor Babbling, who had brought her the tea, and continued, each symbol on the runestones tells a story and reveals the mysteries of ancient scripts, and can also be used to seek desired outcomes. Albert took a bite of his cookie, quietly listening to Trelawney's ramblings, and then smiled at Isabel, who frequently drank tea. She seemed a bit restless, clearly not believing Trelawney's nonsense. Hold the bag containing the runes in your palm, silently repeat your question in your mind, and you also need to meditate. Trelawney chattered on while putting the runestones back into the bag. Remember, you need to maintain a state of emptiness, follow your instincts to sense the guidance of natural forces, and then take a runestone from the bag and hold it in your palm. Albert and Isabel looked at each other, both able to see the twitching at the corners of each other's mouths. Neither of them said anything. Why not give it a try? Who wants to go first? Professor Babbling said. Lady first. Albert gestured for Isabel to go ahead. No, you go first. Isabel actually doesn't believe in such prophecies. Okay. Albert took the bag containing the runestone, silently repeated the question in his mind, then meditated quietly, trying to keep his thoughts as clear as possible. He reached into the bag and took out the lapis lazuli, placing it in the palm of his hand. What is your question? Trelawney asked. Future financial luck. Albert said without a moment's hesitation. I think you have a real talent for divination. Trelawney walked over to Albert and suddenly said. Thank you. Albert responded politely. It's a positive fihu. Trelawney glanced at the rune stone on Albert's palm, her expression quite peculiar. Fihu itself represents wealth, symbolizing material gains. This means your financial luck is very good. It represents a form of success. As long as you hold on to what you have, you can achieve success and overcome the difficulties encountered along the way. My financial luck has indeed always been quite good. Albert said uncertainly. Put the bag containing the jade stone back and hand it to Isabel. I want to know, will I run into trouble in the near future? Isabel calmly stated her question, then took out a piece of onyx from her bag. The reverse to as rune, Trelawney glanced at Isabel's runestone, is a very clear warning, warning you to be extremely cautious. This is not a good omen. Chapter 196, Similar Prophecies. Albert noticed the change in Isabel's expression and suddenly felt like laughing. After all, he knew some details about Professor Trelawney. This professor predicted the death of a student every year. Predicting that someone will have bad luck isn't really that strange. After all, it's part of the job of the divination done by Professor Trelawney, who was not in a special divination state, can be taken as entertainment and nothing more. There's no need to take it seriously. At this moment, Professor Trelawney had returned to her seat, having somehow procured a book, and began explaining to the three how ancient runes were used in divination and how to interpret the results of prophecies. Professor Babbling sometimes raises questions and sometimes provides additional information. In contrast to Isabel, Albert was listening with great interest. He was considering how to acquire a skill like the rune stone divination for himself. Professor Trelawney's divination might not be reliable, but my own panel skills are quite dependable. Divination skills are actually what Albert wants to learn, but he is interested in crystal ball divination. As for the runestone divination he is currently exposed to, it is purely by chance. If he can master it, that would be great too. After all, no one would complain about having too many skills. There are actually many types of runestones for divination: 1, 3, 5, 6, 7. Professor Trelawney, however, was quite enthusiastic in explaining all the methods of interpreting the runestones to them. Isabel obviously seemed a bit impatient, but she still patiently listened to Trelawney finish speaking, while Albert was daydreaming, checking if there were any additional ancient rune divination skills on the panel. During this period, Professor Trelawney performed 2 more divinations for them, seemingly to prove her identity as a seer. However, Albert's predictions are all about future financial fortune, and as it turns out, his future financial fortune will be quite good. After all, once might be an accident, twice might also be an accident, but 3 times. The probability of it being an accident becomes much smaller, right? Could it be that Professor Trelawney is actually some hidden boss? In contrast to Albert, Isabel is practically a counterexample. All the prophecies are warning him that soon there will be danger, and a choice must be made. In the last divination, Ward, the empty rune, actually appeared. You will encounter difficulties that cannot be changed by human effort. It might come very suddenly, making it impossible for you to grasp. Professor Trelawney was actually quite surprised by herself. She knew her own divination skills well, and she never expected to encounter two people whose readings were so similar 3 times in a row. Although Professor Trelawney was very surprised, she also put on such an expression to make herself appear inscrutable. Without a doubt, you will get into trouble, Trelawney concluded, and it might lean toward your choice. I'm sorry you didn't come to choose my divination class, you have a real talent for it. Albert wanted to laugh after hearing it. What did Isabel just say? I don't have a talent for this. Albert clearly also noticed the expression on Albert's face, turned his head, and ignored him. If you could choose my class, I would be very happy. Trelawney chatted a bit more with Professor Babbling before getting ready to leave. This is my gift to you. Saying this, Professor Trelawney handed the bag of runestones, the cloth for casting the runes, and the book runes divination to Albert, and she said softly, "Good luck to you." Oh, your luck is already quite good, isn't it? Albert was momentarily confused and never thought that Professor Trelawney would give him these things. What does this mean? Thinking he really has a gift for divination, however, Albert scanned the panel skills again but still couldn't find the runestone divination skill. Congratulations, Anderson. After Professor Trelawney left, Isabel teased. Thank you. If I really had the gift of divination, I would set up a stall and read fortunes for people. Albert said with an unchanged expression, but your trouble isn't a problem, right? Even if it's not true 3 times in a row, it's still quite bold. Albert opened the book runestone divination, his face twitching slightly, and handed it to Isabel, saying, divination still depends on talent. The words that Trelawney said were directly taken from above. Albert was not surprised and showed an expression of as expected. Prophecies are actually quite interesting. Albert silently took out a piece of lapis lazuli from his bag and immediately fell into silence. Reverse Iwaz rune. Albert glanced at the runestone in his hand, wondering what he had just intended to measure. Will there be any dangers this semester? This is a very obvious warning, a warning that you must be very careful. This is not a good sign. He remembered Professor Trelawney's words. Is this dangerous? Is the mixture still not well blended? What's wrong with you? Isabel asked. Nothing. Albert sighed and said, I just calculated for myself, this semester will be dangerous. Why do you think you would be in danger? Isabel retorted. After all, a lot happened last semester. Albert said. The 3 of them chatted for a while, each sharing their views on runestone divination. There are very few people who can truly foresee the future. As for the rest of the conversation, no one said anything, but it was clear that everyone understood each other's meaning. All right, let's call it a day. Professor Babbling said to the 2. The 2 of them stood up one after another, preparing to take their leave, when suddenly, Professor Babbling called out to Albert. Mr. Anderson, I have something to discuss with you. Isabel looked at Albert with suspicion and got up to leave. Professor Babbling, is there something on your mind? Albert asked. I'm preparing to publish a book related to ancient magical texts. I've already decided on the title, Advanced Magical Text Translation. Professor Babbling suddenly said. Albert was momentarily taken aback but soon understood Professor Babbling's meaning. Does the other person want to help her finish this book by themselves? Do you want me to help you finish this book? Albert asked uncertainly. Yes. Professor Babbling said, I hope you can join in the editing and revision of this book. Albert opened his mouth, but didn't speak, quietly listening to Professor Babbling finish her words. I hope it can become an important reference book for studying ancient languages like Sumerian. Professor Babbling looked helpless. Previously, I was planning to use Mr. McDougall's Fundamentals of Magic Texts as a reference book, but I found that this book is still too difficult for everyone, so I hope. Actually, Albert also knows that the study of ancient runes is not about magic, but rather leans more toward the literary aspect. In the Ancient Runes class at Hogwarts, the focus is on understanding and translating ancient runes. After graduation, they usually work in areas of ancient magical ruins, somewhat like Muggle archaeologists. If you want to study magic, the starting point is too high, at the newt level or above. Mr. McDougall's Fundamentals of Ancient Runes is incredibly difficult to tackle, even for those wizards who are more proficient in ancient runes, let alone others. Alright, I'll do my best. I'm indeed very good at translating magical texts. Albert nodded in agreement. Although Professor Babbling gave it a fancy name, anyone with eyes could tell what the content was after reading it. That's really great. Professor Babbling was very pleased. She asked Albert for help, of course, knowing about Albert's expertise in translating magical texts. Saying this, she waved her wand, conjured a paper bag out of thin air, and handed it to Albert. When Mr. McDougall published Advanced Magical Studies, I was already conceptualizing this book, Professor Babbling said softly. Professor Babbling said softly, later, I revised some parts. Albert hesitated for a moment and then said, actually, I think it's quite good. I won't let you help me for free. I'll give you half of the money earned from this book, and I'll even write your name on it. Professor Babbling said. There's no need for a name or anything. As for the gallon. Albert was a bit skeptical about whether this thing could sell a few copies, but he didn't say more. After a moment of silence, Albert finally spoke again. I hope to borrow books related to ancient magic texts from the library's restricted section. No problem. Professor Babbling nodded and began searching for parchment and a quill. When leaving the ancient glyphs classroom, Albert held a folder with a somewhat complex expression. In his pocket, he carried Professor Babbling's restricted section signature, which was truly a delightful thing. This way, it will be second place, he murmured. What do you mean second place? A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Albert looked in the direction of the voice and found Isabel standing not far away, staring at him. You're still here. Albert looked at the other person with a bit of surprise. I have something I want to ask you, Isabel said. About the fortune-telling. No, it was your bet with Katerina, Isabel said. Do you want me to give up? I don't know what you want to do, I don't know why you want to do it, but I hope you keep this bet secret and don't let too many people know. Isabel said, I will go and be your witness when the first Quidditch match of the year starts. Sure, I have no objections. Chapter 197, I have a galleon. Placing Katerina's riddle bet during the Quidditch match undoubtedly aimed to prevent others from watching. Perhaps, Isabel had her own considerations, clearly not wanting too many people to know the secrets of entering and exiting Ravenclaw. Although students from other houses can successfully answer the riddle, the likelihood of entering the Ravenclaw common room is very low. Wait a moment. Before Isabel turned to leave, Albert suddenly called out to her. Is there something going on? Isabel stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Albert. Professor Snape has a certain ability, you know. When I make eye contact with him, I feel like he can see right through me. Albert quickly took a few steps and walked side by side with Isabel in the corridor. Do you know what's going on? Why would you think that? Isabel fell silent for a moment and then asked back. I think this must be some kind of magic. Albert said as he walked. In the Muggle world, there's a saying called mind reading. Isabel stopped in her tracks, turned her head to stare at Albert, and asked, do you want to learn this kind of magic? No, I want to find a way to counter him. Albert had a look of helplessness on his face. No one wants their thoughts to be read, especially Professor Snape. To be honest, I hate that feeling of being seen through. Are you referring to the practice of capturing the mind and taking thoughts? So, it really is a kind of magic. Albert showed an expression of I knew it all along. Mind reading can be used for cheating on exams. Isabel also stopped, looked Albert up and down, and suddenly said, of course, you probably don't need to cheat. Is there a way to counter it? Albert immediately followed up, I mean magic that can protect oneself from having one's thoughts understood by others. Brain closure technique, there should be books like this in the restricted section. Isabel stared into Albert's eyes and said coldly, actually, you know, right. What's the matter? Albert's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately averted his gaze, feigning confusion as he asked. About the brain closure technique. Isabel's expression didn't change much, or, the matter of capturing the essence of the mind. Yeah, I found similar statements in the library, but I didn't find any related books. Albert knew he couldn't fool the other person anymore, so he stopped pretending to be clueless, otherwise, he would really become a fool. Albert deeply looked at Albert for a moment, then averted his gaze. I hope to find relevant books. Of course, if you know how to use this kind of magic and are willing to teach me, that would be even better. Albert said with a smile. I can indeed perform brain closure. Isabel said. It really can. Albert just casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect Isabel to actually say she knew this brain closure technique. Albert was silent for a moment, then suddenly thought of a possibility and tentatively asked, did Mr. McDougall teach you? Why do you ask that? Isabel asked nonchalantly, because Albert had guessed correctly. So, I guessed right. Albert said to himself, this Easter, Professor Broad took me to Mr. McDougall's party. Isabel suddenly made a shushing gesture toward him. On the opposite side of the hallway, Someone was walking this way. It was Professor Smith. Although Albert was a bit puzzled, he ultimately didn't say anything more about it. When he turned around, he found Professor Rowena Smith already a few steps away from them. "Good afternoon." Professor Smith greeted the two with a smile, then turned his gaze to Albert. "Have you written them a reply?" "Yes, they just replied to me a few days ago." Albert nodded. "That's good." Professor Smith suddenly asked, "By the way, what were you talking about?" "We're discussing ancient runes." Albert casually explained. "Professor Babbling is preparing to publish a book related to ancient runes and hopes I can help her revise the manuscript on this part. Isabel is also very skilled in ancient runes, so I'm asking her if she's willing to help revise the manuscript." Smith looked at Albert in surprise. He remembered that Mr. McDougall had also asked Albert to do such things, so he was relieved. "My proficiency in ancient magic texts is far inferior to Albert's." Isabel politely declined. "Yeah, that's a good thing," Professor Smith said with a smile. "Once it's done, remember to let me know. I'll go buy a copy to read as well." "I will remember that," Albert said seriously. Saying this, he actually took out a notebook from his pocket and simply noted down the sentence. At this moment, both Isabel and Professor Smith were stunned. They never thought that Albert actually wrote this down. After Professor Smith walked away, the two resumed their previous conversation. "By the way," Albert asked, "can you teach me the brain lock technique?" "Why should I teach you?" Isabel retorted. "I have a gallon," Albert replied without hesitation. "I just started." Isabel wasn't lying. She had learned her brain closing technique during this past summer, just as Albert said, taught by his uncle, Maud McDougall. However, that last statement counts as an agreement, right? "It doesn't matter, I just need you to guide me in," Albert replied without hesitation. "I'll figure out the rest on my own." Saying this, Albert crossed his two index fingers together. "How about this price? You're really wealthy, aren't you?" Isabel said meaningfully. "Learning the phantom apparition also requires a galleon." Albert was indifferent. "Of course, since you're not a regular, I think that price is fair." "Okay, as long as you don't regret it," Isabel agreed. "When does it start?" Albert asked. "Sunday, once a week, in the Metamorphosis Club classroom." Isabel thought for a moment and then reminded, "You shouldn't get your hopes up too much. I'm not good at mind control, and beside, I can't use Ritalin." "No problem," Albert said with a smile. "If you know of any books on brain closure techniques, please let me know." This Advanced Brain Closure Techniques Guide. Isabel hesitated for a moment, then said, "This is a book my uncle gave me to read back then. If you're looking for it, you should be able to find it in the school's restricted section. See you on the weekend." Albert nodded and prepared to turn and leave. "You're not worried that I'm lying to you?" Isabel asked curiously. "Can you?" Albert retorted. "Besides, I have gallon." Isabel's face twitched. She always felt that such words sounded like those of a newly rich person. Of course, she believed Albert's words. After all, how could someone who bet 10 galleons with Katrina possibly be short on galleons? As for making a joke out of this, Isabel thinks this possibility is unlikely. Although the trust between the two is not very high, a significant portion of their social circles now and in the future is destined to overlap. Both Albert and Isabel have actually realized this. Moreover, both of them are geniuses with their own pride, and they would never stoop to such tasteless behavior. Of course, in Isabel's eyes, Albert was just a wealthy fool. She didn't think he could easily master the brain closing technique. However, Isabel clearly didn't know that there was such a thing as cheats in this world. Chapter 198, Plotting Something Again. Friday, 10:15 in the evening, in the Gryffindor common room. Albert was sitting in the armchair by the fireplace, flipping through the advanced magical translation manuscript that the professor had given him a few days ago. Not far away, Angelina, having finished her homework, is playing wizard cards with Elia, while Lee Jordan, who keeps peeking into their game, is doing his astronomy homework under Shauna's guidance. "I won this round." Angelina smiled as she put away the wizard cards and looked at Lee Jordan, who was still doing his homework. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "Why haven't you finished yet? Why not finish your homework seriously first, and then use the remaining time to play?" Elia completely couldn't understand Lee Jordan's way of thinking. Angelina covered a yawn and asked, "Shauna, are you going back to the dorm to rest?" "You guys go back first, I'm almost done." Shauna looked at the button in front of her. She wanted to turn the button into a beetle, but transforming inanimate objects into living beings was far more difficult than turning living beings into inanimate objects. "Then let's head back and rest for now." Elia put the wizard card back in her pocket and linked arms with her friend as they headed back to the dormitory together. Failed again. Sana sighed, looked up at Albert, and asked, "Is there any way or trick?" Practice more. Albert said without hesitation. Sigh, it's those words again. Sana mumbled, what have you been staring at since earlier? The manuscript, the one Professor Babbling asked me to help her revise. After Albert finished marking, he stuffed the manuscript back into the bag. Professor Babbling. Shauna had never heard of this professor's name. Professor Magic Text. Albert reminded. Ancient magic texts. I heard that there's this elective course in the third year. What are you planning to choose? Shauna suddenly asked. Elective course. Lee Jordan asked curiously, what elective course? Divination, care of magical creatures, Muggle studies, ancient runes, arithmancy. Albert quickly listed 5 subjects. I'm ready to choose them all. All of them, do you have enough time? Shauna was very surprised. Enough, there's a way to give me plenty of time. Albert said with a smile. I heard from others that ancient magic scripts are very difficult to learn. Shauna is a bit conflicted about whether to choose ancient magic. Ancient magic scripts are like learning a foreign language. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. I remember you are very good at foreign languages. Lee Jordan looked at Albert, his face full of envy. I remember you also speak French. You just went on vacation to France during the summer. After hesitating for a moment, Shauna spoke up, if it's not too difficult, I would like to choose everything too. What is simpler? Lee Jordan asked. Divination and Muggle studies. Albert replied without hesitation, I heard it's 5 out of 2. Why? Lee Jordan continued to ask. Divination requires talent. Without talent, it's just wasting time, and it doesn't matter if you scribble your homework. Albert picked up his teacup and took a sip of the cold milk tea, saying, as for Muggle studies, I feel that wizards don't understand Muggles. They probably can't even figure out what batteries, televisions, and light bulbs are. Really? Shauna exclaimed in surprise. Do you know what a light bulb is? Albert asked Lee Jordan next to him. Of course I know. Lee Jordan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, my family lives in a Muggle community, but some pure-blood wizards who are completely cut off from the Muggle world might really not know. It's hard to imagine. Shauna was very surprised. It's not hard to imagine. Albert joked, just like my father didn't know how to turn a slug into a potion, just like Fred and George's father didn't know what a rubber duck is for. Rubber, duck. Shauna bit her lip to keep herself from laughing out loud. I remember Albert gave Fred and George a rubber duck during the summer vacation. Lee Jordan also remembered this. You really are. Shauna finally couldn't help but laugh, immediately drawing puzzled looks from many people, absolutely doing this on purpose. By the way, where are Fred and George? Albert looked at Shauna, who was trying to stifle her laughter, speechless. He really couldn't understand what she found so funny. You mean Fred and George, those 2 troublemakers? They went to the kitchen. Lee Jordan thought for a moment and said, they said they were hungry and wanted to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Who are you calling a bastard? The voices of the 2 people came from the entrance of the public lounge. Lee Jordan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Fred and George walking toward him, each holding a pie and eating as they walked. We worked hard to bring you food. They walked over, unable to hold back their complaints. Humph, there's none for you. Cough, cough, you heard it wrong. Lee Jordan cleared his throat and asked, what's good to eat? The people next to them were all trying hard not to laugh out loud. Do you think we're deaf? Humph, go away, there's no pie for you. Fred laughed and scolded as he pushed Jordan away, while George next to him took out a paper bag containing pies from his robe pocket and casually handed the pies inside to Shauna. What kind of pie? Shauna took the greaseproof paper bag and asked curiously. Steak and kidney pie. George said. She took a piece and handed the paper bag to Albert next to her. Albert looked down at the steak and kidney pie in front of him, and to be honest, he didn't have much of an appetite. Give it to Lee Jordan. Albert handed the paper bag to Lee Jordan. Don't give that bastard. Fred and George couldn't help but complain. This is what Albert gave me. Lee Jordan took the oil paper bag, snorted lightly, and said, it's no longer your concern. You rascal. Are you not going to eat? Lee Jordan quickly changed the subject and asked Albert. No, I don't have an appetite. Albert shook his head. How about I share half with you? Shauna said with a smile, it's not good to eat too much at night. Saying this, she actually split the steak and kidney pie in half and shoved one half into Albert's hands. Albert was momentarily speechless. Steak and kidney pie is considered a traditional British dish. I guess, this kind of thing tastes decent when it's freshly made and eaten hot, but once it cools down, the texture isn't as good. It's worse than a completely cold meat bun. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Albert took a bite of the steak and kidney pie. It was a bit salty and had a Somewhat delicate texture. How does it taste? George asked with a smile. I prefer to eat it while it's hot. Albert said. During the idle chatter, the people in the public lounge gradually left, the cold wind made the windows creak, and the fire in the fireplace was almost out. I'll prepare it later. Albert made a sneaky gesture toward the few people who were playing wizard chess. What if we get caught? Lee Jordan was a bit worried. Last time, when William was caught out at night, Professor McGonagall was so angry that she made him clean the chamber pots for several days. I really don't want to get a nickname like Prince of the Chamber Pot. Night Pot Little Prince. In the Muggle world, there's a prince named William. Albert, suppressing a laugh, explained, I remember he only swiped once last year. More than once. Fred said with a laugh. This isn't important. Lee Jordan looked utterly helpless. He was indeed worried about getting caught out at night. Don't worry, we won't get caught. Fred and George exchanged glances, blinked, and said in unison, you have to have faith in Albert. What are you planning to do during your night out? Lee Jordan asked quietly. Go to the restricted section to find a book. Remember Snape's ability to see through others' thoughts. Albert whispered, that is indeed a spell called Legilimency. I plan to go to the library's restricted section to look for books that can counter this spell. When do we leave? Lee Jordan asked excitedly. Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes. I also want to learn this kind of magic. Lee Jordan said excitedly, besides, if we get caught, we'll all be in trouble together, so what's there to be afraid of? No one can catch us. George snorted lightly, but I guess you won't be able to learn that mind-stealing technique either. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Capturing the essence is indeed very difficult. Albert coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on Lee Jordan, causing Fred and George to burst into laughter. Takes a day off. My schedule is messed up, so I'm taking a day off to adjust my sleep time. Is taking a day off currently being typed? Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Chapter 199, Carelessness. Late at night, the windows of Gryffindor Tower were still lit. A few people in the dormitory had not yet gone to bed and were gathered together playing Wizards cards. As the variety of cards increases, the gameplay of Wizard cards has also become more diverse, allowing players greater freedom to express themselves. It's almost time. Albert finished his cup of black tea, glanced at the pocket watch placed beside him, and said to the people next to him, Are you really going? Lee Jordan was still somewhat hesitant. Although he knew about Fred and George's abilities, he still didn't have much confidence. Are you not going? Fred retorted. Go, why not go? Lee Jordan muttered, knowing that Albert and the others had never been caught by Filch while out wandering at night. Come on, I'll give you confidence. George said with a smile. What confidence? Lee Jordan approached with suspicion, but saw George pull out an old piece of parchment and shake it, saying, This is one of our secret weapons. All right, stop messing around, it's time to go. Albert picked up his wand and lightly tapped George on the head. A layer of colorless, transparent film immediately enveloped his entire body. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, George Weasley disappeared. This is our second secret weapon. Fred explained with a smile. What about that secret weapon number 3? Lee Jordan asked curiously. Not telling you. Fred and George said in unison. So, is there a third secret weapon? Albert also used the illusion spell on himself, and after his body disappeared as well, he said to the others, the illusion spell should last for a few hours. I think that should be enough time. Are you excited? Very excited. Fred nudged Lee Jordan with his elbow. I'm George, Lee Jordan is next to me. Indeed, I'm a bit excited. By the way, where are we going? Lee Jordan asked. He was indeed a bit excited. After all, this was his first night outing. That's not right either. Last time, I went out with Albert once, however. That time was to find Fred and George, those two troublemakers. I'm going to the library. You can have Fred and George take you around. We'll meet in that room on the 8th floor. The entrance leads to the lounge. Albert said. What is that room on the 8th floor? Lee Jordan felt that these three guys had not told him a lot of things. You'll find out soon. Albert said. Don't you need help? George asked, looking for that book about the brain. No need, I'm planning to use the summoning charm directly. Albert explained that he had just thought of it. He couldn't use the summoning charm before, but now he could, so finding the book wouldn't be too difficult. In the story, Hermione was able to use the summoning charm to get a book related to the Horcruxes, which indicates that the books in the library can actually be summoned with the charm. Although they are locked with chains, as long as you know where the book is, it's quite simple to unlock the chains. Aren't you the one who couldn't do the levitation charm? Fred looked at Albert with confusion. He still remembered how a month ago, Albert had brought up the fact that he couldn't perform the levitation charm. Of course you can learn it. Albert said with a half smile, this spell is actually quite good, pretty practical. Practical. Fred couldn't help but mutter as he extinguished the dormitory's oil lamp and followed Albert out of the dormitory. The four of them passed through the common lounge, and as they emerged from the entrance, George, who was lagging behind, suddenly said, Filch is patrolling the 5th floor. How do you know? Lee Jordan asked suspiciously. Who's there? Madame Fat looked at the empty corridor and asked. Leave here first. Albert muttered as he stepped forward, heading toward the secret passage leading to the other floors. We'll distract Fairchild for you. Fred's eyes lit up. I brought the big stink bomb. I have super glue here. George is equally eager to try. You are digging your own grave. Lee Jordan muttered. Inflatable screaming inflatable skeleton. Albert handed something to Lee Jordan and reminded the group, don't go too far. We know our limits. George said. We won't let Filch bother you while you're looking for books. Fred's tone was equally excited. During the start of the school year, Filch had been a constant source of trouble for them due to last semester's incidents. I have a feeling the castle will be very lively tonight. Lee Jordan muttered. He still didn't refuse Albert's kindness and stuffed the inflatable screaming skeleton into his pocket. A few people split up at the secret passage on the 6th floor. Albert headed alone to the library, while the Wesley brothers took Lee Jordan to the 4th floor, preparing to play a game of hide-and-seek with Filch. At this moment, Filch, who was patrolling the corridor on the 5th floor, still didn't know that he was already being targeted. Recently, Filch has been in a good mood, especially after catching that Gryffindor student wandering around the castle in the middle of the night. The terrified expression on the student's face when Filch caught him was simply delightful, and putting the student in detention has kept his good mood going until now. However, ever since that incident, those students who dared to sneak out at night have almost disappeared without a trace. I don't know when I'll be able to catch another one. Just as Furchy was thinking this, he suddenly heard something fall to the ground downstairs. He immediately perked up and hurriedly rushed toward the direction of the sound. In fact, George and the others, who had just passed through the secret passage to the 4th floor, accidentally knocked a helmet off an armor onto the ground, creating the noise just now to ensure that they attracted Filch over. This trick is actually very effective, and it has always been very effective. Sure enough, upon hearing the noise, Filch hurriedly made his way to the 4th floor, while Albert stood in the corridor outside the library, watching Filch's hurried departure. Only after Filch was out of sight did he retract his gaze, reach out, push open the wooden door of the library, and step inside. Filch hurriedly carried the oil lamp to the armor corridor, his gaze falling on the armor on the ground. Then he looked up, glanced around, bent down to pick up the helmet, and said softly, hiding, are you? I'll catch you, you little rascal. The next second, Filch was stunned because he discovered that the helmet was somehow stuck to the ground. No matter how much effort he put in, he just couldn't lift the helmet. Is it the peeper, or? Filch held the oil lamp and looked around, suddenly hearing the sound of someone running. Those little bastards. Furchy muttered a curse under his breath, threw down his helmet, stood up, and headed toward the direction of the footsteps. Even if he were a fool, he could guess that someone was deliberately messing with him. However, Filch was not angry. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of students wandering around the castle at night. He was afraid that no one would dare to come out at night. I will catch you. Filch's eyes glinted with a dangerous light in the darkness. He could hardly wait to see the terrified expressions on the students' faces after he caught them. However, Furchy did not know that the footsteps he heard earlier were actually deliberately made by Fred to attract Furchy's attention. The game of cat and mouse has officially been announced to begin. Outsmarting and outmaneuvering Filch was undoubtedly one of Fred and George's greatest pleasures at Hogwarts. They have the Marauder's map in their hands and the disillusionment charm on them. With these two safeguards, getting caught by Filch while wandering around at midnight, non-existent. How thrilling. Do you think Filch will catch up with us by taking a shortcut? Lee Jordan closely followed Fred, quietly conversing with him. Of course, he's taking a shortcut. He probably plans to use the secret passage to get ahead of us and block our way. Take the stairs, lead him further away. Fred, while throwing dung bombs down the corridor, laughed and said, Don't worry, Filch can't stop us. 5th floor, inside the library, Albert had already crossed the rope in front of the restricted section and was walking inside, raising his wand and whispering, Advanced Brain Locking Techniques Guide, come to me. For a moment, there was a creaking sound, and one of the large bookshelves was actually being pulled to one side by a chain. Albert, who was just about to walk over, was stunned and speechless. The next moment, he realized that something was seriously wrong. Spell, stop. He had already seen the Advanced Brain Sealing Techniques Guide that had been summoned by the flying spell, but because the bookshelf had completely tilted, it also knocked over the bookshelf in front of it, like a game of Jenga. With a bang, Albert felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest, the loud noise echoing throughout the entire castle. Albert never expected that the summoning of the flying charm would cause the book to pull the iron lock and even knock over the bookshelf in the process. The flying curse is simply toxic. Return to the way it was. Albert waved his wand, trying to restore the bookshelf and the books to their original state. In fact, his magic worked. The fallen books and the bookshelf began to return to their original form, but Albert didn't dare to linger in the library, immediately bolting for the door, completely forgetting about looking for the Advanced Brain Sealing Techniques guide. Chapter 200, Who's Causing Trouble? Boom. The sound of the bookshelf toppling over was loud enough to wake everyone in the castle. At this moment, the three of them, Fred, who were playing a game of cat and mouse with Filch on the third floor of the castle, were equally startled by the loud noise. They all stopped in their tracks and perked up their ears to listen to the sounds around them. Originally, Furchy, who was still pursuing a few people, also stopped in his tracks, staring in astonishment toward the direction of the sound. The sound seems to be coming from the direction of the fifth floor. Furchy muttered to himself, and he immediately turned around and headed toward the library. What was that noise just now? George couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke up first. Not sure, it might have been Albert. Let's head back to the lounge first. Fred decisively said, hurry back before the noise just now attracts the other professors. Hurry! George whispered urgently, and the three of them began sprinting down the corridor. They had to return to the common room before the professors appeared. Because Albert had once told them that the professors at Hogwarts had the ability to see through the disillusionment charms on them. Running through corridor after corridor, the three of them took the secret passage next to the corridor to the 7th floor. On the way, Lee Jordan asked again, are we heading to the rendezvous point? What about Albert? That guy definitely ran ahead of us. Go directly back to the public lounge. In fact, their actions were quite correct. Shortly after the sound was heard, several professors in the castle were already startled awake by the noise and came over to check the situation. In the corridor, the portraits in the passageway were running back and forth, trying to figure out what was happening. By the time Furchy checked the 5th floor, Albert had already escaped the crime scene, and he was faster than them. Before leaving, Albert made sure to close the library entrance. It is precisely for this reason that Furchy couldn't find the crime scene for a while. He only had a rough idea of where the sound came from, but when he went to check, he found nothing. The culprit behind all this is hurriedly running toward the Gryffindor common room. Albert tried his best not to make a sound, but the people in the painting had already been awakened by the recent noise. After hearing the faint footsteps, they all curiously turned their faces and scrutinized the empty corridor. After going upstairs, Albert walked halfway down the corridor, then lifted a tapestry on the wall and climbed up a narrower staircase, which was a shortcut to the 8th floor. As for Fred and the others, they have the live point map, so they shouldn't get caught. Albert isn't worried at all about their safety. When he arrived near the entrance of the common room, he did not dispel the magic on him and waited here for Fred and the others. A few minutes later, several people hurriedly arrived, looking at Albert, who was still waiting outside for them with confusion, and asked in bewilderment, why aren't you going into the lounge? When we're invisible, Fat Madam won't open the door for us. Albert reminded, follow me, let's go rest in the wish-granting room first. Just in case, let's not be seen. Fred and the other two looked puzzled, but still followed Albert to the wish-granting house. In this situation, they were willing to trust Albert's judgment. After all, Albert's mind was much sharper than theirs, and there must be a reason for his actions. On the other side, Filch was inspecting the library because the recent noise did indeed sound like something collapsing onto the library's bookshelves. However, when Filch entered the library, he did not find any signs of the bookshelves having collapsed. Yes, no, not even in the restricted section. There were still no signs of any bookshelves having collapsed, as if that sound had never occurred. At this moment, Filch knew he had been played. Yes, played, just like that helmet stuck to the floor on the 4th floor, and that damn big turd thrown in the hallway, including the noises here. All of it was someone messing with him. Yes, those are the bastards he was just chasing. Filch has a vague idea of who they are, those two Gryffindor twins. Although there was no solid evidence, Filch had a hunch that they were the ones who did it. Fierce. What happened? Snape, wearing a gray shirt-style nightgown, walked into the library with a gloomy expression. I just heard a noise and came to check it out. I think it was probably some students making trouble on purpose. Filch turned to Snape and whispered, I was just chasing them. There are several students wandering around the castle in the middle of the night, Professor. Students, very well, we will catch them. Snape looked around the library, stepped into the restricted section, and saw no signs of any bookshelves having collapsed. What's going on? Professor McGonagall walked in quickly, wearing a plaid-patterned dressing gown and a hairnet. Her gaze swept sternly across the library, and she clearly thought the recent noise sounded a bit like a bookshelf collapsing. Someone was just in the library, in the restricted section. Filch immediately said, I was just looking for a few students wandering around the school in the dead of night. They should be a group, and they are most likely Gryffindor students. Do you have any evidence? Professor McGonagall frowned and asked. What happened here? Smith, wearing a bronze-colored nightgown, appeared at the door. Is this a pajama party? Someone made a huge noise here, Professor. We suspect it was the students. Several students have been wandering around the school tonight. Filch said in a low voice, as he rarely spoke loudly in front of the professors. Filch, did you just say it was probably a Gryffindor student? Professor McGonagall pressed. Is there any evidence? You can ask the guardian of the Gryffindor entrance. Snape suddenly said. He was more than happy to see Hogwarts students get into trouble and lose points. Yeah, that's a good idea. Filch nodded. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly but ultimately did not object. Several professors made their way to the 8th floor and found the Gryffindor's guardian, the fat lady, at the entrance of Gryffindor. Ma'am, did someone just enter the lounge? Professor McGonagall asked. No, the fat lady said. Did any students leave? Snape asked. Yes. Madam Fat said. Who are they? Filch couldn't wait to ask. I don't know, they've gone invisible. Mrs. Fat said. Just look at who isn't in the dormitory, and you'll know who has just been wandering around the castle. Snape maliciously suggested. This will wake up the students who are sleeping. Professor McGonagall clearly disagrees with this approach. Only upperclassmen are likely to use the disillusionment charm. Professor Smith suddenly reminded, I think, since they haven't entered the common room, they should still be somewhere in the castle. We will find those mischievous students. Smith clearly also disagreed with waking up other students. However, in reality, a significant portion of the students had already been startled awake by the recent noise. I will find them. Filch gritted his teeth. However, Firky and several other professors searched the castle several times, even checking the secret passages, but they found nothing of them. All right, actually, there are two scapegoats. A Ravenclaw girl and a Hufflepuff boy became scapegoats. The couple was actually on a date in a secret passage when they were caught red-handed by Filch, who suddenly barged in. Each was deducted 50 points, but after inquiring, it was clear that they were not the people Filch was looking for. As for the group of Gryffindor students that Filch is looking for, the professors turned the entire castle upside down, yet still found no trace of the Gryffindor students. There's no helping it. Who knew they didn't realize that the 8th floor of the castle had a hidden room called the Room of Requirement. Chapter 201. Gryffindor has no secrets. The next day, Albert and his roommates slept until noon before getting up for lunch. Along the way, they heard many students talking about what happened last night. The noise Albert made in the library woke up many people in the castle. The outcome is predictable. This matter had already spread like wildfire early in the morning. Lee Jordan found it a bit amusing. Albert had told them about it, but he didn't expect that a single spell would knock over the large bookshelf in the library. Just thinking about Albert's frustrated expression last night in the Room of Requirement made Lee Jordan unable to help but laugh. There aren't many things that can make Albert feel frustrated. However, the wish-granting house is really a great place. These guys only told me last night. What a bunch of jerks. This matter seems to have caused quite a stir, doesn't it? Fred couldn't help but exclaim. Eat your food. Albert picked up a fried chicken leg and stuffed it into Fred's mouth. Then he turned to Shauna beside him and asked, Didn't you catch those students who were out at night? Aren't you just pretending not to know? Fred took the drumstick, took a bite, and stifled the urge to complain, rolling his eyes at Albert. Gotcha. Shauna looked up and glanced at Albert, saying softly, a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw student. I heard they were on a date last night. Originally, it was quite a romantic thing, but in the end, Sorry. George couldn't help but chuckle and quickly apologized to the people around. Looked at George, who was trying to hold back his laughter, with confusion and asked, What's wrong with you? Is this really that funny? Originally, going out for a date at night was quite a romantic thing, but that couple clearly became someone's scapegoat. George shook his head and said, I feel sorry for them. You have to blame that bastard who made the noise. Yeah, exactly, we should blame that bastard who made the noise on purpose. Fred agreed, that noise scared me last night too. Cough cough. Lee Jordan, who had just taken a big bite of bread, was choked by these words and kept coughing. After gulping down a large sip of water, he finally managed to ask, I just heard someone say that the noise came from the library, but nothing happened in the library. Really strange, isn't it? Fred muttered, Do you think this could be the work of Peeves? Actually, the three of them really admired Albert. This guy made a mess of the library with just one spell. Before leaving, he even restored the place to its original state. What made a few of them want to complain even more was that Albert even remembered to close the library door, leaving others completely confused about what had happened. How did I hear that it was a Gryffindor student who did it? Albert swallowed his food and muttered, the professors have all gone to ask the fat lady. Yeah, I was in the common lounge at the time, and many people gathered around to eavesdrop, but no one knew who did it. According to Professor Smith, it should be a senior student from the academy. After Sana finished speaking, she looked suspiciously at the four somewhat unusual guys, her expression suddenly becoming strange. She asked, why did you all wake up so late today? Albert said, last night, we played wizard cards too late. I have won the most times. Fred proudly lifted his chin. Of course, he wasn't wrong, because they only played 3 games, and Fred won 2 of them. Could it be that it was you 4 last night? Sana suddenly asked in a low voice. Angelina, sitting next to her, looked up in shock, staring at the group in front of her. Neither denied nor admitted. The atmosphere around them suddenly became a bit strange, with Albert and the others engrossed in their meals, as if they had been starving for a long time. Really? Angelina asked tentatively. Fred's mouth was stuffed with food, and he mumbled indistinctly, who knows? Are there any owls today? I mean my owls. Albert changed the subject, he gets owls almost every week. Oh, here it is. Shauna pulled out 2 letters from her robe and handed them to Albert, saying, I always thought you were quite diligent about receiving letters. There's no way around it, having many pen pals is just like this. Albert took the envelope, glanced at the sender's name, shrugged, and said, I've been pretty busy lately. I'm heading to the library soon to finish my homework and borrow a few books. The library is temporarily closed today and will officially open to the public tomorrow. Percy, holding a plate, stopped behind a few people and, with a scrutinizing gaze, said to the twins and others, I heard that Mrs. Pants plans to inspect the library's collection. Yeah, it must be really tough. By the way, about what happened last night, it wasn't the senior students in the academy who did it. Percy suddenly said, I just heard someone say that none of the senior students went out for a night stroll last night. Oh, who did that? George retorted. I don't know, everyone is very curious about who did it. Percy muttered, I heard that last night Filch almost turned the castle upside down, and still couldn't catch those students who were out at night. That's really a pity, isn't it? Fred shrugged his shoulders. Where were you last night? Percy suddenly asked. Of course, it was in bed. George couldn't help but roll his eyes. We played wizard cards until very late, then talked for a while about wizard cards before going to sleep. By the way, do you want to join the Wizard Card Club? What club? Percy was taken aback for a moment and didn't respond right away. The Wizard Card Club. Fred pulled out a wizard card, waved it in front of Percy with a smile, and said, Want to join? This is really strange. Charlie muttered. What's going on? Percy looked at his second brother. How come no one knows who went out for a night stroll last night? Are you planning to report those students who were out at night? After swallowing his food, George couldn't help but mock himself, saying, those students weren't caught by the professors, but they were already harmed by you guys. Charlie had a black line on his head, although George's words weren't actually wrong. After all, Gryffindor has no secrets. Could it be you two? Percy cast a suspicious glance at Fred and George, as if his 2 younger brothers were the kind of guys who would do such a thing. Last night, we were discussing the content of the wizard card, right? By the way, Percy, you don't mind us making a card for you, do you? George asked maliciously. No, Percy flatly refused. Actually, I already have your card, I made it in secret. Fred smiled maliciously. What's wrong? Next to him, Lee Keaton saw Albert frowning and asked. Nothing, just some trivial matters. Albert folded the letter neatly and put it in his pocket. Your expression doesn't look like everything's fine. Jordan mumbled, but Albert didn't want to say anything, so he didn't ask again. Among the 2 letters Sana handed to him, one was written by Isabel. In the letter, she mentioned that the time for teaching the brain closure technique had been moved up. Originally, Albert planned to finish reading the advanced guide to brain closure techniques before going to find her advanced brain closure techniques. So sure enough, Albert really got himself into trouble last night. If I had known, I should have taken the risk to bring the advanced brain closure guide with me. I'm leaving first, I have an appointment later. After Albert finished the food on his plate, he got up and prepared to return to his dormitory to pay for the brain closure technique. Isabel. Sana suddenly said. You actually know that Ravenclaw genius too? Percy looked at Albert with considerable surprise. Yeah, the same club. Albert said. Same club? Sana asked back with a somewhat strange tone. Alright, with both clubs. Albert shrugged his shoulders and got up to leave. Pinnacle Chapter 202 The Brain Locking Spell. Before returning to the dormitory, Albert first went to the library to see what was going on there. After all, this matter was caused by himself, so naturally, he should pay attention to the subsequent developments. Passing by the library, he noticed several students around him peering into the library, seemingly curious about what was happening inside. What's going on? Albert walked over to ask a student who was watching nearby. Not clear. Mrs. Pants is inventorying the books in the restricted section. A girl gossiped, I heard that someone took several books from the restricted section. The books in the restricted section are all quite dangerous. Someone nearby leaned in and joined the conversation. Albert didn't stay to continue mingling. This matter had nothing to do with him. He had returned all the books he had borrowed from the restricted section. Back at the dormitory, Albert directly took out 10 galleons from the compartment of his suitcase and placed them into the money pouch created by his transfiguration. If 10 galleons can teach Albert the brain closure technique, then this money is definitely worth spending. Before mastering the brain closing technique, Albert would never reveal the matter of the crown to Dumbledore. When Albert arrived at the Transformation Club's classroom number 17, he found Isabel had already arrived early. She was sitting in her armchair, flipping through the latest issue of today's Transformation. You sure are punctual, the girl said without looking up. Keeping time is a virtue. Albert took a pouch of money from the pocket of his robe and handed it to Isabel, the agreed tuition fee. I think we can get started. Isabel closed the magazine, looked up at the money bag handed to her, reached out to take it, put it in her pocket, and nodded, saying, Let's get started. Are you not going to check it? Albert, with a half smile, reminded, Who knows, maybe it's not a gallon inside, but Nate. Isabel's expression stiffened, she glanced up at Albert, and then, under his gaze, she took out her coin pouch and pulled out a Nat, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Isabel realized she had been teased by the other person. What a truly wicked character. Sorry, I was just joking. Albert couldn't hide the smile on his face. He had just seen a moment of astonishment on Isabel's face. As saying this, Albert took another pouch from his pocket and handed it to Isabel. As for the 10 Nat he had just given, he had no intention of asking for them back. After receiving it, the latter opened it and looked at the gallons inside. This time, it was real gallons. I think you must have already read the advanced guide to brain sealing techniques, right? Isabel put the pouch into her pocket and said meaningfully, I think you must have sneaked into the library's restricted section last night and borrowed that book. Isabel bluntly pointed out that Albert was the mastermind behind last night's riot. No, I haven't had the chance to borrow the advanced guide to brainlock from the library yet. Albert also straightforwardly denied this matter. Alright, brain closure is actually a type of magic that can prevent the mind from being invaded and influenced by other magic. Generally, wizards who are skilled in using brain closure are also adept at mind reading. Isabel completely disregarded Albert's denial of the matter, pulled 2 armchairs closer, and had Albert sit directly opposite him. They were only 3 feet apart, and Albert could even feel Isabel's heartbeat and breathing. He openly scrutinized the Ravenclaw genius in front of him. She was a very beautiful red-haired girl, but her demeanor was a bit cold, or rather, proud. However, geniuses are all like this. Albert also understands it. Some wizards are extremely skilled at legilimency. Isabel noticed Albert's scrutinizing gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, continuing, they can usually easily tell if you're lying. Professor Snape is the best example. He can always tell if someone is lying to him. Only wizards skilled in brain closure techniques can seal off the feelings and memories that contradict the lie, allowing them to lie in front of a skilled legilimens without being detected. Obviously, you're not a very skilled thought catcher, are you? Albert blinked and casually made another harmless joke. Yes, I'm not exactly a skilled thought catcher. Isabel straightforwardly admitted, continuing, there's one thing you must know. Eye contact is often crucial for capturing the essence of the god, so, look into my eyes. Albert suddenly had a bad feeling. It seems you are not entirely ignorant about the techniques of mind absorption and brain sealing. Isabel fell silent for a moment before speaking. You just used it, right? Albert suddenly said. Yes. Isabel said, I just used the mind's eye to open a window in your mind and extract the feelings and memories I needed from within. The minds of ordinary wizards are completely defenseless against a telepath. Of course, wanting to learn it is not an easy task. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Albert averted his gaze, a malicious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Even if you flatter me, it's useless. Isabel instinctively said, also, whether I will age prematurely has nothing to do with you. As expected, I was seen through directly. Albert looked at Isabel in surprise and continued, it seems that your ability to capture the essence of the gods is not as bad as you said. What an annoying guy, put away your boring tests. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Isabel's eyes. She had already realized that Albert's earlier words were meant to test her. No matter which woman it is, they all care a lot about their appearance. And this guy in front of me clearly knows this well and is using it to test my level of skill in mind control. Alright, I'm going to enter your brain and see how strong your resistance is. Isabel raised her wand and reminded him, you need to clear your mind, cast aside all emotions, and try your best to prevent me from invading your brain. I know. Albert mumbled. Ready, 3, 2, 1, capture the spirit and take the thought. Isabel made her move. Although Albert had mentally prepared himself in advance, he was still caught off guard by the moment the spell was cast. The classroom swayed and disappeared before Albert's eyes, and scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. When he was 6 years old, Albert rode the new bicycle his parents gave him in the park. When he was 8, Albert was sitting on the sofa, telling fairy tales to his sister. Albert was quite intrigued by this feeling. He was well aware that Isabel was sifting through her own memories. After a moment, Albert began to try to stop her from invading his brain and consciously recalled the economics and mathematics books he had read, preparing to use these memories to contain her and expel the gradually deepening sensation that was rummaging through his memories from his brain. You succeeded. Isabel's tone carried a hint of astonishment. She had never expected Albert to successfully resist her mind-controlling suggestion. Especially, she also noticed that as she pushed her thoughts out, she saw Albert subconsciously creating a maze to intercept her probing of his brain. This feeling, it feels really strange, not good at all. Albert's breathing was a bit rapid. He found himself back in the Transformation Club classroom again. Let me take a break. Albert took a piece of chocolate out of his pocket, took a bite, and instinctively asked, do you want some? Isabel glanced at the bitten chocolate, her lips twitching slightly, but she still didn't refuse Albert's kindness. She took the chocolate and broke off a piece from the unbitten side. You did very well, much better than my first attempt. Isabel continued, now, you need to focus and use your mind to resist my intrusion. After all, having received someone else's galleon, Isabel naturally still needs to do this job well. I know what I should do. Albert casually brushed it off. He began to try checking the skill panel, but unfortunately, the brain closure technique still didn't appear. It seems that I need to try a few more times. Although it was expected, it was still quite frustrating. Even though Albert didn't mind people seeing some childhood memories, he still felt a bit annoyed inside. Eliminate distractions, focus your mind, cast aside all emotions. Isabel reminded, I'm about to start. Wait. Albert suddenly raised his hand to stop the other from casting a spell. Is there anything else? Isabel's arm paused, looking at Albert with confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do. On the cushion. Albert moved the armchair away, took a cushion and placed it on the carpet, then sat cross-legged on the cushion, relaxed his body, and tried to enter a meditative state. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, focus and capture. Isabel cast the spell again. When he was 9, Albert was in the kitchen helping his family make Nia's birthday cake. At this moment, he was trying his best to clear his mind, focusing all his attention on expelling Isabel's thoughts, and the images in his mind gradually faded away. Albert suddenly opened his eyes and saw a momentary look of astonishment on Isabel's face. Yes, even Isabel never thought that Albert could master the brain sealing technique so quickly and resist his own invasion. You did it. Isabel suddenly said, I have nothing more to teach you. Saying this, she prepared to get up and leave, but Albert reached out and grabbed Isabel's arm. Albert had just gone through the panel skills again, and the brain closure technique still hadn't appeared. Robbing money isn't done like this. Albert looked at Isabel with a somewhat helpless expression. I feel like I haven't successfully mastered the brain closure technique. Let's talk about the things to pay attention to when practicing brain closure and mind absorption techniques. I've been so sincere, you should at least show a bit of sincerity too. All right. Isabel thought for a moment and agreed. It was unclear whether she realized she had been too troublesome or if it was for some other reason, but she began explaining her understanding and application of the brain closure technique and the mind capture technique to Albert. The conversation between the two about brain closure techniques lasted for about half an hour. Isabel is truly a genius. Even though she has only recently come into contact with the brain closure technique, she still has her own unique insights into this magic. After listening to Isabel's explanation and trying several times in succession, Albert finally discovered that the brain closure skill had appeared on his skill panel. Looking at the brain closure skill on the skill panel, Albert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he had spent a gallon and still hadn't learned it, that would have been a disaster. Leveling up the brain sealing technique to level 2, Albert closed his eyes to feel the changes brought by the skill upgrade. When Albert reopened his eyes, they had become somewhat hollow. When noticing Albert's change, Isabel couldn't help but frown slightly. I think our deal is done. Isabel spoke up. She stood up, preparing to leave, when Albert reached out and pulled her back. Chapter 203. The patroness charm. Isabel's gaze fell on the wrist that had been grabbed, then she looked up at Albert, frowning and asking, "Is there anything else?" "Sorry." Albert awkwardly released Isabel's hand and honestly said, "I want to learn the mind's eye. I remember our agreement, I teach you the brain closure technique." Isabel, after Albert let go, didn't rush to leave either. "In fact, I've already taught you, and you've already learned the brain closure technique, haven't you?" Isabel stared at Albert and retorted, "Or do you think the tuition is too expensive?" "Alright, I admit it, I was being greedy. However, such opportunities are rare, and I don't want to give up the chance to learn the mind-reading spell. I can give you another galleon, or..." Albert originally intended to say he owed you a favor. However, in Europe, the concept of owing favors isn't popular, so I didn't go down that route. "Or what?" Isabel asked curiously. After Albert mastered the brain closure technique, she could no longer read Albert's thoughts. To be honest, Albert's ability to master the brain closure technique in such a short time truly astonished Isabel. Maybe, this is what they call genius. As Isabel was feeling emotional, a ridiculous thought suddenly crossed her mind. Isabel's expression suddenly became very strange. Could it be that this guy had already learned the brain closure technique in advance? Although this is not impossible, what is the other party's intention in doing this? Isabel couldn't help but think in a certain direction, and her expression when looking at Albert became even more peculiar. Although Albert is in the same grade as his sister Katrina, it is not hard to see that her thinking and ideas have already matured. Some other ideas are not impossible either. "Do you want me to teach you how to capture the mind and spirit?" Isabel asked. "Well, I've already mastered the brain sealing technique, so learning the mind capture technique shouldn't be too difficult." Albert's expression suddenly became a bit stiff. There was no helping it, Isabel's earlier gaze at him was very strange. "January 13th, my birthday." Isabel agreed. "January 13th. I got it." Albert took out a notebook from his pocket, noted Isabel's birthday, and planned to prepare a birthday gift for her as a reward for the divine inspiration. However, it actually turned out to be a birthday gift. When Albert closed his notebook, a certain possibility suddenly came to mind. Could it be? His expression also became quite strange as he quietly looked up, just in time to meet Isabel's gaze. The next moment, the atmosphere around us became very awkward. Not only Albert, but also Isabel, both of their expressions clearly became very unnatural. As expected, was it a misunderstanding? Maybe. Now, should I? Well, to be honest, Albert really doesn't have any other special thoughts, although Isabel does indeed match his aesthetic preferences. Ahem. Isabel cleared his throat lightly, taking the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere around them. "You're right about one thing, the brain closure technique and the mind absorption technique are actually interconnected." Isabel began to change the subject. "You've already learned the brain closure technique, so it will indeed become easier for you to learn the mind capture technique next." Albert casually responded, signaling the other person to continue. He also sighed in relief. It had been really awkward just now. Isabel began to recall the books she had read about the concept of Shinshan Chunyan, briefly summarizing their contents, and started explaining the key knowledge and her own experiences related to Shinshan Chunyan to Albert. Actually, the mind capture spell is considered a highly advanced form of magic. Many wizards go their entire lives without ever encountering it. Of course, this is related to the Ministry of Magic deliberately hiding it. Some spells are deliberately monopolized, and if you don't specifically seek them out, you might not even know they exist. Albert actually knows the reason. If everyone learns to capture thoughts, the entire magical world would probably be in chaos. It's like if everyone carries a gun, one careless move could get you shot. After spending a long time explaining the key points, spells, and casting gestures, Isabel looked into Albert's eyes and said, "There is only one chance. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, our transaction ends here." "Okay, sure." Albert cheerfully raised his wand and reminded, "It's starting, 3, 2, 1, expecto patronum." Albert used mind reading on Isabel. And suddenly his mind was filled with a strange memory that belonged to Isabel, that was little Isabel and her sister Katerina. In a few seconds, Albert could sense Isabel's resistance toward him. The scene before him was moving away, and as his consciousness was completely pushed out, Albert saw Isabel being held by a woman. They were by a graveyard, and Albert also saw Maud McDougal and Ronald Smith. It's just that Ronald Smith's expression is very strange. Albert suddenly opened his eyes and noticed that Isabel in front of him was breathing a bit rapidly. "Are you okay?" he asked to eyes. Albert took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and said to Albert, "All right, our agreement is over." "Well, it's done." Albert nodded, stood up, and reached out to Isabel. "Thank you for today, I gained a lot. Maybe you should consider becoming a professor." I don't think all students are like you. Isabel reached out and shook hands with Albert, self-deprecatingly. Even if you flatter me like this, I won't tell you how to delay aging. Albert pulled Isabel up from the cushion, smiled, winked at her, and joked. Isabel's face twitched slightly. She averted her gaze, and did not meet Albert's eyes directly. This guy is really annoying, Isabel muttered, knowing that the other party was preparing to try to use her for the Shinto capture technique. In a moment, Albert murmured softly, failed again. As expected, we really need to meet the other person's gaze directly. Albert's failure made Isabel feel even better. Both are equally gifted wizards. Even though Isabel considers herself inferior to Albert in some aspects, she actually doesn't want to see a significant gap between them. After the two left classroom 17 one after the other, Albert once again expressed his gratitude to Isabel. You've paid the tuition. Isabel didn't know how important mastering the techniques of mind absorption and brain closure was to Albert. When the two parted ways at the entrance of the fork on the 6th floor, Albert suddenly asked, by the way, I almost forgot to ask, is that thing useful? Pinnacle will not be updated today. The night is deep. In the quiet corridor, faint footsteps could be heard coming from a distance. At the corner of the pitch-black corridor, a pale light suddenly illuminated. However, behind the glowing orb, there was no one, as if a ghost floating in the void. For a moment, the glowing orb hovered in front of the portrait of the plump lady. This woman, who was just about to rest, was clearly displeased at being disturbed from her sleep. She opened her eyes, and before she could even ask for the password, she was taken aback to find the door behind her had been opened from the inside. The timing is just right. The voice of Lee Jordan echoed through the pitch-black corridor. The glowing orb floated into the passage, and the fat lady's portrait closed again, blocking the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. The gatekeeper lady still looks like she's seen a ghost at this moment. Actually, the people who were just in the corridor were Fred and George. They had been cast with the disillusionment charm, which is why they were invisible. When they used the Lumos charm, it made them seem like ghosts floating in the void, and the door to Gryffindor would suddenly open because the twins had made an appointment with Lee Jordan. When they returned on time, Lee Jordan would open the door to the Gryffindor common room from the inside, allowing them to bypass the fat lady. What did you get? Lee Jordan rubbed his hands and asked. Butter cookies. Fred took out the wax paper bag and, with a reproachful look, said to Lee Jordan, who was reaching out to grab it, eat it back at the dorm. You must have already eaten in the kitchen. Lee Jordan smacked his lips. This is inevitable. For a moment, the public lounge fell silent again, the footsteps of the three gradually fading away. The door to a certain dormitory was pushed open without warning. A shadow was quietly approaching the figure sitting in the armchair. What is a midnight snack? The person in the armchair suddenly spoke up. Butter cookies. One person said. Want some? The other person asked while eating. That guy is about to finish it off. The third person said. Leave some for me. Albert took a deep breath, lifted the already cold milk tea to his lips and took a sip after dispelling the illusion spells on both of them. He then scrutinized the just-finished transfiguration essay in front of him. You look like you seem very tired. Fred handed a freshly brewed cup of milk tea to Albert, glanced at the paper beside him, and said, Why do you give yourself so much to do? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Thank you. Albert took the teacup but didn't drink the milk tea inside. He turned his head and stared at Fred, saying, I would be even more grateful if you didn't have to bite the teacup to make me milk tea. Fred was also taken aback. George was giggling to himself because the teacup was the one he had given to Fred. Albert glanced at George, then turned his gaze to Lee Jordan, who was hunched over and engrossed in his late-night snack, and said, Save me some butter biscuits, I'm a bit hungry, and don't think I don't know you want to leave the last piece for me. Lee Jordan opened his mouth, not expecting that he had been seen through by Albert. Not long ago, Albert upgraded the mind extraction and brain sealing techniques to level 2 and level 3 respectively in one go. Although the experience points consumed made him feel a bit pained, Albert knew this was a necessary process. The brain closure technique is like a shield for the mind. With this skill, he no longer needs to worry about his thoughts being easily seen through. If it weren't for the fact that his skill points were already used up, Albert would have wanted to upgrade the brain closure technique to level 4. This kind of protective measure is extremely important to Albert. As a time traveler, he absolutely does not want anyone to know his secret. Moreover, if he wants to tell Dumbledore about the Ravenclaw crown, he will have to invest more experience and skill points in this area. Of course, it's worth it. Tom's Horcrux mission afterward can provide him with plenty of experience. How did the other house's wizard badges turn out? Albert reached out to take the wax paper bag handed over by Lee Jordan and pulled out a butterbeer fudge from inside. Is stuffing it into his mouth, he asked while chewing. Ravenclaw has already confirmed over 20 cards, while Hufflepuff has fewer, only 18. Lee Jordan thought for a moment and then said, Oh, right, today two more people plan to join our club. They both hope to have their own cards. Albert noncommittally replied with a sound. We three have already started practicing the duplication spell, it should reduce your stress. Actually, constantly copying wizard cards isn't entirely without benefits. Albert's copying spell has already reached level 2. By the way, I've always been curious, what's in that box? Fred raised his hand and pointed to a box on Albert's bedside table, asking, if you want to know, just take it. Albert had no intention of hiding it from them either. After getting permission, George quickly brought over the box. He was also very curious about what was inside. Last time, he saw Albert put the protective bracelet in there. After opening the box, the first layer contained 3 metal objects the length of a middle finger, with a beautiful silver exterior, resembling cylindrical lighters. These are defective products made a while ago. Albert explained to the three with considerable helplessness. What is this thing? George picked up an object with confusion, looked at the sun-like pattern on its surface, turned his head, and asked, open it and you'll see. Albert said expressionlessly. The three of them exchanged glances, and finally, George pressed a button on top. Then, they saw the top of the object open, and a glowing orb flew out. After floating into the air, the orb suddenly emitted a blinding white light. Good grief, what is this thing? The three of them were startled by the bright light, and George even dropped the items he was holding. I'll temporarily call it a flash bomb. Albert shoved a cookie into his mouth, bent down to pick up the item that had fallen on the ground, and continued, one of the failed products. It was originally intended to be a magical item capable of storing light sources, but it succeeded and failed at the same time, turning into a disposable consumable. Although it can still store light orbs by itself, it's actually just a useless trinket. Albert actually considered whether to use it to manufacture cheaper flashbangs. Damn it, I can't see with my eyes. It's okay, it'll be fine soon. Albert casually reassured. Sneaky, but I like it. By the way, what are you making this for? Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask, his eyes still streaming with tears. They all say it's a failed product. Speaking of this, Albert felt quite frustrated. This thing was actually a failed product of the light switch. Not long ago, Albert received some help from other wizards, but ended up producing such a failure. Aren't you planning to open a player joke shop? You can use this technology to research and develop flashbangs in the future. Albert was preparing to repurpose the waste. After all, it could be considered an achievement. I think this is not interesting at all. George said dryly. No, he can blind you with his eyes. Fred laughed and said, especially effective in dark places. This thing can be used as a defensive weapon. Never mind. Albert stroked his chin and muttered, most wizards only pay attention to each other's wands, so if you throw it like a flashbang during a fight, it would be quite a spectacle. After all, wizards usually don't pay attention to these things. Albert is still a bit worried that the items he creates might one day accidentally backfire on him, and that would be a tragedy. This one. Lee Jordan pointed at the second item and asked. You'll know when you open it. Albert continued to drink his milk tea and eat cookies, preparing to finish off the last remaining butter cookies in the wax paper bag. Here you go. Lee Keaton handed the item to Fred, who glanced at Albert and turned on the switch. Go to hell, go eat shit, all of you go eat shit. After a moment, a familiar voice that left everyone dumbfounded came from inside. This voice was very loud, and it was shouted out with a booming voice, leaving Fred standing there in a daze. The sound will last for about 30 seconds. Albert said. Besides scaring others, it doesn't seem to have any other use. George muttered. It can store sound. Albert explained that he originally intended to use it to store the cry of the Mandela plant, but since it hasn't been tested yet, whether it will be successful remains unknown. After all, even Albert doesn't know how the cry of the mandrake kills. Is it through infrasound, or is it some kind of magical curse? The latter possibility might be greater. After all, that's more magical. What is this last one? Don't open it, it stores foul air inside, Albert warned. How bored do you have to be to make this stuff? George felt that Albert was quite boring. He originally thought Albert would create some more interesting magical items, but he never expected it would turn out to be something like this. Do you know what happens when these three come together? Albert asked with a strange expression. What is it? The three asked in confusion. Shot bomb. Albert said. What is that? A type of alchemical tool that, when thrown, can knock out the people around it. However, Albert felt that this kind of thing was still a bit useless. A surprise attack might be effective, but if we could vaporize the coma spell and store it, it should be able to achieve a similar effect. The three of them looked at each other, indicating that they didn't understand a word. What about the second layer? Lee Jordan continued to question. Albert put the items back and opened the second layer of the box, which contained various versions of protective bracelets and amulets. Is this the latest version? Fred pointed at the most intricately crafted wooden bracelet and asked. No, the latest version is in my hands. Albert shook his wrist and said, version 3.0, its effect is like this. Albert raised his hand and gently pushed toward George. Before his arm even touched him, an invisible force had already pushed George away. I feel like I just bumped into something. George mumbled. Definitely an iron armor spell. Fred's eyes lit up. It seems like it might be pretty good. The initial idea was a simple wand. Albert explained that it would allow me to use the iron armor spell without a wand and without speaking. Did you succeed? Fred was extremely excited. He certainly knew what this meant. I guess so. However, it can actually only be considered a semi-finished product. Albert shook his head and said, the most frustrating part is that this new skill still hasn't appeared on my skill panel. A busy and fulfilling college life always seems to pass by particularly quickly. In the blink of an eye, time has swiftly arrived at the end of October. The annual rainy season is still ongoing. The weather is becoming increasingly cold. Just like last year, the situation remains as bad as ever. Rainy days always make people feel unmotivated. Albert covered a yawn, looked up at the overcast ceiling, and sought an excuse for his laziness. Good morning. Fred and George, one on each side, reached out and forcefully patted Percy's shoulder, greeting their brother sitting next to him. This slap made Percy, who was eating, choke and cough repeatedly. Albert amusingly handed over the drink next to him. Percy took a big gulp, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then glared fiercely at Fred and George, who were using Albert as a shield. The two were moving their lips. If one could read lips, it would clearly say, "You swallowed it yourself, don't blame us." At that moment, the arrival of a large number of postmen caught the students' attention. These owls, having traveled long distances through the rain, swooped through the rain-splattered windows, shaking off the water from their bodies onto the heads and bodies of everyone in the hall. A gray owl threw a square package in front of Albert. I always feel like you get mail every day, Fred said enviously, pointing at another owl flying this way. The owl delivered a letter. Albert glanced at the messenger, stuffed the envelope into his pocket, then opened the package in front of him. Inside was a copy of Advanced Magic Text Translation, still smelling of ink. This book was very likely just sent by Lihen Bookstore. Advanced Magic Text Translation. Percy glanced at the book title, slightly furrowing his brow, because despite also taking ancient runes, he had never heard of this book. This is the latest book written by Professor Babbling. It seems to be a reference book prepared for the Advanced Ancient Runes course. Albert casually explained. To be honest, the publication speed of this book was even faster than he expected. Professor Babbling compiled this book herself. Percy looked at the Advanced Magical Text Translation with confusion and borrowed it from Albert to read. A moment later, a thick family letter also fell in front of Fred and George, and the two were still muttering, "Mom mixed us up again." What's wrong? Albert noticed that Percy's gaze toward him was a bit strange, so he asked curiously, "Did you help with the annotations?" When Percy opened the first page, he was immediately stunned, because it read, "This book is dedicated to Albert, in gratitude for his help in providing this book." Albert looked completely bewildered and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "This." Percy pointed to the content on the first page. Without a doubt, Albert referred to the Albert Anderson in front of him. Albert nodded directly and admitted, "I did help revise the content in Advanced Magic Text Translation." At this moment, the attention of the students in the hall was captured by a long package being held by 6 owls together. Flying broomstick. Fred pressed his lips together and murmured softly, while those around were still eager to know what was in the package. A few people beside Albert had already guessed its contents. Albert quickly got up to catch the slender package being carried by the owl flying toward him before the few owls knocked over his breakfast. "Can I open it?" Lee Jordan stared at the long, slender package, excitedly asking Albert. "Okay." Albert agreed to let Lee Jordan open the package on the spot and take out the broomstick inside. Swish 6. George also came over to admire this Nimbus series broomstick. The Nimbus 2001 broomstick was more expensive and faster than their Nimbus 2000. "You actually bought a Nimbus 2000. Albert's roommates were all very surprised that Albert bought a broomstick, because Albert hadn't participated in Quidditch training for a long time. 50 galleons, not bad. Albert muttered softly. When Albert felt a gaze directed at him, he turned his head to look in the direction of the gaze. It was Isabel, the Ravenclaw girl. who had just withdrawn her scrutinizing gaze since the last teaching of the brain closure technique. Albert and Isabel have maintained a friendly relationship, somewhat like what was said in the previous life, a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water. Yeah, it's really as plain as water. When they meet at the club, they occasionally chat for a few sentences. Their biggest form of communication is writing letters to each other, and the content of the letters is all in ancient magical script. Lee Jordan was introducing the superiority of the Nimbus 2000 to the people next to him when he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Are you planning to try out the superiority of the new broomstick later? If you want to try it first, then go out and have fun by yourself. Albert doesn't mind riding the new broom now, especially when it's raining. Then I'll give this broom a try for you first," Lee Keaton said with great satisfaction. "By the way, do you know where we can get live mice?" When Albert took out his notes to review, he suddenly asked. The storage plan for the Mandrake's cry has been successful, and it's even the song from its juvenile stage. However, Albert couldn't be sure if the sound could kill a mouse. Actually, Albert initially hoped that Sheila could catch a live mouse for him. But what happened? Sheila brought him a bunch of dead mice, forcing him to come out and put an end to this farce. Originally, Albert hoped to catch a few mice at Hogwarts for his experiments, but unfortunately, he searched for a long time and still couldn't find any mice. "In the warehouse," Lee Jordan said uncertainly. "No need to go through so much trouble. Percy has a rat as a pet." Fred looked at his brother with malicious intent. "What do you want the mouse for?" Percy couldn't help but ask. Albert thought for a moment and said, "I'm trying out a magical experiment. Well, actually the effect is similar to the sleep spell. I want to test it on a mouse first. It's just that, for the moment, we can't find the mouse." "So you caught my Spot's attention?" Percy frowned slightly and said. "Well, don't say that, Albert will definitely pay." George reminded, "1 sickle, 2 sickles. 3 sico, no more." Fred suddenly slapped his thigh hard, startling everyone with his action. "Anyway, your pet hamster isn't a pet mouse, so it wouldn't be a big deal if it died." The fact that the twins did it early made Percy frown slightly. You can't just use people as test subjects. Although it is said that the Song of the Mandela Grass in its juvenile stage does not kill, Albert still did not want to face its power directly, so finding a mouse to test it was undoubtedly the best course of action. After all, the vast number of lab mice have still made significant contributions to humanity. Even if we can't find any lab mice, house mice will actually do. Ron's rat seems to be a pet that his brother Percy originally kept. He remembers that the mouse seemed to be a wizard, named something like Peter. Percy ultimately did not agree to lend his pet, Spot, to Albert, even though Fred said he would provide some sickles as compensation for borrowing Spot. This was also within Albert's expectations. Although the Wesley family was a bit poor, they treated their family and pets quite well, so he never thought it would succeed. "What kind of experiment do you want to do with the mice?" On the way to the herbal medicine class, Lee Jordan curiously asked about what had just happened, wondering why Albert needed a live rat. And the experiment he mentioned also piqued curiosity. "Mandrake." Albert looked around to make sure no one was watching before explaining in a low voice, "I used the magical item I showed you last time to record the cry of the mandrake. I plan to test it on a mouse to see if the recorded sound is effective." George next to him opened his mouth in surprise, while Fred's eyes lit up. When they reached the front of the greenhouse, he finally spoke up and asked, "Are you testing whether the cry of the mandrake can cause someone to faint?" Albert subtly nodded, a strange smile appearing on his face. "The voice is quite deceptive, isn't it? If it works, indeed, just one careless mistake could get you caught." Fred put away the umbrella and walked into the greenhouse. Next to him, George was pretending to rub the goosebumps on his arms, while Lee Jordan, looking bewildered, couldn't help but whisper, "Why would anyone want to create something like this?" "Why?" Albert stroked his chin, thought for a long time, and then replied seriously, "I always feel like I will need something like this." "Will it be useful?" The three of them exchanged glances, unable to understand Albert's words and his way of thinking. "I can do without power," Albert said softly, "but I must have power." When he said this, Albert suddenly felt like laughing. He knew that Fred and the others might not understand, so while Professor Pomona Sprout had not yet started the class, he continued, "You might not need too many galleons, but you definitely long to have a large sum of galleons, don't you? The principle is the same. I certainly wish I had a large sum of galleons." Fred and George exchanged glances and couldn't help but mutter quietly that the Wesley family is not wealthy, and Arthur can only give the children very limited pocket money. Soon after, Professor Sprout began teaching everyone about the bouncing mushroom. This mushroom has mild toxins and possesses a faint form of consciousness. Yes, just like its name suggests, it also has the ability to jump. It looks a bit like a tree protector pot, but it leans more toward mushrooms. The professors at Hogwarts are indeed very wealthy. Albert looked at the bouncing mushroom in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim. Why do you say that? George reached out and grabbed the jumping mushroom that was trying to hop away, attempting to bury it in the soil. The jumping umbrella mushroom does not reside on decaying wood, but rather in moist soil. The soil needs to have animal remains, which means that in a sense, these mushrooms are actually carnivorous. The rainy season is the best time for the reproduction of the bouncing umbrella mushroom. Professor Sprout is teaching everyone how to properly handle the bouncing umbrella mushroom and how to artificially cultivate them. This stuff is also one of the main ingredients in the brain booster. Albert casually explained. It is a highly effective potion that significantly enhances the user's mental abilities after consumption, specifically designed for cheating on exams. Of course, this kind of potion is basically not sold on the market, because if it is not brewed correctly, the user will be severely harmed, making it as rare as the fortune potion. By the way, the recipe for the brain booster potion is Niven snake eggs, dragon claw powder, jumping umbrella mushrooms, and a frog's brain. Albert muttered, well, the ingredients sound pretty disgusting. Brain booster? What is that? What is that? George had no idea what the brain tonic Albert was talking about actually was. It's a potion that can make you smarter. Albert simply explained, after drinking it, you'll become very smart. And even after the effects of the drug wear off, brain function will still be slightly enhanced. Good stuff. Fred's eyes lit up. Of course, it's a good thing, but that kind of stuff is also very difficult to prepare. If the preparation goes wrong, the potion can be harmful to the brain. Albert explained, by the way, something as big as what you have in your hand requires 3 gallons. 3 galleons. Fred and George's eyes lit up. They had never imagined that bouncing mushrooms would be so valuable. You seem to know quite a bit. Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment, are you planning to develop a brain stimulant to make money? I bet those wealthy folks would definitely be willing to pay for it. You actually guessed it. Albert pretended to be shocked as he looked at Lee Jordan. Actually, it's not really a joke. If he didn't have this idea a while ago, he does now, because Albert discovered that there were 2 more panel tasks added to his task panel. Open your mind. You discovered a potion that can make you smarter. Why not try brewing it? Although you are already smart enough, taking the brain booster potion will make you even smarter. Reward, 1000 experience, 1 skill point, gain the skill active mind. Black market dealer. The bafflement draft is one of the potions that the Ministry of Magic prohibits from being privately brewed or used. Selling the bafflement draft to Hogwarts students to help them better cope with difficult exams is against the rules. Reward, 500 experience, 1 skill point, 100 galas. Can you make a brain elixir? Fred asked curiously. Of course not, I was just joking. Believe you? Yeah, right. The 3 of them rolled their eyes at Albert in unison. Do you think there are bouncing mushrooms in the Forbidden Forest? Fred suddenly asked. There should be some. Albert thought for a moment and replied, this season is just right for the pulsating mushroom to reproduce, but finding the pulsating mushroom isn't an easy task. Moreover, you also need to understand how to preserve them. Most importantly, even if you find them, who are you planning to sell them to? This. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned. Yeah, who are we going to sell the stuff to? It must be able to be sold. Only then can it be considered making money. If it can't be sold, even if you manage to get the jumping umbrella mushroom, it won't be of any use. An even longer silence. That's right, this is the most important thing. If the medicinal materials can be processed into finished products, the price will only be higher. Turning the jumping umbrella fungus into a finished product of the brain-boosting drug, he believes that a bunch of 5th and 7th grade students will be fighting over each other to buy the brain-boosting drug. How about giving it a try? Albert looked at the people around him and tentatively asked. Try what? To create the Baffy brain booster. Albert whispered, but before that, we need to get the jumping umbrella fungus first. This is a good idea, we believe in your talent for potions. Fred raised both hands in agreement. He liked Albert making money for them. The last time they chose the department head, all 3 of them regretted it to death. As long as we do a little research, we should be able to produce the Baff brain booster. Lee Jordan is equally confident in Albert. But how are we supposed to get the other materials? George asked. Buy it with money. If you can't buy a reticulated python egg. Albert shook his head and said, that's a prohibited item. You can only find it on the black market, but it's easy to be deceived with counterfeit goods. Snape's private vault. Fred suggested. This suggestion is simply outrageous. Sure. Albert signaled them not to discuss this matter here, especially considering the idea of breaking into Snape's private vault. It's practically a death wish. This idea isn't bad. Lee Keaton smiled maliciously. However, the difficulty level is a bit high. I don't think we will fail. Fred said. Actually, Fred and the others believed that Albert could succeed. They all knew that Albert had a high level of expertise in potions as well, and he even corresponded with the famous potion master, Heddick Dagworth. This undoubtedly gave a few people confidence. There's no way around it, they all knew that Albert never did anything meaningless, let alone a losing deal. Moreover, he has the ability and the startup capital. Chapter 207. Indeed very magical, eh, Albert, come down. Charlie looked up at the shadow flying erratically above the field, feeling both gratified and helpless. He turned to look at Fred and George beside him, but the two immediately turned their heads away, avoiding eye contact with Charlie, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with them. He has come down. Angelina suddenly said. In everyone's gaze, Albert was falling at an astonishing speed, as if he had jumped out of the plane without a parachute. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to making contact with the ground. Ah! He's going to crash to the ground. In the chaos, it was unclear who was screaming. Some people were so terrified that they closed their eyes, not wanting to see Albert's tragic fall. However, Albert stopped his dive just a few feet above the ground, ascended again, and the momentum from the dive, mixed with the strong wind, made everyone's hair fly. The next moment, gasps and applause erupted simultaneously. Oh my God, how did he do that? Aria's face turned pale, while the Weasley twins next to her were cheering loudly, and the other substitute, Cormac McLagan, clenched his fists tightly. Whether the players are willing to admit it or not, Albert's flying skills are indeed far superior to most people. His recent daring move is something even Charlie wouldn't dare to attempt. He would definitely crash to the ground. However, Albert succeeded. Such an adventure for him was just like an exciting game. A few seconds later, Albert slowly descended again. Once his feet touched the ground, he closed his eyes and savored the wonderful sensation of flying at high speed on the broomstick. The Nimbus 2000 was even better than he had imagined. With just a gentle nudge, the broom would turn as he wished. Undeniably, this broom itself still has some shortcomings, but Albert is still very satisfied with sweeping all 6 stars. Just now, when we dove down, I felt like my heart almost stopped beating for a few seconds from the scare. Angelina said with a smile. Flying great. Charlie raised his fist and lightly punched Albert's shoulder, then wrapped his arm around his neck and said with a smile, It's rare for you to come to the Quidditch pitch, so don't think you can slip away like this. After a day of exhilarating flying, Albert returned to the Gryffindor common room with everyone after training. As they entered the common room, they found people buzzing with excitement, their faces full of enthusiasm. What happened? Albert asked Lee Jordan. This guy is sitting by the fireplace playing wizard cards with Shauna. The first Hogsmeade weekend. Lee Jordan pointed at the notice on the bulletin board and winked at the three of them. It's at the beginning of November. A trip to Hogsmeade. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles. Hogsmeade was nothing special to them. As long as they wanted to, they could go to Hogsmeade through the secret passage at any time. It's not our concern, is it? Fred shrugged with a smile. The three of them returned to the dormitory, took a nice hot shower, and when they headed back to the common lounge, George had somehow managed to get a mouse. Where did you find this mouse? Albert's gaze fell on the mouse George was holding in his hand, and he asked with curiosity. Guess. A malicious smile appeared at the corner of George's mouth. Percy's pet. Albert reached into his pocket, took out a cookie, unwrapped it, and held it out in front of the mouse. Banban indeed started eating happily, and it's no wonder. After all, he's still a person. Even if he keeps turning into a mouse, he still wants to eat something decent. This rat has been through a lot. Albert made a clicking sound with his mouth, glancing at the paw in front of him, which was missing a toe. Its lifespan shouldn't be too long. Generally, mice live for 3 to 4 years, which is already considered quite long. Its age is quite advanced. I doubt it will survive until next summer. Ah, are we going there? Fred wasn't concerned about the mouse's lifespan issue and asked quietly, It's best to get that done before Percy finds out. All right then. Albert took out his wand and waved it, turning the cookie packaging into a long, narrow cage. He placed the mouse inside, and before putting it into his backpack, he left some cookies inside. The four of them hurriedly left the Gryffindor common room and headed to the room of requirement. No problem, no one. Albert glanced at the hotspot map, looked at the name of the dwarf star Peter on it, and couldn't help but break into a pleasant smile, because Albert discovered that there are new tasks on the mission board again. It's really a delightful thing. However, Albert didn't rush to check the panel tasks but instead entered the wish-granting room. It had turned into an empty room with only 4 walls and a door, with torches burning on the walls. All right, let's get started. Albert signaled everyone to put on their earmuffs, then took Banban out of the backpack. Why didn't you bring it? Albert looked at Lee Jordan with confusion. Mandrake grass is still immature, at most, it would just cause a coma. Lee Keaton didn't really care about this matter, besides, didn't you not wear it either? I will plug my ears. Albert took out the earplugs and said, if I pass out, remember to take me to the school clinic. Lee Jordan seems to be planning to test the power of the Mandrake's cry on himself. The three of them exchanged glances. Albert no longer forced it, and the Mandela grass had fully matured. It would still take a few more months, and the crying sound wasn't very powerful after everyone was ready. Albert also put on earplugs and took out the magical item from his pocket that stored the cries of the Mandrake. He raised his hand toward everyone, gestured 3, 2, 1, then pressed the switch to open the container, and a piercing sound immediately echoed in the room. The sharp, piercing sound was amplified countless times by the loud voice, and even Albert could faintly hear it, but he didn't feel faint. Lee Jordan frowned slightly, covering his ears to fend off the cries of the Mandrake. Feeling a bit dizzy but not fainting, however, the unfortunate Banban fainted, perhaps because the crying was too loud. The next moment, the sound of the Mandela grass crying disappeared from the room. Albert signaled everyone to remove their earpieces and looked at Lee Jordan, asking, how was it? It seems to have some effect, I feel dizzy. Lee Jordan said. The cry of the Mandrake can be deadly, probably due to some kind of curse contained within the sound. However, when I recorded the cry and played it back, it meant that the power of the curse was significantly weakened. Albert explained the principle is the same as the basilisk's direct gaze. The basilisk's eyes can kill, but when the eyes are refracted through a mirror, their power is weakened, and they can only petrify a person. And the cry of the Mandrake can indeed kill, but it is not yet mature, its power is not strong enough, and it has been severely weakened, so its insufficient power is not hard to understand. The cry of the Mandrake is indeed a curse, unrelated to infrasound or anything like that. This is relatively normal, I suppose. Let's go, we'd better return this poor mouse before Percy finds out. Albert didn't want any unpleasantness to arise between the three brothers because of this. That being said, Banban's true nature is still that of a wizard. Using it for this experiment was, in itself, a wrong decision. 5 Chapter 208 What are your intentions after finishing Quidditch practice? The three of them went to the room of requirement to do that damn experiment, causing them to miss dinner and have to eat in the kitchen. Of course, all of the above are just excuses people make for themselves. Going to the dining hall late, there was indeed very little food left, so Albert and Fred discussed and decided to sneak into the kitchen to eat. After all, the food in the kitchen is hot, and there will be enthusiastic house elves to serve them. What are you thinking about? Fred, with his mouth full of fried potato cubes, expressed confusion and incomprehension toward Albert, who was holding a knife and fork, paused in midair, lost in thought. Nothing much, I'm just wondering whether I should have the house elf make some potato and egg pancakes. Albert ate a piece of fried potato and couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. What kind of food is that, Mr. Anderson? A house elf couldn't help but ask. Pancakes, a very simple food, Kara. Albert smiled as he told the house elf the recipe. You can try cutting the potatoes into pieces, boiling them until soft, then mashing them. After that, add eggs, flour, and other seasonings, mix well, then add a little oil to the pan, put the batter in the pan, and fry until both sides are golden. If Mr. Anderson likes to eat, Kara can give it a try. The house elf excitedly bowed to Albert. Then thank you, Kara. Albert encouraged again, I believe you can do it. Is the potato and egg pancake you mentioned any good? Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask. After finishing his piece of pumpkin pie, he didn't touch any other food, clearly wanting to taste the potato and egg pancake that Albert mentioned. They all still remember how delicious the onion scrambled eggs that Albert had the house elf make last time were. Before long, the house elf brought out the freshly made potato and egg pancakes. You can spread some blueberry jam or any sauce you like on top. Albert started spreading some sauce on the potato and egg pancake, took a bite, and the taste of the familiar potato and egg pancake filled his mouth. It's very delicious, he said softly. Whether it's Carla or the other house elves, their faces are beaming with smiles. Albert cut his potato and egg pancake in half, placed it on another plate, and handed it to Carla. Here, you should try the food you made yourself. My portion is also shared with you. Lee Jordan cut his portion in half, placed it on a plate, and said with a smile to the house elf, You can't eat anymore, can you? Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lee Jordan, his mouth stuffed full of potato and egg pancakes, which actually tasted quite good. Really, that's wonderful, thank you, Mr. Anderson, and this gentleman as well. Kara's hand holding the plate was slightly trembling. At this moment, not only was Kara moved to the point of speechlessness, but even the nearby house elves were too. This gentleman. Fred was a bit amused. If it were you, it would be that gentleman. Lee Jordan shot a glance at Fred and George and said, not in the best of moods. Ahem, I didn't expect Albert to have knowledge about food. George cleared his throat lightly and changed the subject. Although they already knew about it last time. However, seeing it with their own eyes still left them very surprised. After dinner, and being respectfully escorted out of the kitchen by the house elf, Albert suddenly said to the people beside him, "What do you think, if I give Carla some yarn balls as a Christmas gift, would that be appropriate?" "Why would you suddenly have such an idea?" Fred frowned slightly and said, "There are almost no precedents for this in the magical world. They can weave some things themselves. House elves are quite good at household chores, aren't they?" Albert thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, I know that masters can't give house elves clothes, otherwise that would mean freedom. But that doesn't mean house elves can't make themselves some other things. After all, those aren't clothes given by the master. Although what you said is correct, I need to remind you," George warned. "Don't mess with the house elf's mind, that will make them not want to cook, and then we'll all go hungry." "You seem to have ulterior motives regarding the house elves," Lee Jordan suddenly said. "Why do you say that?" Albert retorted. "Intuition," Lee Jordan said without hesitation. "Well, there is indeed something." Albert straightforwardly admitted his intentions. "After I graduate, I plan to see if I can sneak away a house elf from Hogwarts and have it serve me." The three of them all stared at Albert in shock. "I can spend some galleons, and as long as I get the house elf's consent, I don't think Dumbledore would refuse." Albert continued, "As you all know, ordinary wizarding families simply cannot afford house elves. They are excellent helpers and very loyal. Having them as assistants can save a lot of time. Your idea is truly shocking." Fred covered his face and said, "However, I need to remind you that most house elves serve only one family for their entire lives. Of course, there might be exceptions, right?" Albert didn't really care about these things, thought for a moment, and then changed the subject. "Tomorrow is Halloween. Let's go to Hogsmeade together next week. Let's see if we can find the black market dealer. I heard Hagrid say that there's a place in Hogsmeade called the Hog's Head Inn. We also need to find time to go into the forest to look for the jumping mushroom. We also need to go to the library to find out how to handle the bouncing mushroom. Aren't we supposed to raid Old Bat's private herb warehouse?" George asked in confusion. "Do you dare to make a potion from the ingredients we got from Old Bat and sell it?" Albert looked at George with a dumbfounded expression. "If we successfully brew it and sell it, Old Bat will soon realize it was us. If Old Bat targets us, we would be in big trouble. You don't want him to come after you, do you? And what if the private herb storage doesn't have it? Always leave yourself a way out." "I don't want to." The three of them shook their heads in unison. "If Snape has set his sights on you, there won't be any good outcomes." "Then we won't go?" Fred asked. "Of course we have to go, but I'll handle it myself," Albert casually explained. "I've already mastered the brain closure technique. Even Old Bat can't easily see through my thoughts, but you can't. Without learning the brain closure technique, you can't lie in front of Old Bat. So, the best way is that you didn't do this." The three of them looked at each other, unable to understand Albert's thoughts. The Old Bat definitely wouldn't get angry and use mind reading on the students, especially not in such an open manner. In the past, he only used mind reading to do some trivial things, like determining whether a student was lying. However, because you didn't take it, the answer he got from you is naturally not valid, and you indeed didn't take it, because you were merely accomplices. Is on hiatus, taking a break. I've hit a wall. I'm currently revising this outline, considering how to handle the only boss in these 2 volumes. Actually, I prefer to let that poor guy die. Harry Potter and the Alchemist has hit a wall. I'm currently typing out a leave of absence. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates." Albert and the others had just returned to the common room when they heard other students talking about this year's Halloween performance. The famous Hogwarts choir would present their latest rehearsal of a grand chorus to the school's staff and students on Halloween night. Hogwarts choir. Albert remembered the big choir from last year's enrollment, where the group was holding large toads in their hands, which indeed looked quite interesting. In the public lounge, Albert sat in the armchair doing his homework. After a long time, he finally stood up to stretch his body, casually took out a thick book from his backpack, sat back down in the armchair, and leisurely flipped through the pages, and take the opportunity to check the panel tasks that appeared recently. The deceased, you accidentally discovered that the dwarf Peter, who was supposed to be dead, is now appearing at Hogwarts. It seems to involve a big secret. With your insatiable curiosity, how could you possibly pass up the opportunity to uncover this secret? Find out the reason why Peter Pettigrew faked his own death. Reward, 2,000 experience, 1 skill point. This task is not difficult to accomplish. Albert remembered that Peter Pettigrew faked his own death because he was the Potter's secret goalkeeper, but ultimately betrayed them to Voldemort, leading to the murder of the Potters, who were protected by the Fidley's charm. Peter Pettigrew even framed Sirius Black for the crime, resulting in Sirius being imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade. If I didn't still remember part of the plot, this mission would probably be really difficult to complete, Albert sighed inwardly, his gaze shifting to another task. First encounter with the Mandela plant. You already have a preliminary understanding of Mandrake, but the uses of this magical plant far exceed your imagination. Obtain a mandrake and delve deeper into your research. Reward, basic knowledge of Mandela grass. When Albert saw the mission reward, he was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a bizarre mission reward to actually exist. Basic knowledge about Mandela grass. Common sense, is it about knowledge of the Mandela effect? But where are we going to get the mandrake? Are you suggesting we go steal a pot from the greenhouse? To be honest, if possible, Albert didn't want to do it, and the mandrake stolen from the greenhouse wasn't mature yet. Could it be that we have to get a mature mandrake from the black market? Albert remembers that there was a guy in the Phoenix Society who specialized in this kind of business, but he can't recall the guy's name anymore. Moreover, Albert discovered a big problem. How was he going to get the items he wanted from the black market? At Albert's current age, it is really not suitable for him to appear in front of the black market dealer. Could it be that we need to find someone to buy it for us? Hagrid? Albert immediately shook his head to deny the thought. Hagrid probably wouldn't help him with this matter. Albert himself also shouldn't get involved with these things, otherwise, he would completely expose himself. How did he not notice this big problem earlier? No, rather, Albert has actually already realized this issue. He just believes that he can solve the task problem himself. But how to address the age issue? A compound potion. I'm afraid it won't work. Using the soul-crushing curse to control someone to help with a transaction. No, the soul-draining curse itself is illegal. If someone finds out, it will be even more trouble. Or, write to Heddick Dagworth, seeking the help of this potion expert. I'm afraid it still won't work. Dagworth probably won't help. Age, indeed, is the biggest problem. Albert thought with distress. Everything has been going smoothly, so I took it for granted. It might be very difficult to find unprocessed mandrake root even at the pharmacy. Right, there's also the blessing agent. Albert also couldn't be sure if taking a sip of the elixir would help him solve this big problem. Sigh. Sighing deeply, Albert returned to his dormitory, found the letter Dagworth had sent him in the box where the letters were kept, read it once, took out a quill, and began to write a reply. After acquiring the potion mastery skill, Albert occasionally managed to express astonishing words in his correspondence with Heddick Dagworth, and the two got along well in discussing potion improvements. At the end of the parchment, Albert wrote about the mandrake in herbology class, asking if the other party could help him. After finishing the letter and stuffing the parchment into the envelope, Albert took a deep breath. He didn't actually expect Dagworth to really help. Albert. Fred suddenly looked up and said, "Have you finished the Grindylow essay for defense against the dark arts?" "Oh, let me see where I put it." Albert opened his backpack, picked up Dark Powers, a self-defense guide, flipped through it, and found that there was actually no paper on Grindylow. "What's wrong?" Fred asked with a strange expression. "Haven't you written it yet?" "Probably." Albert took out his casual notes, glanced at them, and indeed, Glindylow's paper was not checked off. "You actually forget to do your homework sometimes too." Lee Jordan couldn't help but tease. "How about you borrow my assignment? Do you have any books about Grindelwald?" Albert frowned and asked, "Do you have any books about Grindelwald?" He was preparing to finish this paper tonight, although this paper was, wait a minute. Isn't this the homework assigned in today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Albert suddenly came to his senses, turned his head, and glared at Fred and the others, realizing that he had just been played by these guys. "Don't be mad, we saw you deep in thought, and Fred said you probably would." George struggled to hold back his laughter. "Nonsense, when did I ever say that?" Fred immediately shirked responsibility. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three of them. Ignoring the three goofballs, he glanced at his watch, packed his things, and prepared to head back to the dorm to rest. "Don't be mad, it was just a joke," Lee Jordan quickly said. After returning to the dormitory, Albert used the Marauder's map to ensure no one was eavesdropping nearby, then went over the matters concerning Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and James Potter. The Dead Man mission was completed effortlessly, almost easier than drinking water. .1 skill point credited. Reveal the secret. You discovered the crimes of Little Star Peter, made the matter public, and let everyone know what kind of person he is. Reward, 5,000 experience. It seems this is a continuous mission, Albert muttered. He remembered that the reward for the last continuous mission was very generous. However, this should be completed in a few years. As for doing it now, it's still a bit too early. If there are no follow-up missions, that would be a real hassle. As for Blake's grievances, it's none of my business. Being locked up in Azkaban, a large part of the blame lies with Black himself. At that time, Black did not deny it, which led the Ministry of Magic to convict him without a trial and throw him into Azkaban. Who can be blamed? Chapter 210, Halloween Eve in the morning. Albert opened his bleary eyes and tilted his head to look out the window. It was raining outside the castle, and the raindrops hitting the window glass made a series of crackling sounds. It's raining again. He mumbled to himself, lazily turned over, pulled the blanket up to cover his head again, and prepared to snuggle in for a while longer before getting up later. Not knowing how much time had passed, Albert finally opened his eyes again, got out of bed, stretched lazily, got dressed, and called everyone to wake up and go downstairs for breakfast. Every year on Halloween Eve, the Great Hall at Hogwarts undergoes new transformations. Of course, swarms of bats and jack-o'-lanterns are always indispensable decorations. After greeting the acquaintance at the table, Albert found an empty seat, sat down, sipped his milk tea, flipped through today's Daily Prophet, casually grabbed a piece of pumpkin pie from the plate, and ate it by himself, occasionally chatting with Angelina beside him. The topic is related to flying brooms. There is an advertisement for the Nimbus Racing Broom Company in the Daily Prophet. That company will be launching a new broom next year, the Nimbus 2000, which is Potter's first broom. I heard that this Lightwheel company's products are really great. Albert asked with a laugh, are you regretting buying early? Not really. Angelina shook her head. She knew this was just a joke. A burst of laughter interrupted the brief exchange between the two. Albert looked up in the direction of the sound and saw a large group of magically enchanted bats swirling above Lee Jordan's head. And Lee Jordan was dodging left and right, even raising his hand to shoo them away, but he couldn't drive off the swarm of bats. Frustrated, he threw the slice of bread he was holding at the bats. All right, stop messing around, this is just fine. Albert covered a yawn and said nonchalantly, which earned him an eye roll from Lee Jordan. Lee Jordan sat there, eating and sulking, and before long, the bats just flew away like that. The first class in the morning is herbal medicine, and no one likes to have herbal medicine class on a rainy day, especially when the class is held in the herb field outside the greenhouse. When it rains and we are busy in the herb garden, it won't be long before you feel like you've been pulled out of muddy water. Fortunately, this morning I just repotted the mandala plant. Mandrake is a magical plant with powerful potion properties. Just like last year's white ginseng, this magical plant will be used in many ways, especially when mature. It will be made into a potent restorative. You should know that many curses that cannot be lifted with spells require a powerful restorative made from mandrake root to return to normal. Since it wasn't the first time repotting the mandala grass, everyone had gained experience and completed the task before the end of the class, putting the last mandrake back into the pot. Albert checked the mission panel. The mission was indeed not completed. Although it was expected, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Because this means that to truly complete the task, one needs to have a pot of mandrake. Before class ended, they were informed about the next lesson's content, taking care of the wrinkled figs that is also a magical plant with powerful potion characteristics, possessing a certain level of danger. Let's go, it's time for transfiguration class. Fred vigorously shook off the dirt from his work robe, then used a cleaning spell to tidy it up again, before putting on his robe once more, ready to attend Professor McGonagall's class. Take it slow, Albert muttered, and after dispelling his inner restlessness, he went to the transfiguration class with the others. One of the subjects he excelled at, perhaps because of Halloween. Professor McGonagall knew everyone was distracted and turned this class into a review session. In class, Professor McGonagall helped everyone review the transfiguration they had previously learned and also shared a few cases where transfiguration had led to tragic outcomes, hoping to warn everyone that they should be cautious and prudent when using transfiguration magic. After hearing the story, everyone got goosebumps. Professor McGonagall's tale was truly horrifying, especially the tragedy of the five-legged monster. The legend of the five-legged monster originated from Delia Island, which has now become a mystery. It is said that the five-legged monster was once a wizard. Just think about it, a person turning into a terrifying monster, with their mind completely twisted and unable to return to their former self. How terrifying that would be. Although Albert couldn't be sure of the truth behind the story of the five-legged monster, he believed it was very likely true, because in this world, many ancient stories are indeed true and have their origins. Professor McGonagall, hasn't the Ministry of Magic ever tried to turn those creatures back? Katrina voiced her confusion. They all knew that no matter how powerful a transfiguration spell was, it was still possible to revert to the original state through potions. For example, the powerful restorative potion made from mandrake had such an effect. They refused. Professor McGonagall shook her head and said, "Rumor has it that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures tried to revert them to their original forms, but those quintapes firmly resisted the transformation." Professor, will a transformed creature return to its original state after it dies? Albert suddenly asked, but in his heart, he already had an answer with the skeleton of the five-legged monster. He has seen it. No, Professor McGonagall said. The transformation class ultimately ends in the story. After class, Albert stopped Katerina to talk about the last bet. This matter had been dragging on for so long that they had almost forgotten about it. The first Quidditch match will start in mid-November, and our bet is on that day. Albert walked side by side with Katerina down the corridor. The latter looked at Albert with a very strange gaze and said in an odd tone, "I thought you had already forgotten about this." "How could it be?" Albert provoked. "Time's running out, are you ready?" "Time is running out." Katrina glanced at Albert and said lightly, "Winning or losing isn't that important to me anymore." It seems like I can save 10 galleons this time," Albert said. "Save 10 galleons." Katrina's tone became even more peculiar. "I don't think you're short on money, right? I heard Isabel gave you a lesson, and you generously gave her 10 galleons. Why not just admit defeat and give me 10 galleons?" Albert's face darkened, and he retorted, "Isabel told you. So, it really is 10 galleons." Katrina's tone was a bit complicated. "No wonder she spent money to buy me that expensive birthday gift the other day." Albert's face darkened even more upon hearing this. He never expected to be tricked into revealing information. "Is this what happens when you walk too much at night and encounter ghosts? What did she teach you?" Katrina asked curiously. "Ask her yourself," Albert said irritably. "She didn't say anything, so let me ask you." Albert swallowed hard, too lazy to respond further, because Katerina was just trying to extract information from him. Chapter 211, Felix Felici's The Halloween Feast is always great. Everyone loves this holiday. Not only is there a half-day off, but Hogwarts also prepares entertainment programs every year, and in the evening, there is a lavish banquet. Just thinking about the sumptuous dishes carefully prepared by the house elves makes one drool. At least, it was like this before the Savior Potter arrived at Hogwarts. Since it had been raining all day, Albert and the others spent the afternoon playing wizard cards in the common lounge. Now, many people in the school are familiar with this card game, and quite a few have gathered to watch them play, instantly making the atmosphere lively, especially after gradual optimization by Albert. The cards used are no longer as rough as they were before. Nowadays, the number of cards has instead become the main reason for the promotion of wizard cards being constrained. Some students who are interested in wizard cards simply can't get a deck. This was the major issue raised during the last Wizarding Card Club meeting. They already have over 20 members, including those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, no students have joined yet, and everyone doesn't really welcome them, let alone be willing to play with them. By evening, Albert finally went downstairs with Fred and a few others to the restaurant to attend the Halloween Eve banquet. The process for the Halloween feast was the same as always. Professor Dumbledore would first stand up and say a few brief words. He smiled at all the students and said, "Happy Halloween, and enjoy." As always, his smooth speech won applause and cheers from everyone. Sure. Albert clapped along with the others, thinking that Dumbledore was just too adorable and too understanding of people's hearts. Those empty plates were soon filled with food by the house elves. Albert, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan each put their favorite food on their plates. "I like this steak." Jordan had a big piece of beef in his mouth, making his words unclear. "Bats, on your head." Fred, who was eating a turkey leg, suddenly said. Lee keyed and almost reflexively looked up, only to find nothing above him. It was then he realized he had been tricked by this guy. Fuming, he turned around and glared at Fred, who was pretending to be engrossed in his food, feigning ignorance. "Albert is eating a piece of fried pork chop, and it tastes pretty good. Look at that." George elbowed Albert's arm, pointing with his head toward a plate. On that plate was the potato and egg pancake that Albert was familiar with. "This thing tastes pretty good." Sana was eating a potato and egg pancake. After meeting the gazes of the two, she asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" That was the last time Albert taught the house elf to make delicious food. George winked at Shauna and explained, "I didn't expect you to have studied food." Before Shauna could finish her sentence, they heard the sound of a fork dropping onto a plate nearby. They looked over to see Lee Jordan pointing toward the stage. The Hogwarts choir had made their entrance, and their costumes looked quite amusing. There's no way around it. Every house's students wore clothes that symbolized their respective houses. Seeing Slytherin's green robes and green pointed hats made Albert want to laugh. Actually, a regular wizard robe would be fine. Of course, it wouldn't have such a big impact on the students. The Hogwarts choir is quite good, at least on Halloween when there aren't many activities. Listening to their high-pitched singing, combined with the toads they were holding, surprisingly made Albert feel that the choir was unexpectedly nice. The feast lasted a long time, until the remaining food on the plates disappeared, and the golden plates returned to their original spotless state. Only then did the Halloween banquet come to an end with Dumbledore's announcement. "After eating, I just want to sleep." Albert covered a yawn. he had eaten too much and even had a big piece of chocolate cake for dessert. I'm planning to go out for a night stroll and stop by Snape's private materials storage. Albert suddenly announced this to his roommates, and just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the window, followed by a thunderclap that rattled the glass windows. Isn't this a bit rushed? Fred frowned slightly. They are not ready yet, and this doesn't quite seem like Albert's character. Don't worry, I'm planning to drink a bit of this to ensure the plan goes off without a hitch. Albert smiled and took out the fortune elixir he had obtained last time, shaking it in front of the three, and comforted them, with the fortune elixir, I will definitely succeed. Wow, you actually dare to use the blessing agent. The three of them were very surprised. You have to know that the fortune elixir is something that money can't buy. With the fortune elixir as a guarantee, their inner worries were instantly put to rest. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Lee Keaton muttered. You don't need much, just a small taste, 3 or 4 hours of luck is enough. Albert said, now, let's rest first, and then we'll get up and move around at midnight. In the end, Albert was vaguely awakened by someone calling him. He glanced at his watch, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Albert washed his face to fully wake himself up, then picked up the small bottle containing the tonic, measured the right amount, and took a sip. How do you feel? George asked quietly. Albert did not answer, closing his eyes to feel the changes brought by the blessing potion. An incredibly uplifting feeling flowed through his entire body, as if there were infinite possibilities. Albert felt he could do anything, everything seemed so effortless. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Albert said confidently, tonight, I'll go by myself. What? Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were taken aback and couldn't help but complain, you're not planning to take us along? How can we have fun together then? No, I'll go by myself. Albert confidently said, I feel it's best for me to go with my instincts, and everything will go smoothly. Are you sure you don't need our help? Fred asked in astonishment. Yes, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Albert raised his wand and cast the disillusionment charm on himself. The spell was executed flawlessly. Such a masterful disillusionment charm could even evade the notice of Hogwarts professors. Absolutely perfect. Albert muttered, feeling like he had just given himself a super BFF. It felt absolutely amazing. Is this really a blessing potion? George held the bottle up in front of him and said to his companion beside him. Albert's condition really makes them uneasy. They have never seen Albert so arrogant and self-satisfied. Especially Albert's hearty laughter made the three of them feel a bit worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Albert confidently walked toward the door, and before leaving, he said, in an hour, go down and open the door for me. After becoming invisible, Albert walked downstairs and slipped out through the entrance of the common room under the cover of Fred and the other two. Chapter 212, Success. Snape's private storage is right in the office. If Albert directly barges into the office, he will most likely alert Snape. Under normal circumstances, the Hogwarts professors' bedrooms are in the adjacent compartments next to the office. Even if Snape is already asleep at this moment, it would still be unwise to barge in directly. Albert's original plan was to draw the tiger away from the mountain, have the Weasley brothers create a commotion to distract Snape, and then sneak into Snape's office to steal potion ingredients. However, after taking the Felix Felicis, Albert's first thought was to go to Greenhouse 3 and steal a pot of mandrake. Why do you want to steal a pot of mandrake from Greenhouse 3? Albert himself didn't actually know, but the intuition brought by the fooling agent told him so he decided to go to Greenhouse No. 3 first. As night fell, the gates of Hogwarts Castle had long been closed, but this did not stop Albert. He left the castle through the secret passage on the 3rd floor. The heavy rain outside has stopped, and the air is damp and cold. Albert tightened his cloak and, before stepping out of the secret passage, used his transformation magic to conjure boot covers, slipping them over his boots to avoid leaving evidence on the muddy ground. The dock is a distance away from the greenhouse, but Albert quickened his pace toward the greenhouse, and everything went smoothly. He arrived at the entrance of the greenhouse and easily picked the lock of greenhouse number 3, which had been sealed with the counterspell of the Alohomora charm, using a wire. Before entering the greenhouse, Albert waved his wand to conjure a glowing orb, dispelling the darkness inside the greenhouse. The plants cultivated in greenhouse number 3 are all dangerous, and Albert doesn't dare to be careless at all. He carefully avoided the dangerous plants in greenhouse number 3 and walked over to the flower pot rack in the corner. Albert was very familiar with these things. What could he do? After all, who had him repot the mandrake in the morning? He waved his wand again, casting a spell on the flower pot, making it float and follow behind him. Before leaving, Albert also took the brown ear pads that were placed in the box beside him. As for why you need to take earplugs, Albert thought that thing might come in handy. Returning the same way, after slipping into the secret passage, Albert removed the gaiters from his boots and used the disappearance spell to completely erase all traces. Before stepping out of the narrow passage, Albert glanced at The time on his pocket watch, there was still some time left before the scheduled meeting. This thing will be temporarily placed in the wish-granting house, and after the mission is completed, I'll return it in a couple of days. While Albert was thinking this, a crazy idea suddenly surged into his mind. Yes, it's very crazy. Albert also clearly felt that he should follow this impulse. However, he still decided to put this crazy plan into action. So, Albert moved his feet and walked toward Snape's office, with the pot of mandrake floating right behind him. Snape's office is underground. Albert has never been there, but as long as he uses the Marauder's map, it's not difficult to find the location of Snape's office. A few minutes later, Albert stood in front of Snape's office. The entrance was indeed cast with the anti-Aloho door opening spell, but this still couldn't stop Albert's wire. Perhaps due to the luck potion, using the wire to pick the lock didn't even take a few seconds, so the door creaked open as it was pushed by Albert. He cautiously stepped inside, his gaze falling on the door to the private storage room. Albert didn't rush to find the potion ingredients he needed. Instead, he gently closed the door, took out earplugs from the pocket of his cloak and put them in his ears. After doing all this, he cautiously made his way to Snape's bedroom. Then, Albert made a shocking move. He actually pulled the mandrake out of the pot, and the next moment, a terrifying scream filled the entire room. Originally sound asleep, Snape was suddenly awakened by the cry of the mandrake, and then, completely unprepared, he fainted from the sound. When Albert stuffed the mandrake into the pot, he looked at Snape, who had completely passed out, and muttered to himself, "This is really exciting. When Snape wakes up tomorrow, he'll probably think he had a nightmare." He took out his wand with a gentle wave. The soil that had fallen to the ground flew back, covering the mandrake once again. Before Albert left the room, he walked over to Snape's bedside and thoughtfully straightened the sheets. Only then did he leave the room and head to the private warehouse, where he used a wire to unlock the door. As sure enough, the alarm went off. Snape cast protective spells on his private storage. If someone enters without deactivating the spell, an alarm will be triggered, and Snape will be notified immediately. Unfortunately, the alarm ringing is useless because Snape has already passed out. He might not wake up until tomorrow morning, so there's no way he could know what just happened. Albert used the summoning charm to easily find the Niven snake egg, pieces of African tree snake skin, and a unicorn horn stored by Snape. As for dragon claw powder, Albert didn't take it. That stuff could be bought at the apothecary, though it was very expensive. But it didn't matter, he had galleons. It won't be long before Snape discovers that someone has been stealing ingredients, so Albert is also preparing to mislead Snape into thinking he is preparing to brew the polyjuice potion. Before leaving, Albert glanced at the live map. Sure enough, the cry of the mandrake had caused a commotion, but he still had plenty of time. It took him less than a minute to knock out Snape, open the private storage, and take 3 ingredients. The others hadn't even had time to react. Putting the materials in the conjured box, Albert left Snape's office. Before leaving, he also locked the door to the private storage room and the office door again. How do you say that line again? I left quietly. Just as I came quietly, I waved my sleeve and took away the nematode snake eggs, the fragments of the African tree snake's skin, and the horns of the unicorn. It truly worthy of being called a blessing potion. The luck fruit is indeed living up to its name. Albert was walking through the underground passage, occasionally glancing at the live map. Filch had already woken up and was preparing to come over to figure out the source of the noise. It seems that the 2 doors still have some soundproofing effect. The 2 almost brushed past each other, and Firky could never have noticed Albert under the illusion spell. Before anyone else could react, Albert had already arrived on the 8th floor, placed the herbs and the pot of mandrake into the room of requirement, and then returned to the Gryffindor common room. Mrs. Fat isn't here, but this is actually good news for Albert. Before long, the agreed upon time arrived, and Fred opened the entrance to the public lounge on time, letting Albert in. As for the castle behind him that had already fallen into complete chaos, it was none of Albert's concern. Peak Chapter 213. Stunned at this moment, Filch was walking down the corridor leading to the castle's underground, holding an oil lamp. Not long ago, a very eerie crying sound came from below the castle. He didn't know what the crying was about, but years of being a steward told Filch that something must have happened. "Who's there? Stop, I see you!" Furchy suddenly shouted, quickening his pace to chase after him. After a chase, Filch finally cornered the student at the corner. Breathing heavily, he raised the oil lamp, his gaze falling on the student's anxious face, a malicious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In front of him stood a Slytherin student. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and there's nothing wrong with it. This Slytherin student was also unfortunate. He had just heard the crying of the mandrake and sneaked out of the common room to find out the source of the sound. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Slytherin common room, he was caught by Filch. "Tell me, was that eerie crying sound just now caused by you?" Fierce mood instantly brightened, and he asked sternly. "No, I just heard that sound," the student explained with a mournful face. "Don't even think about escaping, come with me." Filch took the student to knock on Snape's office door, but Snape had already been knocked out by Albert using a mandrake, so it was impossible for him to get up and open the door. After knocking on the door with no response, Filch could only take the student to find Professor McGonagall. The deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, draped in a cloak, opened the door and looked at Filch, then shifted her gaze to the anxious Slytherin student, and asked, "Argus, what on earth is going on? I suspect he was the one who made that noise just now." Filch quietly spoke about what had just happened. "This has nothing to do with me," the Slytherin student quickly said. "What's going on?" Professor McGonagall slightly furrowed her brow, her gaze gradually becoming stern. The Slytherin student swallowed hard and began to share what he knew. The cry of the mandrake didn't travel too far, only a few Slytherin students and Filch heard it, and the one caught by Filch was the one who came out to find out what the crying was about. Then, he was out of luck. Just as Professor McGonagall was deducting points from Slytherin House, Albert was also telling his roommates about what had just happened in Snape's office. "You actually..." The three of them were all dumbfounded, staring at their roommate who had just lifted the disillusionment charm, after hearing that Albert had actually used a mandrake to knock Snape out. Then, with a face full of resentment, he muttered, "Damn it, such an interesting thing, and you didn't even bring us along. Isn't this convenient?" Albert covered his yawn and said with a smile, "I've already got the Niven snake egg. As for the dragon claw powder, I'll write to the Diagon Alley apothecary tomorrow to buy it. Snape definitely won't guess that we're making the bewitched brain potion. However, this is such a pity," Fred said with a look of regret, while also admiring Albert's courage for actually daring to knock Snape out. "What do you think will happen when Snape wakes up tomorrow?" George lay back down on the bed and asked in a strange tone. "Of course, I thought I was having a nightmare," Albert said without hesitation. "All right, get some rest early, and don't be late tomorrow morning." Although it was said that way, Fred and the others were already too excited to sleep. There's no way anyone could feel sleepy upon hearing such news. Albert didn't care whether Fred and the others were sleeping or not. He closed his eyes and began to receive the mission reward for first encountering the Mandela grass. The so-called basic knowledge of the Mandela plant is indeed quite similar to what Albert guessed. It's just that the knowledge about the Mandela plant is very extensive. If one were to write a thesis about the Mandela plant, it could probably be as thick as a brick. Albert slowly flipped through his so-called attempts. I really was taken aback. Mandrake is one of the ingredients for the elixir of immortality. Mandrake root can be fermented into a wine through a special method, which is beneficial for fertility and has a certain aphrodisiac effect. In fact, the root of the mandrake is also one of the ingredients in love potions. What left everyone dumbfounded was that Albert actually found the recipe in his memory, whether it was for the elixir of immortality or the mandrake root liquor. However, the most shocking part is not just this. The roots of the mandrake can also be transformed into an anti-aging potion through complex potion-making techniques. If the mature mandrake roots are dried and carved, they can be made into various precious amulets. These amulets can resist diseases, protect against black magic, ensure women's conception, and facilitate smooth childbirth. If the dried mandrake roots are carved into human figures, they can also be used for divination. By the way, the root of the mandrake is also an ingredient in a flying ointment. The so-called basic knowledge of mandrake is simply astonishing to Albert. This part of the knowledge comprehensively analyzes all the various uses of mandrake, whether it's the leaves or the roots. Its uses are at least over 100, serving as raw materials for various alchemy and potions. Of course, beside that, it can also be made into dark magic items. If you plant mandrake in salt for 3 months, it will turn into a dangerous dark magic item. Well, according to Albert's own understanding, if a mandrake root dies without closing its eyes and is pickled in salt for 3 months, the hatred will remain in the pickled mandrake root. When it is taken out of the salt, the mandrake root will become incredibly deadly. Its cries will curse all nearby creatures, causing them to faint or even die. The salt that once buried the mandrake root will then become the best way to lift the curse. This is just amazing," Albert murmured excitedly. He had already realized that he probably wouldn't be able to return that pot of mandrake, and that he would probably have to grow a lot of mandrake in the future. Of course, Albert wasn't worried about the planting methods, because the basic knowledge of mandrake also included the best planting methods, which were better than Pomona Sprout's methods. What was so great? Suddenly, a voice from the side asked. "Felix potion," Albert said happily. "The effect of the potion is truly amazing. I will definitely be able to learn how to prepare the fortifying potion." "Are you planning to drink every day? When everything goes wrong, drink some tonic," Albert said with a smile. Although drinking too much can make people arrogant, it is undeniable that just a little bit can make everything perfect. Chapter 214, The Autumn of Trouble. What on earth is going on? Snape opened his bleary eyes, waking from a deep sleep. He looked at the familiar room layout before closing his eyes again to recall some fragmented memories. Last night, it seems like I had a nightmare. Snape covered his eyes with the back of his hand, trying hard to recall what had happened last night. He vaguely remembers hearing a strange crying sound, and then, he can't remember anything else, so those things hardly count as memories. Snape only vaguely remembers hearing crying, and then he lost consciousness. What on earth is going on? Just as Snape was still pondering the reason, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the clock in the corner of the wall and sprang up from the bed. He realized that he had actually slept until 9:30 in the morning. For a potions master who holds himself to such high standards, this is an utterly unforgivable sin. As Snape hurriedly got out of bed, put on his robes, slapped his twitching face, and immediately rushed to the potions classroom. Without a doubt, Professor Potions is late. The incident of Snape letting the students off the hook quickly spread throughout Hogwarts Castle. This can be considered quite a rare big news. It's hard to imagine someone like Snape would actually be late for class. It's practically a once-in-a-decade novelty. This matter took less than half an hour to almost spread throughout Hogwarts, and it was even more sensational than the incident in the morning where the foolish Slytherin students were caught wandering around at night. There's no way around it. It's hard for everyone to imagine that such a thing could happen. Of course, no one dared to openly discuss this matter. No one wants to be caught by Snape and become the chicken used as an example to others. Besides, everyone has noticed Snape's gloomy expression, as if someone owed him 1,000 galleons, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. It's really been a lively day. Albert covered his yawn, ate a slice of bread, and listened to the group of gossip-loving girls next to him talk about interesting things. Last night, the ghostly happenings in the castle's basement were the talk of the town. Some said the eerie crying was actually the Myrtle crying in the second-floor washroom, while others speculated it might be the poltergeist playing tricks. Of course, there were also those who. Anyway, with so many opinions flying around, Albert was quite pleased to see this scene unfold. As for the Slytherin students caught by Filch, everyone was more interested in the spectacle. Anyway, seeing Slytherin house lose points made the students from the other three houses feel great, as if they had just had a big mug of butterbeer. Fred and the others who knew the truth all struggled to suppress their laughter. They all knew that the unfortunate Slytherin student had undoubtedly become Albert's scapegoat. However, they were more than happy to see this scene. Nothing is more satisfying than seeing a hated guy get his comeuppance. When do you think Snape will realize he's lost something? Fred and the others were huddled in the room of requirement, examining the pot of mandrake that Albert had managed to get, while George next to them couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh. Not so soon. Snape should be suspicious, unless they find that one pot of mandrake is missing from the greenhouse. But I don't think Professor Sprout will notice that quickly. After all, she has too many magical plants to take care of, and she has to teach classes to students every day. How could she have time to remember exactly how many pots there are? Albert casually explained. That makes sense. George wiped away the tears from the corner of his eye and nodded, saying, if Professor Sprout only grew those mandrakes, she would definitely have noticed the problem, but she has so many other things to take care of that it's impossible for her to remember everything clearly. Are you planning to return this pot of mandrake? Lee Jordan suddenly asked. With Albert's abilities, it was naturally possible to quietly return the mandrake without any issues. As long as the mandrake is returned, this matter will basically be flawless. Even if Snape suspects that the crying came from the mandrake, he won't have any evidence. No, I still have use for this. Albert is already preparing to turn it into a dark magic artifact. As for the salt issue, he believes he can definitely solve it. It's not like before. Table salt isn't expensive. What if Snape finds out? George asked, believing that Snape wasn't stupid. As long as he connected the rumors around the castle and checked with Professor Sprout, he would soon put these pieces together. Perhaps it wouldn't happen in the first couple of days, but it would definitely be discovered eventually. Even if he found out, what could he do? He can't interrogate all the students. Besides, an ordinary student wouldn't have the ability to quietly get a pot of mandrake from the greenhouse and knock out Snape. Snape has protective spells on his office. Do you think a second-year student could break through those protective spells and enter his office? And besides, it rained yesterday, you know. There are no footprints left on the ground. Albert winked at the three of them and said with a smile, moreover, the fat lady wasn't here last night. Even if Snape suspected it was a Gryffindor student, he couldn't have learned from the fat lady that a Gryffindor student left the dormitory for a midnight stroll. Moreover, Madame Pants wasn't around last night, so even if Snape suspected it was a Gryffindor student, he wouldn't have been able to find out from Madame Pants that a Gryffindor student had left the dormitory for a midnight stroll. Unless Snape uses Veritaserum on every student, but the Ministry of Magic restricts the use of Veritaserum, and the ingredients needed for it are very rare. Even if he wanted to brew more, it would be very difficult. Oh my God, have you considered all of this? Fred couldn't help but scream. Of course. Albert continued, right now, you are the only flaw. I don't think Snape will casually suspect you, but you need to pretend you know nothing and avoid discussing it on purpose. In short, don't attract Snape's attention, that's very important. We know what to do. The three of them exchanged glances and grinned. Snape will definitely go crazy if they can't find the culprit. The four couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the way, when are we going out to look for the jumping umbrella mushrooms? This week, if it rains, let's go out and look for the jumping mushroom. Albert thought for a moment and said, after the potions class in the afternoon, let's go to the library to find information about the bouncing mushroom. The book 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi actually includes an introduction to the jumping umbrella mushroom, but it is not complete. They need to find a book in the library called The Complete Guide to Poisonous Mushrooms to find relatively safe methods for foraging and storing it. Remember, pretend you don't know anything, don't let Snape notice you. Before leaving the room of requirement, Albert reminded them again. There's no way around it, they have potions class coming up. We know. The three of them said with serious expressions, then they all burst into laughter. Alright, I think you guys better laugh enough here before going out. Albert, with a helpless expression, covered his face. But a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 215 The Alchemist. A false alarm. The afternoon potions class was a torment for the students, there was no way around it. Anyone who had to face Snape's grim face couldn't help but be on edge, and some students were even driven to the brink of a mental breakdown. Many students are afraid of Snape, afraid that he will scrutinize them while they brew potions, and also afraid of being called on by Snape during class. In the entire wizarding world, there are actually very few wizards who are truly skilled at brewing potions, and even fewer who are potion masters like Snape. Therefore, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to become potion masters like him. The two classes in the afternoon went quite smoothly. Snape taught everyone how to brew a hair growth potion. In Albert's view, this potion is practically a godsend for middle-aged balding men. If this potion were improved and taken to the Muggle world for sale, it would probably be snatched up in a frenzy. Anderson, stay after class. Snape stood behind Albert watching him brew potions, and after a long while, suddenly spoke softly. Albert casually replied and cast a I'm fine look at Fred and the others nearby. Although Albert did feel a bit guilty when facing Snape, he was sure that Snape definitely couldn't see through his thoughts. After all, he is a level 3 Occlumens. Even if Snape directly draws his wand and uses legilimency on him, it might not be possible to extract the desired memories from Albert. The bell rang, and the students in the classroom couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After hurriedly submitting their potion samples, they fled the potions classroom. Did you add too much ginger root to the reviving potion? Snape stared at Albert's potion sample and asked. Added it twice, 5 pieces. Albert smirked and said, the hair growth potion's effects are obviously more pronounced. Snape stared at Albert for a long time, his eyes seemingly shining with an unusual light. Then, he took out a folded piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Albert, saying in a strange tone, looks like you're quite famous now, huh? Albert was momentarily confused, but still reached out to take the parchment Snape handed over, only to hear the other person say, do you know what happened last night? Are you referring to a Slytherin student being caught out at night? Albert shifted his gaze from the parchment, a pleasant smile forming on his lips, and said, that's truly a regrettable situation. Now take your little cleverness and disappear from my sight. Snape gestured for Albert to get lost. Albert shrugged, stuffed the parchment into his pocket, turned around, and left the eerie, cold potions classroom. He quickly made his way forward and soon caught up with the three who had deliberately slowed down to wait for him. That old bat didn't do anything to you, did he? Fred asked with concern, recalling what had happened not long ago. What could possibly happen? Albert said with a smile. Why did Snape come looking for you? George asked curiously. He gave me a letter of introduction. Albert took out the parchment and explained, a famous alchemist is interested in me, probably to see if we can establish a correspondence. You have quite a few pen pals. Fred glanced at the parchment and asked, they actually want you to write an article for Practical Potions Master. Probably related to Hetty Granger. Albert speculated that if Daggerworth happened to mention himself like others, it wouldn't be surprising for the editor of Advanced Potion Making to verify this through Snape. As is well known, many academic journals are associated with the professors of Hogwarts. Your future is bright. Fred couldn't help but exclaim, the only question is when you'll become the Minister of Magic. The Minister of Magic is simply a pit. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three of them, looking utterly disdainful as he said, whoever wants to jump, go ahead. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. The hair growth potion today is quite good. By the way, It seems like you added ginger root slices twice. The four of them chatted as they walked toward the library on the 5th floor. 5 pieces, if they can eliminate that annoying spiciness, I think the hair growth potion would definitely sell well in the Muggle world. Muggle world. Lee Jordan stared in shock at Albert. He knew that his roommate indeed had the idea of selling potions to Muggles, but such an idea was just too strange. In the Muggle world, there aren't any good methods to treat baldness. Albert explained with a smile, a bunch of rich people would be fighting over it, anyway, they don't lack money. The three of them exchanged glances, not commenting on Albert's thoughts. Most wizards rarely have the need to use Muggle money, even though they know they can exchange Muggle money for galleons at Gringotts. However, in reality, the vast majority of pure-blood wizards can't even recognize Muggle coins, let alone consider using such a method to make money. First, look up the information on the jumping umbrella mushroom in the Encyclopedia of Poisonous Fungi. Albert said to Fred and the others, I'm going to write a letter to Hetty Daggerworth. Albert is preparing to discuss with the potions master to see if they can further improve or dilute the growth potion, ensuring it works slowly on Muggles without raising suspicion. Of course, Albert also wants to buy dried mandrake roots through Dagworth's connections. Ever since he learned that mandrake roots can be used to make powerful charms, he has been unable to resist the urge to try it out. Found it. Soon after, George spoke up, interrupting Albert's contemplation, and placed the page about the bouncing mushroom in front of everyone. Let me see. Fred read quickly, muttering as he went, when picking, be careful not to inhale too many jumping umbrella spores, or you'll fall into a state of confusion. It's best to wear dragon skin gloves to avoid skin contact with the mushroom spores, which can cause skin redness and swelling. They need to be taken out with the roots, otherwise the jumping umbrella mushrooms can easily wilt and rot. As a type of poisonous mushroom, there are indeed many precautions to take when picking the jumping umbrella mushroom. If you're not careful, you could really end up in trouble. As for the bouncing umbrella mushrooms cultivated in the school's greenhouse, their safety is naturally higher. The best way to catch bouncing umbrella mushrooms in the wild is through food baiting. It seems the difficulty is higher than we expected. Albert put away the letter he had been writing and leaned over to read the information they had found together. After thinking for a moment, he said, the food bait method is a bit difficult for us, so now we can only take our chances in the forest during the rainy season. If you can't find it, you'll have to buy it from the pharmacy. Moreover, anything related to dragons is not cheap, and dragon claw powder is no exception. If he added the cost of buying the dried mandrake roots, his wallet would probably shrink significantly. Albert couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly realized that his gallows were not enough. It seems I need to find a way to earn more galleons. Chapter 216. The Hogs Head Inn. Entering November, the weather became very cold, and the mountains surrounding Hogwarts Castle were already covered in a thick layer of white snow. In the morning, a layer of frost appeared on the window. Albert covered a yawn, turned over, and curled up in the blanket, unwilling to get up for a long time. Suddenly, a desperate scream and curse came from the dormitory. Damn it, why isn't it raining today? George, shut up. Lee Jordan pulled the blanket over his head and couldn't help but complain. It's early in the morning, don't shout and scream, it's driving me crazy. It's so cold, close the window. Albert, curled up in the blanket, couldn't help but mumble. Are we going into the forest today? Fred poked his head out from under the covers, looked at the closed window, and asked, can we find jumping umbrella mushrooms in this weather? Hard to say. Albert suggested, we should go to Hogsmeade. Remember the 3 broomsticks I mentioned before? It is said to be a black market trading spot, and today is also a day when Hogwarts students go to Hogsmeade, so even if someone accidentally stumbles in, it wouldn't seem too out of place. Albert looks quite mature, so pretending to be a third-year student wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, people who don't know him wouldn't know he's a second-year student. The black market. I haven't been to the black market yet. What's it like? Lee Jordan immediately agreed with Albert's suggestion. Although they couldn't go to the Forbidden Forest to look for the jumping mushroom, visiting the black market in Hogsmeade wasn't a bad idea either. I don't know, but it's best not to get your hopes up. Albert explained, I heard about this from Hagrid. To Hogsmeade. After a brief discussion, they finalized the decision to go to Hogsmeade. At breakfast time, everyone was talking about Hogsmeade, looking particularly excited. A few younger students were eagerly listening to the older students discussing the only wizarding village in the entire country, sharing interesting and novel things about Hogsmeade. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them played 2 more rounds of wizards cards. Once they had digested a bit, they took the secret passage to Hogsmeade. This journey took a lot of time, and by the time the 4 of them emerged from the passage, they were all shivering from the cold. Let's go to the 3 broomsticks and have a mug of hot butterbeer to warm up. Albert's suggestion received unanimous agreement from several people. Madame Rosmerta looked at the 4 young customers in front of her with surprise, turned her head to glance at the mechanical clock beside her, and asked in astonishment, "You actually arrived before the other students?" Albert placed his hand on the mug filled with butterbeer to warm it up, smiled at the bartender, and said, "This is our little secret." "Oh, well, a secret." Ms. Rosmerta murmured to herself, "I suppose I should go get ready, it will be busy here soon." "When did you say the first batch of students would arrive?" Fred sat by the fireplace, warming himself. "Anyway, they didn't come as early as we did." Lee Jordan took a small sip of butterbeer, comfortably squinting his eyes as he said, "It would be great if we could take some back to enjoy slowly." "This is a good idea." Albert tilted his head and asked Madame Rosmerta, "I'd like to purchase a small barrel of butterbeer." "This won't do." Madame Rosmerta flatly refused. "I don't want the headmaster of Hogwarts writing to me complaining that a student got drunk at school." "This thing can get drunk too." Albert couldn't help but mutter. "It's really a pity. I know where to get a large supply of butterbeer." After the bar owner Albert left the counter, he said mysteriously, "Pig's Head Bar." Fred immediately guessed what Albert meant. Albert nodded, indicating that Fred was correct. After finishing their butterbeer and warming up their bodies, the group got up from the 3 broomsticks and began searching for the location of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. It should be a relatively secluded pub or inn, probably located by a small path, looking rather unremarkable, with a sign hanging that features a pig's head. Hogsmeade is actually just a small village, and there aren't many wizards there to begin with. A few people managed to find the location of the 3 broomsticks before the Hogwarts students arrived. "Is it here?" George pointed at the dilapidated wooden sign with a pig's head painted on it in front of him and said to his companions beside him. They actually didn't spend much time, they just strolled around Hogsmeade Village for a bit, then turned off the main street next to the post office and found the rumored pig's head and down a side alley. Albert pretended to be just passing by, took a quick glance inside, and casually walked in. The bar was small, dark, and very dirty, with a strong smell of mutton in the air, somewhat resembling the black market he had imagined. The most important thing is that there are no customers inside, which is also the reason why Albert brought Fred and a few others in. "Really dirty." George couldn't help but mutter. "Is this the black market?" Lee Jordan's face showed an unmistakable sense of disappointment, but after being shot a glare by Albert, he obediently closed his mouth. As soon as they entered the Hog's Head Inn, Fred and the others began to survey the bar's environment. It was like 2 different worlds compared to the 3 broomsticks. Several windows are covered with thick dirt, and the outside light can barely penetrate into the bar. On both sides, rough wooden tables are lit with some candle stubs. "This place is really something." Albert suppressed his inner irritation. There was no choice. The ground beneath his feet was piled with centuries' worth of filth, and at first glance, one would think the surface was compacted earth. This made Albert immediately think of the dung roads of medieval Europe, which were truly disgusting. "What would you like to have?" The bar owner sidled out from a back door and approached them, mumbling a question. "Is this a bar?" Albert looked at the tall and thin old man in front of him and asked uncertainly. The old man with gray hair and a white beard casually replied. "Can we buy a small barrel of butterbeer to take away from here?" Albert asked again. They had just had butterbeer and had no intention of continuing to drink here, and beside, the hygiene conditions at the Pig's Head pub were worse than expected. "A gallon." The man bent down and pulled out a small oak barrel, covered in dust and filthy, from under the counter, and placed it heavily on the bar. "Here." Albert took a galleon out of his pocket and placed it on the rough counter. "Really heavy." George reached out to move the barrel and found that the small barrel was a bit heavy. The bar owner put the money Albert gave him into an ancient wooden cash box, and the wooden drawer slid open automatically. Swallowing the money, he took out a dirty rag and started wiping the wine glasses, watching the 4 of them with great interest, as if he wanted to see how they would handle this heavy little barrel. "Move aside." Albert reached out and pushed George aside, pulled out his wand from his pocket, waved it at the small beer barrel, and muttered a spell to significantly shrink it. Then, in front of everyone, he picked up the small beer barrel and stuffed it into the pocket of his robe. "How did I not think of that?" George reached back and slapped the back of his head, unable to help but mumble. "Let's go." Albert called everyone to get ready to leave the Pig's Head Tavern. He didn't want to stay there any longer. "Do you guys feel like this bar owner looks a bit familiar, like we've seen him somewhere before?" Lee Jordan suddenly said. "I also feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Fred and George nodded in agreement as well. Albert glanced at the bar owner and muttered, "Probably a relative of Professor Dumbledore." His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone in the bar to hear. "Relative of Professor Dumbledore." Fred and the others were very surprised and turned to look at the pub owner. as Dumbledore was no different from a great man in the minds of most students. How did you end up here? Behind them, a familiar and surprised voice suddenly sounded. Good morning, Hagrid. Albert turned around and greeted Hagrid with a smile. You shouldn't be here. Hagrid looked at Albert, frowned, and said, and I remember you all seem to. By the way, Hagrid, the owner of the Hog's Head Inn is a relative of Professor Dumbledore, right? Albert interrupted Hagrid's attempt to speak. What? Hagrid was also taken aback, probably not expecting Albert to ask such a question. Why do you ask that? Eyes, Hagrid. Albert reminded, their eyes are very similar. Oh, it seems like they are indeed relatives. Hagrid said vaguely, as if he wasn't very willing to bring up these matters. How did you end up here? George continued to interrupt. Hagrid didn't want to answer. Are you ready to go feed Lewis? What is a Lue? Fred asked curiously. The new puppy Hagrid adopted. Albert casually explained. Oh, Hagrid, you brought it back to life. Aberforth looked at Hagrid in surprise. Of course, he knew that Hagrid had bought a sick three-headed dog from a Greek, but he was even more surprised that Hagrid seemed to get along well with the 4 children in front of him. Yeah, Louis is healthy now, but it was raining a lot recently, and he doesn't really like the rain. Hagrid mumbled indistinctly. Can we go see your new puppy? Fred noticed Albert's suggestive look and continued the conversation. All right, you lot, what are you doing here? Hagrid asked loudly. Today is the day Hogwarts students go to Hogsmeade. Albert said seriously. Of course I know today is the day Hogwarts students go to Hogsmeade, but that's for 3rd years and above. I remember you two are only 2nd years, right? Hagrid couldn't help but complain, that old codger Filch actually let you sneak out. Don't be angry, Hagrid. We're just out for a stroll. Right now, Hogsmeade is full of Hogwarts students. It's very safe here. Albert spoke up to comfort him. But you violated the school rules. Hagrid poked Albert in the chest with his finger as a warning. Rules are meant to be broken, aren't they, Hagrid? Albert said nonchalantly, besides, it's not like it's a big deal. Hagrid was instantly dumbfounded, and Fred and the others next to him were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. They never expected someone could speak about breaking school rules so nonchalantly. I can't argue with you. Hagrid pretended to be angry and said, Go on, what are you doing here? Let's see what the black market in the wizarding world is like. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Albert didn't hide the disappointment on his face at all, of course, that was just for Hagrid's benefit. What do you plan to buy on the black market? Hagrid asked warily. Like a reticulated python egg. Albert replied without hesitation. Do you want to raise a snake? Hagrid was very surprised and looked Albert up and down again. I'm not a Slytherin student, so how could I possibly be interested in snakes? Albert shook his head and explained, I heard that eating anaconda's eggs can make you smarter, so I plan to buy a few and try them out to see if they can make me smarter. At this moment, not only Hagrid, but even Aberforth opened his mouth in surprise. Do you want to eat a riddle snake egg? Hagrid's face twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but say, I think you're already smart enough. But no one would mind becoming smarter. Albert turned his head to look at Fred and the others, asking, Do you want to become smarter? This is obvious. See. Albert shrugged at Hagrid, then looked at the bartender and asked, Who is this? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The bar owner said. Mr. Aberforth, how much does a naga egg cost? Albert politely inquired. The trade of these snake eggs has thrived on the black market for centuries. Albus pondered for a moment and said, Getting one is a bit difficult, it would probably cost between 5 to 10 galleons. If you could help me get 1 or 2, that would be even better. Albert smiled and quoted his price, 10 gallons each. Of course, don't try to fool me with fakes, I still have some basic common sense. Albus raised an eyebrow, gazed deeply at Albert, and remained silent for a long time. Albert. Hagrid couldn't help but speak up. When dealing with guys in the black market, you need to be on high alert. Albert. Hagrid couldn't help but speak up. When dealing with guys in the black market, you need to be on your toes. Of course I know. Albert said, Well, isn't this person a relative of Dumbledore? I think he should be somewhat trustworthy to a certain extent, and beside, it's just a matter of mutual benefit. A gold coin, and I can introduce you to a fairly reliable fellow, if you need anything. Albus suddenly raised his finger and said to Albert, Albus F. Hagrid glared at the owner of the Hog's Head Inn in displeasure. Albert took out a gold coin and tossed it to Abisfu. His name is Montgomery. Albus looked at Albert in astonishment. The other person's straightforwardness left him utterly amazed. That stinky little thief, Monty Goss. Hagrid clearly didn't like that guy named Montague. His full name is Montague P. Flitch, Albus said, as he waved his wand and released a burst of white light. What was that? Fred and the others watched the disappearing white light and couldn't help but ask. It should be a guardian spirit, Albert explained. You know. Albus was very surprised that Albert actually knew about the Patronus, as it was a very advanced form of magic. Yeah, I know, I'm practicing. However, why did you release the guardian spirit? Albert feigned curiosity and asked, knowing full well that the guardian could be used to send messages. Send a message, Montgomery will be here soon, Albus explained. I've never heard of a guardian being used for communication. Did you come up with this method yourself? Albert asked curiously. No, Albus shook his head. That must be Professor Dumbledore, truly worthy of being a headmaster. Albert mumbled to himself while secretly observing the changes in Albus's expression. Chapter 217, Mundungus. While Albert was observing the old man in front of him, Aberforth was also secretly scrutinizing Albert. In the eyes of this elderly person who has lived for more than a century, Albert is undoubtedly a very special presence, a precocious child with maturity far beyond his years. Whether it was his words or his arguments, they all carried a strong sense of purpose, completely unlike what a child would say. A Buffuzzi is unclear about what this kid is doing in the black market, but it is definitely not as Albert just said, that he came to see what the black market is like merely out of curiosity. If it were just out of interest, one wouldn't easily give themselves a gialong, even if the other party's family were really wealthy. They wouldn't do such a thing. A guilder is a considerable fortune for a child of Albert's age, and yet this child did such a thing, which inevitably makes one feel that it is quite thought-provoking. What does he want to do? Could it really be for trading with people in the black market? This is really too absurd. A buffo is more willing to believe that the other party acted on a whim. Of course, whatever this child in front of me wants to do has nothing to do with me. A buffus is purely curious. He should be in Ravenclaw House. However, it seems that all the Weasleys got into Gryffindor House. The old man remembered someone, his brother, the young Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had only just started school when he displayed extraordinary magical talent. Perhaps this child in front of him is a similar kind of person, full of talent, ambitious. Buffuzzi thought to himself. Before long, students from Hogwarts began to appear on the streets of Hogsmeade, but no one ever paid attention to the situation in the remote corners. Hagrid didn't leave immediately. He stayed at the Leaky Cauldron to keep an eye on Albert and the others. He was very uneasy about leaving Albert alone at the pub, fearing that this troublemaker would cause some kind of trouble again. A few people were sitting at the rough wooden table near the entrance of the Pighead Bar, chatting. During this period, Albert recommended their wizard cards to Hagrid and Aberforth. Unfortunately, Hagrid seemed disinterested, but Aberforth was quite interested in the wizard cards and even played a game with Fred. Indeed, it's quite interesting. Aberforth stared at Dumbledore's card and said, however, if you want everyone to like it, you'd better put more effort into the card, at least make it look more refined, instead of like this half-finished product. We are prepared to spend 5 years perfecting and promoting this game. As Albert was putting away the wizard cards, he heard a loud crack outside, and Montague appeared outside the Pig's Head Tavern using apparition. A buffus. Montague stood at the door and shouted inside. Why isn't he coming in? Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Later, Fred and the others learned from Hagrid that the owner of the Hog's Head Inn was not welcoming to Mundungus, the guy who liked to steal and pickpocket, and Montgomery seems to have done something to be permanently banned from stepping into the Pig's Head pub. As for the grievances between them, it is not something that Albert and the others should be concerned about. Montgomery looked at Aberforth and said, Oh, Aberforth, Merlin's beard, I thought I misheard you just now. The customer I introduced to you. Abelus nodded at Albert and said. Montague turned his head to look at the young Albert, who was also stunned, then turned back to Abuffus and said, You're joking, honestly, this isn't funny at all. Montague looked very angry. He had just been eating and was startled by Abuffus's message. He wasn't joking. Albert also scrutinized the sudden, stinky thief. Montague is a short, stout man with a scruffy beard, short, stubby legs, and a body that reeks of a foul odor, perhaps from crawling through alleys or not having bathed for months. In summary, Albert doesn't like this guy much, but there's no denying that Montague does look like a competent thief. He needs two like those, if you can help him get them. Like a Naga egg. Montague's gaze wandered back and forth between Abuffus and Albert. You know, that thing is very popular on the black market, but it's not common, and I seriously doubt this kid can afford enough galleons. Montague felt unlucky and turned to leave. Maybe we should establish trust first. Albert spoke up. Of course, although I believe there's not much trust in the black market, but if we trade a few more times, at least there will be a foundation of trust. Trade a few more times. Montag stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, "What do you want?" "I need a bucket of salt, if you can help me get one." Albert squinted his eyes, staring dangerously into Montague's eyes. "Damn it, what do you need a bucket of salt for?" Montgomery and Albert exchanged glances, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and instinctively looked away. This guy gave him a strange feeling. The other person's gaze and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth were not something a child could possess. "Has this kid seen through my thoughts?" Montag had such ridiculous thoughts in his head. "You just need to know that you can get a gallon, and that's enough." Albert calmly stated his own price. "All right, a bucket of salt, wait a moment." Montague muttered, "By then, if I find out you're messing with me." He shut up because Albert casually pulled a handful of galleons from his pocket. Montague hurriedly manifested and left. He only needed to know that the customer had money. As for who was willing to spend a gallon to buy a barrel of salt, that was none of Montague's business. "What do you need a bucket of salt for?" Hagrid looked at the place where Montague had disappeared, unable to help but frown and ask. "Pickling vegetables." Albert joked, and in a way, he wasn't really lying. "This isn't funny at all." Hagrid slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "All right, a deal is the foundation of cooperation." Albert explained. "You've said it yourself, thieves are not to be trusted." Hagrid's brows furrowed even deeper, and he couldn't help but remind, "I think you should avoid dealing with that kind of scum. Those guys in the black market love to swindle people with counterfeit goods." "It's nothing, I'm very vengeful," Albert said casually, holding a grudge. "What does this mean, the literal meaning?" "Didn't you say you never hold grudges?" Fred suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Really? When did I ever say that?" Albert directly denied having ever said those words. Truly worthy of being Albert. Lee Jordan couldn't help but mutter, "By the way, what do you need salt for?" George asked. Albert didn't answer George's question but said nonchalantly, "Whether it's potions, joke props, or magical items, some things can't ultimately be bought in Diagon Alley. Mundungus will come in handy." Peak Chapter 218. The Rules of Trade. Aberforth was also taken aback when he heard Albert say this. He never expected that the other party had such an idea. The potions made from materials obtained from the black market, or the creation of magical items, require complex craftsmanship and techniques. Hearing such things from a young wizard like Albert felt quite unbelievable. Even if it were just a prank item, it wasn't something a child could easily create. However, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan did not think so. They were well aware of Albert's abilities and naturally believed that what Albert said made a lot of sense. Some things indeed could not be obtained through regular channels, so they had to go through the black market. If someone could help them in this regard, it would naturally save them a lot of time and trouble. Albert also didn't plan to continue dwelling on these issues. He looked at a Bufuzi and asked, "How can we get the Guardian to speak?" "Maybe you should first master the physical Guardian before considering this issue." A Bufuzi did not answer Albert's question. "I think I'll soon be able to master the corporeal Guardian," Albert said softly. "If you don't mind, we can have a good chat about how to get the Guardian to speak before that thief gentleman comes back. This method of communication is quite special. As far as I know, there are no relevant records in the library. If possible, I don't want to miss this opportunity." A Bufuzi squinted his eyes. If it were in the past, with his temper, he probably wouldn't have bothered with this guy and would have directly kicked him out of the Pig's Head bar. However, Albert's special caught his attention, and a Bufuzi was very curious to see what other astonishing actions this guy would take. "Knowledge is priceless," a Bufuzi said with a smile. This little old man now looked just like a swindler. "Of course, my reputation is very reliable." Albert understood the other person's meaning. They just wanted money, right? However, Albert is not a fool. He raised his hands and asked, "How about this price?" "Okay." A Bufuzi quickly suppressed the surprise on his face, nodded, and said, "However, before that, you must first teach me how to make the Guardian speak. Once I learn, I will pay you the other 9 gallons." Albert stated his request. "How would I know if you have already mastered it?" a Bufuzi retorted. "I think by this time next year it should be about ready. Hagrid will be our witness." Albert looked at Hagrid and said, "Whether I master it or not, I will pay you the other 9 galleons, but during this time, you must tell me how to make the patroness speak." Many wizards spend their entire lives without being able to summon a corporeal patroness, Aberforth said meaningfully. However, he agreed and found it very interesting. He didn't understand where Albert's confidence came from, but that didn't hinder him from making this deal with Albert. Under normal circumstances, if they can't summon a corporeal guardian, it can only be said that they have never put in the effort to practice the guardian spell. Albert said nonchalantly, "What are you all talking about? I can't understand a word." Hagrid still couldn't quite grasp the situation, however. Fred and the others found it hard to believe that Albert was actually willing to spend 10 galleons to learn a spell from someone who seemed so unreliable. Even more absurdly, they actually managed to reach an agreement. Montgomery didn't keep everyone waiting for long. He quickly rushed back, carrying a small bucket filled with salt, and handed it directly to Albert. "You are very insincere." Albert glanced at the salt in the small barrel but did not reach for it. Instead, he scrutinized Montgomery with a discerning gaze and said, "Transactions require integrity, even in the black market. This relationship can only last long enough." "Are you making fun of me?" Montague looked a bit flustered, and as soon as he drew his wand, he fell silent, because he was astonished to find that his wand had already been disarmed by the boy in front of him, and Fred and the others had also drawn their wands and pointed them at him with an eager look on his face. "This will require 5 buckets, maybe you should get a bigger one." Albert's face still wore a faint smile as he kindly reminded Montgomery. "You're impressive." Montague took the wand thrown by Albert, and the apparition disappeared. "Where do you think that guy got the salt from?" Lee Keaton looked at the spot where Montagues had disappeared, turned his head, and asked Albert, "Does this matter? Things in the black market have never been clean." Albert could certainly guess that the barrel of salt was most likely stolen by Montagues from somewhere. However, Albert didn't care about the origins of these things. Naturally, he was prepared for the fact that they were bought on the black market. In no time at all, Montagues came back grumbling, carrying a large bucket filled with salt. "Your galleon." Albert placed a galleon in Montague's hand and said with a smile, "Look, isn't this nice?" Montague's displeasure vanished as soon as he saw Gallon. This was a profitable deal for him. The salt and bucket were obtained from a Muggle, and he earned a galleon in just a short amount of time. However, Montague soon witnessed a scene that left him speechless. Albert waved his wand and cast a spell on the bucket of salt. After a moment, he looked up and said, "It seems you didn't use the duplication spell to copy the salt." Not only was Montgomery silent, but even Fred and the others looked at Albert in astonishment. "Is it very strange?" "Isn't it strange? After all, we're dealing with people from the black market, so being cautious is never a bad thing." Albert's tone remained very calm, as if it were only natural to do so. "What if Montagues used the duplication spell?" Abufuzi asked curiously. The recent scene had once again reshaped his perception of Albert. "What do you think?" Albert said with a half-smile. The surroundings fell into an even longer silence, and no one would consider that a friendly smile. "This is a ruthless and cold-hearted guy," Abufuzi thought to himself. "By the way, I hope you don't have any anti-tracking spells on you. If I need something, I'll contact you through an owl. By the way, your name is Mundungus, right? I've remembered your name." Saying this, Albert took out a notebook from his pocket and actually wrote down Montague's name. Montgomery couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, cursing Albert's cunning. Luckily, he hadn't thought of using the duplication spell earlier, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. He remembered something else and rubbed his palms together, saying, "If you need an Owl Monitor lizard egg, I can find a way to get one for you. Of course, the price won't be cheap. If you manage to get them, you can write to me. My name is Albert." Albert said, "By the way, I only need 2. Montgomery actually agreed. Hagrid found it very hard to believe. "He can easily make money from me, so why wouldn't he agree?" Albert shrugged and said, "Aren't they just in it for the money? You're not afraid that Montagues will trick you with fake goods and subpar products?" Abufuzi retorted, "In the black market, this kind of situation is actually quite common. I'm very vengeful." Albert said, "If Montague did this, I wouldn't mind letting him understand why flowers are so red and why the sun rises from the east." "This is not good." Abufuzi was choked for a moment. Although he didn't understand what those words meant, he was already very familiar with Albert's attitude. "We should go back." Hagrid suddenly said, "I'll take you back, don't even think about staying here any longer." "Oh, Hagrid, we have other things to do," George said dryly. "No way, you have to go back. Otherwise, I'll tell Professor McGonagall about this, tell her you sneaked off to Hogsmeade. I think she'll definitely put you in detention." Hagrid unceremoniously unleashed his trump card. "We'll go with you to see Louis," Lee Jordan suddenly said. "No, you must return to the castle now," Hagrid insisted. "Oh, alright, don't be angry, Hagrid takes a day off. My schedule is messed up, so I'm taking a day off to adjust my sleep schedule." Harry Potter and the Alchemist, taking a day off. Currently being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Chapter 219, Coincidence and Necessity. Before returning to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade, Fred and the others, unwilling to just obediently go back, suggested going with Hagrid to see his new pet, Luvi. However, unfortunately, they were outright refused by Hagrid. The goalkeeper of the game reserve, to prevent the group from running off, personally escorted Albert and the others back to Hogwarts. "Don't let me catch you sneaking off to Hogsmeade again, or I'll tell Professor McGonagall about it." Hagrid left these words and turned to leave. "Do you think next time we go to Hogsmeade, we should put a disillusionment charm on ourselves?" Lee Jordan looked at Hagrid's departing figure and muttered softly. However, Lee Jordan is a bit lacking in confidence. He still hasn't mastered the more complex disillusionment charm. If he wants to cast it on himself, he'll need Albert's help. "It seems I need to work harder, or else I'll be left further and further behind by Albert," he thought to himself. "This idea is not bad," George said with considerable regret. "It's rare to go to Hogsmeade, and yet I couldn't enjoy myself fully before coming back. Where do you plan to put this?" Fred asked, referring to the salt he was holding. "House of Wishes fulfilled. I guess so too. I suggest you go to the kitchen now and see if there's anything you can roast. We'll use the fireplace in the common room to roast something later." Albert took out the barrel of butterbeer from his pocket and handed it to Fred, reminding him, "Remember to lift the spell before opening the barrel." "I won't lift the curse." Fred took the butterbeer and shook his head. He really wouldn't. Even the simplest of counter-curses would still be too difficult for a student just entering their second year. "Then wait for me to come back." Albert took the hotspot map that Fred handed over and, passing through the hallway, prepared to part ways with the others. "What if there is no food in the kitchen?" Lee Jordan suddenly asked. "Then let's go catch a fish by Black Lake," Albert replied without a second thought. "What are you thinking, planning to go fishing at this time?" Fred looked at Albert in disbelief. They had just returned from Hogsmeade and their faces were already red from the biting cold wind. "No, fishing is a hobby, and I don't have a habit of fishing in winter. You could try using the levitation charm to give it a go." Albert noticed the strange expressions on Fred and the others' faces, slightly frowned, then suddenly realized, murmuring, "Oh, I almost forgot, the British hardly eat freshwater fish." "Aren't you British yourself?" The three of them couldn't help but retort. "Or are you trying to say you actually eat freshwater fish? See you later, remember to bring more food." Albert walked away with a smile. Of foreigners who don't know how to use chopsticks almost never eat freshwater fish with many bones. Well, it's just that they can't eat it. After all, knives and forks are quite ineffective when dealing with fish bones. Thinking of this, Albert shook his head helplessly. "It's only like this because there are few people and plenty of resources. If there were many people and few resources, there wouldn't even be any freshwater fish to eat." At this time, most of the students have probably gone to Hogsmeade. When he arrived on the 8th floor, Albert still cautiously observed the situation on the 8th floor through the live map, and he saw a familiar name, Professor Rowena Smith. Albert was taken aback for a moment and murmured, "Coincidence, or is it that he's planning to go to the wish-granting house?" After arriving at the wish-granting house, Albert found that he couldn't get in, and the door wasn't opening. "Is there really someone inside?" Albert looked at the entrance of the room of requirement and walked toward the Gryffindor common room. Professor Trelawney? Or Professor Smith? Last year, Professor Broad seemed to know about the existence of the wish-granting house. The latter possibility should be higher. So, what did Professor Smith do in the wish-granting house? What kind of secrets are hidden inside? What secrets does the wish-granting house hold? The Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge. Albert felt he might have guessed the answer. After all, Professor Smith and Professor Broad both come from Ravenclaw. If they discover the room of requirement and uncover its secrets, it wouldn't be difficult to access Ravenclaw's treasure trove of knowledge. "Password. Are you going in or not?" Madame Fat was already very impatient, glaring at Albert with anger. "Oh, sorry, the password is cream cake." Albert noticed the fat lady's unfriendly expression and said sheepishly. After the entrance to the common room opened, he immediately slipped inside. The common room was left with only the first and second year students who couldn't go to Hogsmeade, and they were either doing homework or chatting and playing games. Albert put the barrel of salt back in the dormitory. When he returned to the common room, he found that Fred and the others had already come back and had brought sausages, meat pies, crisps, and a small bottle of sliced beef from the kitchen. As for the barrel of shrinking butterbeer he had bought for a gallon, they had placed it on the table by the fireplace. "Look, we brought something nice from the kitchen." Fred cheerfully lifted the string of beef and placed it by the fireplace to roast. "Skewer the other food items as well." Albert drew his wand and waved it at the bamboo skewers, doubling their number. George and the others quickly helped thread the food onto skewers. Albert waved his wand again, restoring the barrel of butterbeer to its original state, then conjured up cups and filled them for the four. Sana and Angelina, who had already been drawn to this side, finally couldn't hold back. Where on earth did you get this big barrel of beer from? We got a little help from the bandits. Fred winked at Angelina and said mischievously. Barbecue with beer, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Sana couldn't help but exclaim as she took the butterbeer that Albert handed over. Thank you. Angelina also took the butterbeer that Fred handed over and took a small sip. This taste feels a bit strange, I still prefer the taste of cola and soda. Shauna took a sip of the butterbeer and muttered softly. I didn't get used to it at first either. Albert poured butterbeer for Fred and the others, and raised a glass to toast with them. The roasted meat and sausages in the fireplace began to emit an enticing aroma, and a few younger students stared in awe at the scene, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Unfortunately, they were not invited. Having barbecue in winter feels pretty good. Albert picked up a piece of grilled beef, took a bite, and found the house elf's seasoning a bit bland for his taste. It would be even better if we could skewer some vegetables. Your demands are really high. George muttered. If we could heat up the butterbeer a bit, that would be even better. Fred looked at Albert and asked, can't you? I'm not omnipotent. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. I was just asking casually. Fred said with a smile, maybe you really will. No one knows exactly how many types of magic Albert has mastered. After all, in their eyes, this guy knows quite a lot. Chapter 220, Pickled Salty Radish. It might rain later. Fred looked up at the overcast ceiling above him and turned his head to speak to the people sitting next to him. If I were you, I would finish the food on your plate while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold. Albert was cutting the potato and egg pancake on his plate with a knife and fork, while the house elf had already served the dish onto the students' plates. I'm really puzzled why you all hope it will rain later. Angelina swallowed a large piece of salted meat and looked at Fred and the others with a strange expression. The rainy season has lasted for a long time, and the rainy weather is really unbearable. Fred was just about to respond when he was interrupted. A student hurriedly walked over and said to Albert, you must be Albert, I've heard your name. Professor Smith asked me to give this to you. Thank you. Albert nodded at the newcomer and handed over a note. What is that? Angelina asked curiously. An invitation. Invitation. Albert glanced at the contents on the parchment and said, Professor Smith has invited me over for tea. The people around them exchanged glances. If it were someone else saying this, they wouldn't believe it at all. But Albert was different. Being invited by the professor for tea was something he was used to. It happened quite often last year. Really makes me envious. If we say that there are not many students in the entire Hogwarts who receive special treatment from the professors, even the student council president might not have the same privileges as Albert. This is not just about having good grades, you also need to have strong connections. While they were talking, an owl flew toward Albert, dropping a package into his arms, temporarily shifting everyone's attention. Albert picked up the package, glanced at the sender's name, and guessed what was inside the package: a dragon claw powder, the ingredient Albert purchased from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. A while ago, he spent 10 galleons at the apothecary to buy a pint, 568 milliliters, of dragon's claw powder, and now he had managed to get his hands on the two hardest to obtain ingredients for making the brain elixir. You really are popular, aren't you? Elias' tone was very strange. While they were talking, 2 more heavy letters were dropped in front of him by an owl. Albert took them and stuffed them into the pocket of his robe. Your pen pal? Sana asked. Old friend. The literal meaning. George explained it for Albert. The few girls at the dining table were all stunned, unable to react for a moment. I have to go now, I still need to go have afternoon tea later. If it rains, you can wait for me in the public lounge. Before leaving, Albert didn't forget to remind them, remember to finish your homework first. I always feel like that guy is so mysterious. Sana looked at Albert's departing figure and couldn't help but mumble, he seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Who knows? I heard he started dating a Ravenclaw girl. Elias suddenly said. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Fred and the others exchanged glances, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. That's the Ravenclaw genius. Elia pointed her chin in a certain direction and continued, many people have seen them chatting together often. I remember they seem to be 2 grades apart. The girls' gossiping never seems to end. In fact, they are only a year apart. Elia kindly reminded, Albert's birthday is after September. Genius and genius. So nice, Albert didn't know that someone was gossiping about him behind his back. As soon as he entered the Aladdin's cave, he put on his ear protectors and began the preliminary processing of the Mandela grass. Why does it feel like we're pickling radish slices? Albert buried the washed mandrake roots in the salt in the large barrel, unable to help but make a remark since he had obtained a large amount of salt. He naturally wouldn't easily give up the opportunity to brew mandrake. Although it would become a dangerous dark magic item, in Albert's view, it was completely worth paying this trivial price. It is definitely a sneaky gadget, with effects comparable to a sonic bomb, and the very nature of sound makes it hard to defend against. If, in the near future, Voldemort doesn't rise to power and the future looks bright, Albert wouldn't be too keen on making such things. After all, how should one describe dark magic items? It inherently possesses a certain level of danger, especially during the production process, which can be quite hazardous. Moreover, it is said that wizards who frequently handle dark magic items can be influenced in their behavior and personality, making them more irritable and volatile. After Dumbledore dies, Voldemort and his followers will openly cause trouble for Muggle wizards. Since I am also a Muggle wizard, it is only natural that I would be in danger, so wanting to get some self-defense items is perfectly normal. Although some things can't be sold, some can be used for starting a business. The fact that the Weasley twins in the story were able to make a fortune already speaks volumes. Gallons may not be very important, but sometimes gallons can still solve many problems. After all, without money, nothing works. As a time traveler, Albert was also very aware that wealth without the power to protect it was, in itself, a kind of sin, and could ultimately become a target for others to plunder. He needs strength. This is very important. Next, we need to obtain the outer shell of the swamp digger. This magical creature is the nemesis of the mandrake. Its favorite food is mandrake, and as long as we use the outer shell of the swamp digger to make a container to store the mandrake, we can effectively suppress it. The so-called children who don't dare to cry at night are probably at this level. And then there's the container for storing dark magic items, and I need to learn the undetectable extension charm. This charm also seems to be strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. I wonder if I can find any related books in the library. Finally, we need to design a combination container, taking into account the risk of carrying a dark magic item with us. Albert recorded these things in his alchemy notebook, closed it, then took out another notebook. He confidently glanced at the information inside, slightly furrowing his brows. A new task has appeared on the task panel. Another purpose. Everyone knows that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed. Every wizard who comes to Hogwarts to teach this subject has their own reasons for willingly taking the risk. It seems you have discovered some secrets about Rowena Smith coming to Hogwarts. Please clarify the reasons why Professor Smith came to teach at Hogwarts. Reward: 2,000 experience, 1 skill point. Randomly acquire Rowena Smith's skill. Since this mission appeared, Albert has found Professor Smith a bit strange, and now he is even interested in ancient runes and has invited Albert over for tea. Indeed, this matter is quite strange no matter how you look at it. Chapter 221, full of confidence. Have you seen these things? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, Professor Rowena Smith looked at the contents of the parchment in her hand, then looked up at Albert in surprise. This young student in front of her had merely glanced at the ancient runes on the parchment she had given him and was able to provide an answer immediately. Even though Albert has made impressive achievements in ancient magic texts, Professor Smith does not believe he could translate it on the spot. The only possibility is that he knows or has seen it before. After all, Professor Broad and Albert have a good relationship. If that professor had shown similar things to Albert before, it wouldn't be surprising for him to provide a translation at first glance. I've seen it before. Albert straightforwardly admitted, Professor Broad once asked me to help translate something similar, and the content hasn't changed much. Professor Smith stared at the parchment and fell into silence. To be honest, he felt quite embarrassed because, given Albert's intelligence, he had naturally already figured out that what he had shown him was actually a fragment taken from a large section of ancient runes, and he didn't want the other party to know the content. I suggest you show me the entire content so that I can translate it better. Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. Actually, Albert could guess where those ancient runes came from. Even if Professor Smith was unwilling to share, once he entered the Ravenclaw knowledge repository, he would naturally be able to see them. Therefore, Albert didn't really care whether Professor Smith was willing to share the records of these ancient runes with him. In a few days, I will organize them, and then I'll leave it to you. Professor Smith was silent for a moment, then quickly made a decision. Although he also had considerable expertise in ancient magic texts, the gap compared to Albert was indeed quite significant. At least, Professor Smith spent a long time in that secret room, but he still couldn't fully understand the meaning of the ancient runes left on the wall. That is my honor. Albert smiled. Go take care of your own business. Professor Smith spoke up to see them off. Albert stood up, nodded at Professor Smith, turned around, and left the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Did Professor Smith come to Hogwarts for the Ravenclaw Knowledge Vault? Albert stood at the end of the corridor, gazing at the torrential rain outside, murmuring to himself. You say, when will this heavy rain stop? Soon after, Fred's voice rang in my ears. Who knows? If we miss this chance, we probably won't have another opportunity to go into the forest and look for the jumping umbrella fungus this year. Jordan looked toward the forbidden forest, then turned his head to look at Albert. Not just him, the Wesley brothers were also looking at Albert. Don't look at me like that, I wouldn't recklessly venture into the woods on a day like this. Albert unwrapped a piece of hard candy and popped it into his mouth, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "So, you might as well give up." He looked around to make sure there was no one else, then continued, "At that time, we'll get it from greenhouse number 3 or the apothecary in Diagon Alley." On a rainy day, going into the woods in the rain to look for things is definitely something only someone with a problem would do. In such weather, Albert would rather return to the public lounge, sit by the fireplace, read a book, and enjoy a leisurely rainy day. That's the kind of life one should live. The public lounge is now crowded with people. George seemed to see through Albert's thoughts at a glance and reminded him with a smile that, to be honest, for a Quidditch player, this little rain really isn't much. After all Quidditch players train regardless of the weather. However, speaking of this, George suddenly looked at Albert with a strange expression. This guy doesn't hate the rain, does he? They once suspected that Albert's reluctance to become a formal Quidditch player was fundamentally due to not wanting to run to the Quidditch pitch in the rain for practice. On rainy days, Albert prefers to stay by the fireplace, warming himself and reading a book. Then let's go to the auditorium and finish this week's assignments. Albert casually comforted, "Maybe, this is just a passing shower, and it will stop soon." Before the rain stops, Albert already regretted saying those words because they actually came true. It was just a brief shower, the rain came quickly and left just as fast. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain had completely stopped, and the sky began to clear up. Albert, who had just written half of his thesis, deserved to go out with the 3 of them to the Forbidden Forest to look for the bouncing mushroom. This type of mushroom holds special significance for the 4 of them. To study it, they have devoted time and effort to researching information related to the jumping umbrella mushroom, and are looking for ways to catch it and how to transform the jumping umbrella mushroom into a more potent form. So, Fred and the others have put in so much effort that they don't want to easily give up on this obsession. Like last year's garlic planting, as long as time drags on a bit, I estimate that this matter will soon be forgotten. Hagrid should be in his hunting lodge, but it's better if we sneak into the forest from the side. Fred mentioned the entrance he used the last time he entered the Forbidden Forest, which is farther from Hagrid's hut and less likely to be noticed by him. "Don't think we came unprepared," George said mysteriously. "We know a few places where we might have a chance of finding the bouncing umbrella fungus. Do you remember the last time we went into the forest?" Fred then added, "The route we took. Are you really planning to use these ghost stories to fool me? Last time, I was the one following you deep into the Forbidden Forest." Albert put on a pair of rain boots for himself. It had just rained, the ground was wet and muddy, and Albert didn't want to make a mess of himself. He pulled up the hood of his cloak to cover his head, avoiding the residual rainwater in the forest from soaking his clothes. "We better get back before 5, winter nights come especially early." Albert glanced at the pocket watch in his hand and said to Fred and the others, "There are still 2.5 hours left. The time should be enough, if we're lucky." "Did you bring the luck potion?" Fred whispered. This is the source of their confidence. Albert, who drank the luck potion, is incredibly lucky and doesn't have to worry about not finding the jumping umbrella mushroom. Got it. Albert was quite helpless. Before he had the ability to concoct the blessing potion, drinking a little meant less of it. Probably just a dose of 2 or 3 hours will be enough. Jordan Lee comforted. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, took a small sip, and thought, how could it possibly be so precise? 2K Reading Network Chapter 222, Idiot Making Potion. How do you feel? Seeing Albert carefully take a small sip of the Felix Felicis. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all swallowed hard. They actually really wanted to personally taste the legendary Felix Felicis and experience the wonderful sensation of everything going smoothly. Unfortunately, the blessing potion is just a little bit. Very well, everyone follow me. Albert walked with a brisk pace toward the eerie, damp forest path ahead. Where are we going? George quickly caught up with Albert's pace. Of course, we go into the forest and try our luck. Lee Jordan said matter-of-factly. You only got half of it right. We're going to Mr. Kettlebur's cabin in the woods to try our luck. Albert hummed a little tune and casually explained. Why go find Professor Kettleborough? Fred frowned and asked. To be honest, they weren't very familiar with that professor of magical creatures, and going to find him now wasn't a good idea, especially since they had secretly entered the Forbidden Forest. They were lucky they hadn't been docked points or put in detention. Don't worry, the situation isn't as bad as you think. Albert comforted with a smile. We're not going to see Professor Kettleborough, we're just taking a chance around the cabin in the woods. Do you think there might be a bouncing umbrella mushroom near Professor Kettleberg's cabin? George's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely taken aback by Albert's ability to provide such an accurate location so quickly, truly worthy of being called a miracle drug. The effects are astonishing. Winter is coming. What does this have to do with winter? Don't interrupt, let Albert finish speaking. Fred glared at Lee Jordan in displeasure, telling him to shut up. Every year around this time, Heg and Professor Kettleborough feed the young nightjars that can't find food, helping them survive the cold winter. We need to find the feeding site, and if we're lucky, we should be able to find the bouncing mushroom near the animal's remains. Albert still had one more thing to say. Kettleborough kept a group of magical creatures, and if he threw the bones left over from the magical creatures in one place, they had a chance of finding the bouncing mushroom. On their way to the cabin in the woods, the four of them didn't forget to observe the surrounding forest and indeed discovered some strange mushrooms, but these mushrooms were not the bouncing umbrella mushrooms they were looking for. Albert followed the route from his memory and, with the help of the potion, easily found the cabin in the woods. The four of them began to wander around and actually found the place where Professor Kettleborough had thrown the bones, which were covered in dense mushrooms. Found it. Albert furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that something was a bit off. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all took out the equipment they had prepared in advance and put it on, getting ready to go catch the bouncing mushroom. As for why they were going to catch it, because once something gets close, the jumping mushrooms will scatter all at once. By the way, don't you think there are too many jumping umbrella mushrooms? Albert suspected that someone might be deliberately cultivating the jumping mushrooms here. The quantity is indeed very large. The three of them exchanged glances, not understanding Albert's meaning. However, if there are many, you don't have to worry about not catching the jumping mushroom. It's just that if we barge in like this and the spore dust starts flying every place, it will indeed cause a lot of trouble for a few people. George prepared to throw a stone inside to scare away the bouncing mushrooms, and then catch them one by one. After all, they had done quite a bit of homework to catch the bouncing mushrooms. If they just barged in, they would probably end up lying flat on their backs all the way back to Hogwarts. 3, 2, 1. Lee Jordan threw a stone into the bouncing mushroom, and the next moment, the group of bouncing mushrooms immediately exploded, jumping in all directions. During the jumping process, a large amount of spore powder was released. Fortunately, the four had already distanced themselves before it all began. This time, we didn't fall victim to bad luck. Go for it. Albert shouted loudly, and Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all rushed toward the bouncing mushrooms they had chosen. These guys were more agile than the ones in the greenhouse, and after a bit of a chase, the three of them, it took a lot of effort to catch the targeted jumping umbrella mushroom. It's a pity about the rest. George looked at the already vanished bouncing umbrella fungi and couldn't help but sigh. There's nothing to regret, 3 is already enough, let's go back. Albert took a cloth bag out of the pocket of his robe and stuffed the captured bouncing umbrella mushroom into it. How did you come to be here? Albert turned his head toward the sudden voice and realized he had run into an acquaintance. Mr. Dagworth, how did you end up here? Albert frowned slightly and asked. I came to see Mr. Kettleborough to purchase snakebird eggshells. Felix Felicis. Albert immediately realized what Dagworth wanted to brew. Well, the good luck potion I brewed a few years ago has run out, so I'm planning to brew another batch. Dagworth looked at Albert and the others, puzzled, and asked, what are you doing with the jumping umbrella fungus? Did you know there are bouncing umbrella fungi here? George couldn't help but ask. It was I who suggested to Mr. Kettleborough to throw these bones here to cultivate the bouncing mushroom. Are you saying that all the bouncing umbrella mushrooms here belong to you? Every year, I come here to harvest a batch of mature jumping umbrella mushrooms as raw material. Dagworth nodded, saying that as a master potion maker, he had his own stable source of potions. Just like he knew that Kettleborough raised and bred serpent birds, if he needed serpent bird eggshells, he would pay a high price or obtain them through other means. After all, serpent bird eggshells were also a very hard to obtain material. Albert and the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. Had they just been caught red-handed by their master? Dagworth, however, didn't care about these things and continued to ask, what are you doing with the bouncing mushroom? Making buff brain elixirs. I heard that stuff can help others boost their brain power. Albert honestly replied. Brain awakening potion. Dagworth frowned, his tone suddenly becoming stern. You should be aware of the difficulty of brewing the bewitched brain potion. If it cannot be successfully brewed, it can become very dangerous. As far as I know, someone drank that stuff last time and almost became an idiot, and the Ministry of Magic has banned the private brewing of bewitching potion. There's no choice. The brain stimulants circulating in the black market are basically unusable defective products, The kind that could turn you into an idiot if you drink them. Fred and the others naturally knew about these matters, but hearing it from a potions master made them feel timid and want to retreat. If you really want to brew a focus elixir, I can help you, Daggerworth said to Albert, but I hope you promise not to recklessly brew the Baffy Brain Booster, and definitely not to drink any Baffy Brain Booster that hasn't been tested. Daggerworth certainly doesn't want Albert to randomly drink some strange potion and accidentally turn himself into an idiot. Such cases have not been unheard of in the magical world. Albert was taken aback for a moment, somewhat surprised by Dagworth's proposal, but he readily agreed. After all, with a potion master helping out, learning to brew the bewitching brain elixir wouldn't be too difficult for him. Chapter 223. Little Brett knows nothing about love. Since the four captured the jumping mushroom in the Forbidden Forest, 3 more days have passed, and Albert and Dagworth's correspondence is still ongoing.